If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 31, First Captains. The void of space shimmered as Battlefleet Liberty emerged from the warp, its sleek, triangular ships a stark contrast to the Gothic architecture of the Luna Wolves fleet already present in the system. At the heart of this impressive armada, the colossal Sweet Liberty dwarfed even the mighty Vengeful Spirit. Aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Horus's eyes narrowed as he observed the newcomers. Xenos, he muttered, before noticing the Imperial Aquila adorning the hulls. Realization dawned on his face, a mix of surprise and a flicker of something darker. "My lord," First Captain Abaddon said, "it appears to be the Liberty Eagles. Shall I hail them?" Horus nodded, straightening his posture. "Indeed. Let us welcome my brother, Franklin." The Vox crackled to life, and Franklin Valorian's jovial voice filled the bridge. "Horus. My brother. What a pleasant surprise to find you here. Mind if we join the party?" Horus allowed a smile to touch his lips, masking any hint of envy. "Franklin, welcome. Your arrival is most fortuitous. Please, join me aboard the Vengeful Spirit. We have much to discuss." Soon, the teleporterium of the Vengeful Spirit hummed with energy as Franklin and his retinue materialized. The Primarch of Liberty stood tall, a grin on his face as he strode forward to embrace Horus. "Brother!" Franklin boomed, his voice echoing through the chamber. "It's been too long since Terra. How fares the Great Crusade?" Horus returned the embrace, his smile genuine despite the undercurrent of competition he felt. "It progresses well, Franklin. And I see you've been busy yourself. Your fleet is impressive." Franklin's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Oh, you know how it is. We like our toys shiny in the Independence system." As the Primarchs exchanged pleasantries, their respective entourages sized each other up. Abaddon's gaze swept over the Liberty Eagles and their guardsmen, his eyes narrowing at their advanced war gear. Denzel Washington, the Liberty Eagles' first captain, noticed Abaddon's scrutiny. "See something you like, First Captain?" he asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Abaddon's lip curled slightly. "Interesting, armor you have there. Though I wonder if such reliance on technology dulls a warrior's edge." Denzel chuckled, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his hyperphasic sword. "Exosuits, actually. A step beyond mere power armor. And I assure you, our edge is anything but dull." Stephen Armstrong, the second captain, interjected, "Our guardsmen are equipped similarly. Efficiency is key in warfare, after all." Tarek Torgadon, ever the joker, quipped, "Well, at least you'll die pretty if nothing else." Armstrong's face remained impassive, but his eyes hardened. "We prefer not to die at all, actually. Our casualty rates speak for themselves." Meanwhile, John Ezra, head of Franklin's Secret Service, observed the exchange silently, his gaze meeting that of Horus Aximand. The two advisors nodded to each other, a silent acknowledgement of their respective positions. Horus, overhearing the exchange, raised an eyebrow. "Your equipment is indeed impressive, Franklin. The Mechanicus must be quite interested in your forge worlds." Franklin's grin widened. "Oh, they're always trying to get a peek. But we have our agreements with the Emperor. Speaking of which, shall we discuss this compliance action?" 13 planets, you said. As the group moved to the strategy room, Abaddon fell into step beside Denzel. "Advanced tech won't prove skill on the battlefield," he growled low enough for only Denzel to hear. Denzel's response was equally quiet but sharp. "Jealousy doesn't become you, Ezekiel. We simply have shinier toys and bigger sticks than yours. But if you're so eager to prove yourself, perhaps we can arrange a friendly bout later." Abaddon's eyes flashed with anticipation. "Gladly. We'll see how well your fancy sword holds up against good old Terran steel." The tension between the two first captains was palpable as they entered the strategy room. Horus and Franklin stood over the hololith, already discussing potential approaches to bringing the system into compliance. "I suggest a two-pronged approach," Horus was saying. "Your fleet can tackle the outer planets while we focus on the inner system." Franklin nodded, his jovial demeanor giving way to a sharp tactical mind. "Agreed. We'll need to be wary of the fourth planet though. Our scans show unusually high energy readings." As the Primarchs delved into strategy, their sons continued to eye each other warily. The seeds of rivalry had been planted between Denzel and Abaddon, Armstrong and Torgadon, and even the quiet tension between Ezra and Aximand. The compliance of this system would be a test not just of their military might against whatever resistance they might face, but of the ability of these two legions to work together despite their differences. As the Primarchs deliberated over the grand strategy, their respective captains huddled around a separate tactical display, tension simmering beneath forced civility. Abaddon, his face set in grim determination, jabbed a finger at the hololith. The Liberty Eagles should form the vanguard. Your advanced weaponry would make short work of any initial resistance. Denzel Washington's eyes narrowed, a sardonic smile playing at his lips. Interesting proposal, Ezekiel. I didn't realize the Luna Wolves were in the habit of using their allies as cannon fodder. The first captain of the Luna Wolves bristled, his hand instinctively tightening on the pommel of his sword. Watch your tongue, Washington. We're offering you the honor of first blood. Honor. Denzel chuckled, shaking his head. No, my friend. I won't sacrifice my men for your glory. If you're so eager for a vanguard action, why not commit your solar auxilia? They seem expendable enough for your tastes. Abaddon's glare could have melted ceramite, but Denzel met it with an infuriatingly calm smile. The Liberty Eagle's first captain refused to be baited, his composure only serving to further irritate Abaddon. Our auxiliaries are not yours to command, Abaddon growled. Neither are my eagles yours, Denzel countered smoothly. Perhaps we should focus on strategies that don't involve throwing lives away needlessly, Before Abaddon could retort, Stephen Armstrong, second captain of the Liberty Eagles, interjected. The burly officer took a long drag from his cigar, the smoke wreathing his head as he studied the tactical display. Here's what I propose, Armstrong said, his voice gruff. We hit them hard and fast. Multiple simultaneous strikes across their defensive line. Overwhelm them before they can react. Tarek Torgadon, usually quick with a jest, frowned at Armstrong's suggestion. That's awfully aggressive. We know next to nothing about their defenses or capabilities. Armstrong shrugged, tapping ash from his cigar. Sometimes the best reconnaissance is attack. We have the firepower to bulldoze through whatever they throw at us. And if they have hidden strengths? Tarek pressed. We could be walking into a trap. Then we spring the trap, Armstrong replied with a wolfish grin. And crush it. Tarek shook his head, his usual humor absent. This isn't a game, Armstrong. We're talking about Astartes' lives. And I'm talking about ending this compliance quickly and efficiently, Armstrong shot back. The longer we drag this out, the more lives we'll lose in the long run. As the argument heated up, Horace Aximand, Little Horace, exchanged a glance with John Ezra, the head of Franklin's Secret Service. Both advisors recognized the growing discord between their brothers in arms. Your captains seem eager, Aximand observed quietly. Ezra nodded, his face impassive. As do yours. It appears our differing methodologies are causing some friction. Indeed, Aximand mused. Though I wonder if it's truly about tactics, or something deeper. Ezra's eyebrow raised a fraction. Care to elaborate? Aximand chose his words carefully. Our legions have different strengths, different approaches. It's natural there would be some competition. Competition is healthy, Ezra replied. Antagonism is not. We'd do well to remember we're on the same side. Their quiet exchange was interrupted as the debate between the other captains grew more heated. Your recklessness will get us all killed, Tarek was saying, his usual joviality replaced by genuine concern. Armstrong blew a smoke ring, his eyes gleaming. And your caution will let the enemy entrench themselves. We have the advantage now. We should press it. Abaddon, seizing on the discord, turned to Denzel. See? Even your own men recognize the need for decisive action. Or are the vaunted Liberty Eagles all talk and no action? Denzel's hand moved to the hilt of his hyperphasic sword, his smile now razor-sharp. Careful, Ezekiel. You're dangerously close to issuing a challenge you can't back up. The tension in the room was palpable, Astartes' pride clashing against decades of ingrained brotherhood. It was at this moment that the Primarchs rejoined the group, their own discussion concluded. Horace, ever perceptive, immediately sensed the discord. Is there a problem, my sons? Franklin, his jovial demeanor belying his sharp insight, added, yes, you all look ready to start the compliance action right here in the strategy room. The captains straightened, decades of discipline asserting itself in the presence of their gene fathers. Abaddon spoke first, his voice carefully controlled. We were discussing vanguard tactics, my lords. There are differing opinions on the best approach. Franklin chuckled, clapping Denzel on the shoulder. I bet there are. My eagles aren't known for taking the cautious approach, are they? Neither are my wolves, Horus added, a hint of pride in his voice. But remember, we are stronger together than apart. Our differences should complement each other, not divide us. The Primarch's presence seemed to defuse the immediate tension, but the underlying rivalries and disagreements remained. As the meeting concluded and the various officers filed out to prepare their troops, sidelong glances and barely concealed sneers were exchanged. The compliance action would proceed, but it was clear that the seeds of discord had been sown. How they would grow in the coming days and years remained to be seen, but for now, the Imperium's mighty war machine ground on. After the strategy meeting, as the captains are dispersing, Abaddon approaches Denzel, his face a mask of barely contained contempt. Washington, he says, loud enough for others to hear, I couldn't help but notice your reluctance to take the vanguard. Is it because you doubt your men's abilities in real combat? Denzel turns, his expression calm but his eyes sharp. Not at all, Ezekiel. We simply prefer efficient victory over needless sacrifice. Abaddon sneers. Efficient? You mean hiding behind your fancy weapons and armor? Real warriors prove themselves with skill and courage, not technology. Our technology is merely a tool, Abaddon. The warrior wielding it is what matters, Denzel replies coolly. Prove it then, Abaddon challenges, his voice rising. You carry that exotic sword like you know how to use it. Why don't we settle this in the training cages? Unless you're afraid to face a real space marine without your advanced toys. The room goes quiet, all eyes on the two first captains. Denzel's hand rests casually on his sword hilt. Is that a formal challenge, first captain of the Luna Wolves? Abaddon's grin is predatory. It is. Let's see if the Liberty Eagle's vaunted first captain can back up his words with actions. Denzel nods, a small smile playing on his lips. Very well. I accept. Shall we say, 1 hour in the main training cage? I'm sure our Primarchs would be interested in observing such a friendly bout. Abaddon nods curtly. 1 hour. Don't be late. As Abaddon strides away, the other captains exchange glances. This duel will be more than just a contest of skills, it's a clash of philosophies, a test of the old ways against the new. The tension in the room was palpable as Abaddon's challenge hung in the air. As the Luna Wolves' first captain strode away, a mix of anticipation and concern rippled through the gathered officers. Franklin had been observing the exchange with a knowing smirk. He approached Denzel, draping a muscular arm around his first captain's shoulders. Well, Franklin chuckled, his voice a low rumble. It seems our dear Ezekiel is asking for a lesson in humility. You know what to do, Denzel. Make the Eagles proud. Denzel nodded, a confident smile playing on his lips. Of course, father. I'll show him what real swordsmanship looks like. Franklin groaned dramatically, face-palming with his free hand. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? It feels odd having your friend call you father. Sorry, old man, Denzel quipped, ducking out from under Franklin's arm with a laugh. Nearby, Stephen Armstrong, the second captain of the Liberty Eagles, was busy antagonizing Tarek Torgadon. Armstrong blew a series of smoke rings towards the Luna Wolf, a smirk plastered on his face. Hope you're ready to see your first captain get his ass handed to him, Armstrong taunted, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Abaddon's about to learn why you don't fuck with the best. Tarek, usually quick with a jest, found his humor deserting him in the face of Armstrong's provocation. Don't be so sure, he retorted, a hint of defensiveness in his voice. Abaddon's one of the finest warriors in the Imperium. Armstrong's laugh was like gravel in a blender. Was one of the finest, we are the finest even before you Luna Wolves even arrived. Your first captain's about to get a rude awakening. As the captains traded barbs, John Ezra and Horus Aximan stood apart, observing the unfolding drama with matching expressions of quiet concern. This duel could have far-reaching consequences, Aximan murmured, his eyes flicking between the various groups. Ezra nodded almost imperceptibly. Indeed. Whatever the outcome, it will only deepen the divide between our legions. Perhaps that's inevitable, Aximand mused. Our methods are too different, our philosophies too opposed. Perhaps, Ezra conceded. But we must be vigilant. In our rivalry, we must not lose sight of our greater purpose. As Franklin began walking towards the training cages, he felt a familiar presence in his mind. The voice of Cain, the shard of the Eldar god of war residing within his blade, resonated in his thoughts. I can sense the prideful demeanor underneath Horus's facade, Cain's voice whispered, a mix of amusement and disdain coloring his words. Franklin nodded imperceptibly. Primarchs come in all shapes and sizes, my friend. Each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Cain's laughter echoed in Franklin's mind. That fool Abaddon will be humiliated. Your black warrior fights like a phoenix lord. It will be a sight to behold. Franklin's lips quirked in a small smile. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. We still need to work with the Luna Wolves after this, after all. As they approached the training cages, the excitement in the air was palpable. Word of the duel had spread quickly, and Astartes from both legions were gathering to witness the clash between their respective first captains. Horus was already there, his face an impassive mask as he nodded in greeting to Franklin. Brother, he said, his voice carefully neutral. It seems our sons have found a way to test each other's mettle. Franklin grinned, clapping Horus on the shoulder. Indeed they have. Should be quite the show, don't you think? Horus's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's hope it remains just that, a show. We can ill afford discord between our legions. Agreed, Franklin nodded, his tone becoming more serious. But perhaps this will clear the air. Better to have these tensions out in the open than festering beneath the surface. The training cage fell silent as Denzel Washington and Ezekiel Abaddon stepped into the arena. The contrast between the two warriors was stark, not just in their equipment, but in their very demeanor. Denzel moved with fluid grace, each step purposeful and measured. His eyes, serene yet focused, scanned the cage and his opponent. There was an air of calm about him, reminiscent of the ancient Terran samurai of old. As he reached the center of the cage, he paused and bowed slightly to Abaddon, a gesture of respect that seemed to catch the Luna Wolf off guard. Abaddon, for his part, strode in with barely contained aggression, his face set in a sneer. He saw Denzel's bow and barked out a harsh laugh. What's this? Abaddon mocked, his voice carrying across the silent chamber. Are you bowing to me already? Accepting your defeat before we've even begun. Denzel straightened, his calm expression unwavering. No, Ezekiel, he replied, his voice clear and steady. I'm bowing to the last shred of honor you possess before I shred it to pieces. A collective intake of breath could be heard from the gathered Astartes. Abaddon's face darkened with rage, his hand tightening on the hilt of his weapon. Bold words, he growled. Let's see if you can back them up. With a flourish, Abaddon drew his power sword, the blade crackling with energy as it cleared its scabbard. He held it before him, a challenge and a threat. Denzel, in response, reached for his own weapons. With smooth, practiced motions, he drew twin blades from their sheaths. The crowd leaned forward, eyes widening as they beheld the weapons. The first blade, as long as a man was tall, gleamed with a deep blue light. Its edge seemed to shimmer, as if not quite solid. This was Kusanagi no Tsurugi, a masterpiece of hyperphase technology. Beside it, Denzel held a shorter blade, roughly half the length of its companion, glowing with a fierce red energy. This was his Wakaizashi, perfectly balanced to complement the longer sword. Together, the twin hyperphase blades were a work of art. Their design spoke of ancient Terran traditions melded seamlessly with the most advanced technology of the Golden Age. The blue and red energies danced along the blades, casting an otherworldly light across the cage. A murmur of appreciation rippled through the crowd. Even some of the Luna Wolves couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship of the weapons. Abaddon, however, scoffed loudly. Pretty lights and fancy metals, he sneered. Is this how the vaunted Liberty Eagles fight? With glorified glow sticks. Denzel's expression remained unchanged, but there was a glint of something dangerous in his eyes now. These glow sticks, as you call them, are the product of millennia of martial tradition combined with the pinnacle of human innovation. They are a symbol of what humanity can achieve when we embrace both our past and our future. He brought the blades together in a salute, the energies intermixing for a moment in a dazzling display. But you are right about one thing, Ezekiel. They are indeed pretty. It's a shame that their beauty will be the last thing you see before you taste defeat. In the crowd, Franklin couldn't help but smile at his first captain's words. He glanced at Horace, noting his brother's furrowed brow. "Your man has quite the tongue on him," Horace muttered. Franklin chuckled. "Denzel's always been one for dramatic flair. But I assure you, brother, his blade is as sharp as his wit." Back in the cage, Abaddon and Denzel began to circle each other, their weapons at the ready. The atmosphere was electric, the tension palpable. "Enough talk," Abaddon growled. "Let's see if your skills match your boasts." Denzel nodded, settling into a stance that spoke of decades of practiced discipline. "By all means, Ezekiel. Attack when ready." For a moment, all was still. Then, with a roar that shook the cage, Abaddon charged. The duel had begun, and with it, a clash not just of warriors, but of philosophies. In the back of Franklin's mind, he felt Cain stir with excitement. The shard of the Eldar war god whispered, "Watch closely, Liberator. Your black warrior is about to teach a lesson that will echo through the ages." Chapter 32, Pride and Honor. The tension in the training cage was palpable as Denzel Washington and Ezekiel Abaddon faced each other, their contrasting styles evident even before the first blow was struck. Denzel, standing at 9 feet tall, embodied grace and precision, his twin hyperphase blades held in a relaxed yet ready stance. Abaddon, towering at 10 feet, was the epitome of raw power, his power sword crackling with barely contained energy. As if responding to an unheard signal, Abaddon roared and charged forward, his power sword arcing through the air in a devastating overhead strike. Denzel, however, was no longer there. With a fluid motion that belied his massive size, the Liberty Eagle had sidestepped, allowing Abaddon's blade to crash harmlessly into the floor. "First blood could have been mine," Denzel said calmly, his blade resting lightly against Abaddon's exposed neck for a split second before he danced away. Abaddon snarled, spinning to face his opponent. "Lucky dodge," he growled, pressing forward with a flurry of powerful strikes. Denzel met each blow with precision, his twin blades moving in perfect harmony. Where Abaddon sought to overwhelm with brute force, Denzel used the space of the cage itself as a weapon, always moving, always just out of reach. In the crowd, Franklin Valorian nodded approvingly. "Notice how Denzel uses the entire cage," he murmured to Horace. "Every step is calculated, every movement purposeful." Horace grunted, his eyes narrowed. "Abaddon's strength is unmatched. He'll wear your man down eventually." But as the duel progressed, it became clear that Denzel was far from tiring. Time and again, he maneuvered Abaddon into positions where a killing blow could have been struck, only to pull back at the last moment. Each time, he would comment quietly, "That's 2, 3, 4. The Luna wolves in the crowd shifted uncomfortably, recognizing the skill on display. Even some of Abaddon's staunchest supporters began to look concerned. Abaddon, however, seemed oblivious to these near misses, his focus solely on trying to land a solid hit on his elusive opponent. His attacks grew wilder, more desperate, while Denzel remained calm and focused. "You can't dodge forever," Abaddon roared, lunging forward with all his might. Denzel didn't dodge this time. Instead, he stepped into Abaddon's guard, his blue blade deflecting the power sword while the red one sliced a neat line across Abaddon's chest plate. "5, Denzel said softly, loud enough for only Abaddon to hear. The Luna Wolf's first captain stumbled back, shock evident on his face. For the first time, doubt crept into his eyes. In the crowd, Tarek Torgadon leaned towards Stephen Armstrong. "By the Emperor," he muttered, "your man's toying with him." Armstrong blew a smoke ring, grinning widely. "Told you, didn't I? Abaddon's about to learn a hard lesson." As the duel entered its final stages, the difference in skill became undeniable. Denzel moved like water, flowing around Abaddon's increasingly desperate attacks. The Liberty Eagle's blades were everywhere, scoring Abaddon's armor time and again. 6, 7, 8. Denzel's count continued, each number a testament to a killing blow avoided, a lesson in humility delivered with surgical precision. Finally, with a move of breathtaking speed and grace, Denzel disarmed Abaddon. The power sword clattered to the ground, and Denzel's blue blade came to rest at Abaddon's throat. 9, Denzel said, loud enough for all to hear. "The duel is concluded." The silence that followed was deafening. Abaddon stood, chest heaving, his face a mix of rage, disbelief, and, grudgingly, respect. Denzel lowered his blades and bowed deeply to his opponent. "You fought with honor, Ezekiel Abaddon. Your strength and courage are beyond question." But remember this day, and know that true mastery comes not just from power, but from precision, control, and understanding. As Denzel turned to leave the cage, Abaddon's voice stopped him. Washington, he growled, his voice rough with emotion. You could have ended this at any time, couldn't you? Denzel looked back, a small smile on his face. The purpose of this duel was not to end you, Ezekiel, but to enlighten you. I hope I have succeeded in that, at least. With that, Denzel strode out of the cage, leaving a stunned Abaddon and an equally shocked audience behind. Franklin approached his first captain, clapping him on the shoulder. Well fought, Denzel. You've done the Eagles proud today. As the dust settled in the wake of the duel, the training cage buzzed with a mix of awe and disbelief. Horace Lupercal, Primarch of the Luna Wolves, stood at the edge of the arena, his expression a carefully controlled mask. His eyes, however, betrayed a complex mix of emotions as they darted between his brother Franklin Valorian and the victorious Denzel Washington. Horace had always prided himself on being the Emperor's favored son, the first among equals. But Franklin, the 11th Primarch and the first to be found, had always been a thorn in his side. The Liberty Eagle's record of 3,000 worlds brought into compliance in just 17 years had seemed impossible, even laughable, when Horace first heard of it. He had dismissed it as propaganda, a trick of numbers and misdirection. But now, watching Denzel's masterful display of skill and strategy, Horace felt a creeping doubt. Perhaps there was more to Franklin's methods than he had given credit for. The thought sent a surge of envy through him, which he quickly suppressed, burying it beneath layers of practiced diplomacy. As Horace approached Franklin to finalize their plans for the upcoming compliance action, he couldn't help but reassess his brother's legion. What he had once seen as reliance on flashy technology and overwhelming firepower now appeared as a seamless integration of advanced weaponry with supreme martial skill. "Brother," Horace said, his voice carefully modulated to hide any trace of the turmoil within. "Your first captain fought well. It seems the Liberty Eagles have more than just impressive gear at their disposal." Franklin grinned, clapping Horace on the shoulder. "Glad you noticed, brother. We believe in using every tool at our disposal, be it technology, strategy, or good old-fashioned skill. Now, shall we discuss how to bring this system into compliance?" As the two Primarches began to talk strategy, Horace found himself both impressed and unsettled by Franklin's insights. The 11th Primarch's approach was unorthodox, blending psychological warfare with precisely applied force in ways Horace had never considered. Meanwhile, across the chamber, Ezekiel Abaddon sat alone, his armor still bearing the marks of Denzel's blades. The first captain of the Luna Wolves was lost in a storm of conflicting emotions, his pride wounded more deeply than his physical form. Abaddon's mind raced, replaying the duel over and over. He had been so sure of his superiority, so confident in his strength and skill. How could he have been so thoroughly outmatched? The realization that Denzel could have ended the fight at any moment gnawed at him, each remembered kill a fresh blow to his ego. "He was toying with me," Abaddon muttered, his fists clenching. "Making a fool of me in front of both our legions." Part of him wanted to rage, to demand a rematch, to prove that this was a fluke. But the warrior in him, the part that had survived countless battles and risen to the rank of first captain, knew better. Denzel's victory had been absolute, his skill undeniable. As much as it pained him to admit it, Abaddon found a grudging respect growing for the Liberty Eagle. Denzel had not just defeated him, he had taught him a lesson in humility and the true meaning of martial prowess. Tarak Torgadon approached his brother captain, concern evident on his face. "Ezekiel," he said softly, "are you all right?" Abaddon looked up, his eyes burning with a mix of shame and determination. "No," he growled, "but I will be. We've grown complacent, Tarak. Relied too much on our reputation and raw strength. It's time we learned from this." Tarak nodded, surprised but pleased by Abaddon's response. The stark contrast between the Liberty Eagles and the Luna Wolves had never been more apparent than on the ash-strewn plains of Gordian 13. As the final world in the system stubbornly clung to resistance, the two legions found themselves grudgingly cooperating, their differences thrown into sharp relief. Captain Denzel Washington of the Liberty Eagles stood atop a ridge, his exosuite gleaming in the dim light of the planet's twin suns. He watched through magnified lenses as the Luna Wolves prepared another of their infamous spear-tip assaults on the enemy's main fortress. "Fools," he muttered, shaking his head. "Why send men to die when guns can do the job?" Beside him, Second Captain Stephen Armstrong chuckled, the sound distorted by his suit's vox. "You're too kind, Denzel. I'd call them something far less polite. As if to punctuate Armstrong's words, a barrage of artillery fire erupted from the Liberty Eagle's lines. Massive shells arced through the air, leaving trails of smoke before hammering into the fortress walls with earth-shattering force. Now that's how you soften a target, Armstrong grinned, his voice filled with savage glee. In stark contrast to the Eagle's overwhelming firepower, the Luna Wolves were assembling their assault squads. Astartes in gleaming white armor checked their bolters and chainswords, their faces set in grim determination. First Captain Ezekiel Abaddon strode through their ranks, his presence electrifying the air around him. "Brothers!" he roared, "we are the tip of the spear, the Emperor's wrath made manifest. We shall break their walls and crush their spirits." A cheer went up from the Luna Wolves, drowning out the distant thunder of the Eagle's artillery. Tarik Torgadon, standing at Abaddon's side, cast a glance towards the Liberty Eagle's position. "Seems our cousins are content to let their guns do the talking," he remarked dryly. Abaddon's face darkened. "They hide behind their technology, Tarik. We are true warriors, meeting our foes face to face." As the Luna Wolves launched their assault, racing across the open ground towards the fortress, the Liberty Eagles watched with a mixture of amusement and disdain. "Look at them go," a Liberty Eagle sergeant chuckled. "Like groks to the slaughter." "Aye," his battle brother agreed, hefting his massive disintegration rifle. "But you have to admire their spirit, foolish as it is." The Luna Wolves crashed into the fortress's defences like a tidal wave of ceramite and adamantium. Bolters roared, chainswords screamed, and the air filled with the sound of battle. From their vantage point, the Liberty Eagles continued their bombardment, careful to avoid hitting their cousins but making no effort to coordinate their fire with the Luna Wolves' advance. "This is war," Armstrong growled, watching the battle unfold. "Not some glorious melee from ancient myths. Why can't they see that?" Washington nodded solemnly. "Pride, brother. It blinds them to the realities of modern warfare." As if to underscore their point, a squad of Liberty Eagles in their imposing exosuites stomped past, each carrying enough firepower to level a city block. They laughed and joked among themselves, their camaraderie evident despite the grim business at hand. "Now that's more like it," Armstrong grinned. "Reminds me of the vids of ancient Terran soldiers. What did they call themselves? Marines." Washington chuckled. "Something like that. Though I doubt even they had this much Daka." The word Daka, an orc term for firepower, had become something of an inside joke among the Liberty Eagles. They embraced the comparison, finding humor in the idea that their love for overwhelming firepower might make them seem orcish to their more traditional cousins. As the Luna Wolves engaged the bulk of the planetary defense forces, Liberty Eagle's gunships swooped low, their advanced stealth systems rendering them nearly invisible. Precision strikes eliminated key defensive positions, opening gaps in the enemy lines that the Wolves exploited without even realizing the Eagles' role. SEAL Team Epsilon, led by Armstrong himself, utilized their cutting-edge armored exosuits to slip past the chaos of the main battle. They moved like ghosts through the city, neutralizing command and control centers with ruthless efficiency. As Tarik fought his way to the governor's chambers, he found Armstrong already there, standing over the lifeless body of the planetary leader. "What is this?" Tarik demanded, shock and anger warring in his voice. Armstrong turned, his armor splattered with blood. "Mission accomplished. The head of the rebellion has been removed. This wasn't your call to make," Tarik shouted, gesturing at the dead governor. "He could have been brought to compliance. And risk him inspiring further rebellion." Armstrong countered. "This was the most efficient solution." "Efficient?" Tarik spat the word. "This is nothing but murder." Armstrong's eyes narrowed. "It's war, Torgadon. There's no room for half measures or misplaced mercy. The Liberty Eagles understand this. Perhaps if you did, you wouldn't need us to clean up after you." As more Space Marines from both legions filtered into the chamber, the argument escalated. Luna Wolves accused the Eagles of theft of glory, while the Eagles derided the Wolves for their outdated notions of combat. "Enough." Tarik's voice cut through the growing tumult. He locked eyes with Armstrong, his usual good humor completely gone. "This isn't over, Eagle. Your methods dishonor us all." Armstrong's reply was cold. "Results are what matter, Wolf. Remember that when you are licking your wounded pride." As the two legions withdrew from the now compliant world of Gordian 13, the rift between them had grown wider than ever. Tarik Torgadon and Stephen Armstrong made their reports to their respective Primarchs, each painting the other in the worst possible light. The debriefing room aboard the Vengeful Spirit crackled with tension. Primarchs Horus and Franklin Valorian stood at the head of the table, their towering forms casting long shadows over the assembled captains. Tarek Torgadon's usually jovial face was set in a hard line, his eyes constantly darting to Stephen Armstrong, who nonchalantly puffed on a cigar. The smoke curled around him like a shroud, adding to his already imposing presence. Across the table, Ezekiel Abaddon's gaze bored into Denzel Washington, the sting of his recent defeat in their duel still fresh. Denzel, for his part, maintained a serene composure, seemingly oblivious to Abaddon's glare. Horus's voice cut through the thick atmosphere. The Gordian system is now fully compliant. Well done, all of you. Franklin nodded, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed. Our combined efforts have brought another star system into the Imperial fold. As the Primarchs continued their summary, glossing over the more contentious details of the campaign, the captains remained silent, the undercurrent of their conflicts simmering beneath the surface. When the debriefing concluded, Horus and Franklin exchanged formal farewells, their brotherly rapport evident despite the tensions between their sons. Until next time, brother, Horus said, clasping Franklin's forearm. Franklin's grin widened. Try not to miss us too much, Horus. The galaxy's a duller place without us around. As the Liberty Eagles filed out of the Vengeful Spirit and made their way back to their flagship, Sweet Liberty, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. The familiar corridors of their vessel, gleaming with advanced technology, seemed to wash away the lingering tension from the joint operation. Franklin gathered his captains and a selection of his Astartes in the ship's grand strategy room. The Primarch's imposing figure was relaxed as he leaned against a holographic display, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Well, my sons, he began, his voice carrying easily across the room, what did you think of our Lupin brothers? A chorus of chuckles and snorts answered him before the comments began in earnest. Prideful morons, the lot of them, one Astartes called out, eliciting nods of agreement from his brothers. Denzel Washington, ever the picture of calm, spoke next. Abaddon is a formidable warrior, but his pride blinds him. He fights with fury but lacks finesse. Franklin raised an eyebrow. And you showed him the error of his ways, didn't you, Denzel? A small smile graced Denzel's lips. I merely demonstrated the superiority of our training, father. Armstrong's gruff voice cut through the ensuing laughter. Torgadon's a joke. All quips and no substance, unlike you, father. He talks about honor like it's going to win wars. And what do you think wins wars, Stephen? Franklin asked, his tone curious. Armstrong took a long drag on his cigar before answering. Results, father. Cold, hard results. Something we deliver in spades. John Ezra, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Aximand, he's different from the others. Quieter. More thoughtful. But there's something beneath the surface. Something, uncertain. Franklin nodded, considering Ezra's words. Keep an eye on that one, John. Uncertainty can be a dangerous thing in our line of work. The Primarch pushed himself off the display and walked among his sons, his presence both comforting and electrifying. You've all done exceptionally well. The Luna Wolves may have their reputation, but you've shown them what the Liberty Eagles are made of. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. Never fear the other legions, my sons. Our methods may differ, our doctrines may clash, but remember this: we are the Liberty Eagles. We have the shiniest toys, the biggest guns, and the unwavering will to use them. A cheer went up from the assembled Astartes, their pride in their legion palpable. Franklin's voice rose above the noise. We bring freedom to the galaxy, one world at a time. And if others can't keep up, well. He grinned, a fierce, wild expression that his sons mirrored. That's their problem, isn't it? As the meeting dispersed, the Liberty Eagles moved with renewed purpose. The encounter with the Luna Wolves had only served to strengthen their conviction in their methods and their loyalty to their Primarch. Franklin watched his sons file out, his expression thoughtful. The rivalry with the Luna Wolves was a useful tool, keeping his legion sharp and motivated. But he couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than just friendly competition. Something was brewing in the galaxy, a storm on the horizon. But that was a problem for another day. For now, there were more worlds to liberate, more tyrants to overthrow. The Emperor's Great Crusade continued, and the Liberty Eagles would be at its forefront, guns blazing and banners flying. As Sweet Liberty disengaged from the Gordian system, its massive engines flaring to life, Franklin Valorian stood on the bridge, watching the stars stretch into lines as they entered the warp. Whatever the future held, he knew one thing for certain: it would be anything but boring. As the Liberty Eagles departed, the atmosphere aboard the Vengeful Spirit remained charged. Horus stood at the viewport, his piercing gaze fixed on the retreating form of Sweet Liberty. "Gather in my quarters," he commanded, his voice low but carrying effortlessly to his senior officers. Once assembled, Horus turned to face his sons. Abaddon, Torgadon, Aximand, and other high-ranking Luna Wolves stood at attention, their faces a mix of frustration and barely concealed anger. "Speak freely," Horus said, his eyes scanning each face in turn. Abaddon was the first to break the silence, his voice a low growl. "They're reckless, Lord. The Liberty Eagles act without regard for proper military doctrine." Torgadon, usually jovial, wore a frown. "It's not just recklessness, it's arrogance. Armstrong executed the planetary governor without a second thought. No attempt at negotiation, no consideration for the larger implications. And yet," Horus mused, "they achieve results. Quickly and efficiently. At what cost?" Aximand interjected, his quiet voice drawing all eyes. "Their methods leave little room for the subtleties of governance. They may win wars, but do they win peace?" Horus nodded, considering. "A valid point, little Horus. But tell me, what of their Primarch? What are your impressions of Franklin Valorian?" The room fell silent for a moment before Torgadon spoke up. "He's difficult to read, my lord. Always smiling, always with a jest on his lips. But there's something beneath the surface." Abaddon snorted. "A facade, clearly. No true warrior grins in the face of battle like that." "Perhaps," Horus said, his voice thoughtful. "Or perhaps it's simply who he is. A smiling killer, as dangerous with a quip as with a bolter." The Primarch turned back to the viewport, his reflection overlaying the stars. "I've noticed something about Franklin. His eyes, they twinkle when his sons accomplish something. It's subtle, but it's there. A genuine pride." "You think his joviality is real, then?" Aximand asked. Horus shrugged, a surprisingly human gesture from the demigod. "I'm not certain. And that uncertainty, it troubles me." He turned back to his sons, his gaze intense. "Franklin Valorian is a puzzle. His legion possesses technology that rivals, perhaps even surpasses, that of the Mechanicum. They achieve compliance swiftly, but often brutally. And through it all, he smiles." "What are your orders, my lord?" Abaddon asked, eager for direction. Horus was silent for a long moment before responding. "We watch. We learn. The Liberty Eagles are a powerful ally, but they could be a dangerous enemy. Understand their methods, but do not adopt them. We are Luna Wolves. We have our own way of war." As his sons nodded in agreement, Horus dismissed them, remaining alone with his thoughts. The truth was, Franklin Valorian unnerved him in a way few others could. The jovial Primarch seemed to see through Horus's carefully constructed facade of confidence, picking up on the pride that lay beneath. Horus found himself wondering if Franklin's perpetual good humor was a similar construct. A mask to hide, what? Ambition? Disdain? Or was it genuine? A Primarch who found joy in the grim business of conquest was almost more unsettling than one who reveled in the violence. Moreover, the technological superiority of the Liberty Eagles was a concern. Their weapons, their ships, even their basic equipment outclassed much of what the other legions possessed. If they ever turned that technology against the Imperium? Horus shook his head, dispelling the thought. Franklin was his brother, a fellow son of the Emperor. Such suspicions were unworthy. And yet, the Primarch of the Luna Wolves found his hand clenching into a fist. The Great Crusade continued, and with it, the jockeying for position among the legions. The Liberty Eagles were the first legion to operate with a Primarch, their successes mounting with each campaign, and a record few if not none could match. Horus knew that the Liberty Eagles had set the bar high. "Watch yourself, brother," Horus murmured to the empty room. "Your smile may be genuine, but this galaxy has a way of wiping grins from even the most jovial faces." As the Vengeful Spirit prepared to depart the Gordian system, Horus made a mental note to speak with their father about the Liberty Eagles. Their methods, their technology, their enigmatic Primarch, all of it needed to be carefully considered. For now, though, there were more worlds to bring into compliance. The Great Crusade waited for no one, not even for Primarchs wrestling with doubts and suspicions. With a final glance at the stars, Horus left the viewport, his mind already turning to the next campaign. Whatever the future held, he would face it as he always had, with cunning, with strength, and with the unshakable belief that he was destined for greatness. Little did he know that the seeds of doubt planted by his encounter with the Liberty Eagles would grow into something far more sinister in the years to come. Chapter 33, A Unique Case. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, stood in his personal training ground, sweat glistening on his brow as he swung the massive death sword in precise arcs. The blade hummed with eldritch energy, a testament to the ancient power contained within. "Not bad, for a Monday key," came the sardonic voice of Akin, the Ildari god of war and murder, from within the blade. Franklin grinned, his chest heaving slightly from exertion. "Coming from you, oh bloody-handed one, I'll take that as high praise." "Don't let it go to your head," Akin retorted. "You're learning fast, but you've got millennia to go before you can match true Ildari battle prowess." "Ah, shucks," Franklin drawled, his accent thickening with mock disappointment. "And here I thought I was ready to challenge the Phoenix King himself." Akin's laughter echoed in Franklin's mind, a sound like clashing blades. "Your humor never ceases to amuse me, Primarch. But come, it's time we moved beyond mere swordplay. Let us delve into the arcane arts of war." Franklin cocked an eyebrow. "Arcane arts? You mean like magic tricks? Gonna pull a rabbit out of your helmet, Akin?" The god's sigh was almost audible. "Spells, you dim-witted giant. The psychic techniques that have made the Ildari the terror of the galaxy for millions of years." "Hold up," Franklin said, lowering the death sword. "You know spells? I thought you were just a musclehead with a cool sword." Akin's indignation flared like a supernova. "A musclehead? Me? If you want a musclehead, go chat with Kern, you overgrown infant. I am Akin, the Ildari god of war and murder. I am the epitome of martial prowess, the very essence of combat distilled into divine form." Franklin held up his hands in surrender, trying not to laugh. All right. No need to blow a gasket. "So, you're saying you're going to teach me some of your fancy Ildari magic?" "Indeed," Akin replied, his tone softening slightly. "Now, focus your mind. Reach out to the warp and channel its energy." Franklin closed his eyes, his face scrunching up in concentration. After a few moments, he opened one eye. Akin? I think the warp's ghosting me. I'm not feeling anything." Akin's disbelief was palpable. "What do you mean, you're not feeling anything? You're a Primarch, a being of immense psychic potential. A warp god in flesh, surely you jest." Franklin shrugged. "No jest, buddy. My warp powers are like that flaky friend who only shows up when there's free food. They don't come when called." "Impossible," Akin muttered. "I saw you unleash tremendous psychic might against Kairos Fate Weaver. Your power seared its flesh." "Oh, that." Franklin scratched his head. "Yeah, that only happens when chaos shows up. It's like my powers have a in case of chaos, break glass policy." Akin was silent for a moment, processing this information. "You mean to tell me that you, a scion of the Emperor himself, can only access your psychic abilities in response to chaos?" Franklin nodded. "Pretty much. Makes family reunions with dear old dad a bit awkward, let me tell you." "By the bloody gates of Kula-Mencha Akin," the god swore. "This is unprecedented. Very well, we shall have to awaken your latent abilities through more direct means." What exactly do you mean by direct means?" Franklin asked, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. "Meditation," Akin replied. "Sit, Primarch. We shall delve into the depths of your psyche and drag your powers kicking and screaming into the light." Franklin plopped down cross-legged on the training room floor, the death sword across his knees. "All right, but fair warning, last time I tried meditation, I fell asleep and dreamed I was a potato. It was a very enlightening experience." Akin chose to ignore that comment. "Close your eyes and focus on your breath. Feel the energy flowing through your body, the connection to the warp that lies dormant within you." Franklin did as instructed, his massive frame going still as he concentrated. Minutes ticked by in silence, broken only by the Primarch's steady breathing. Suddenly, Akin's voice rang out, startling Franklin. "By the warp, you truly are a psychic imbecile. Franklin's eyes snapped open. Hey! I resemble that remark. Cain's frustration was evident. Your psychic potential is vast, yet you fumble with it like a child trying to grasp smoke. How have you managed to survive this long? Well, I eat my vegetables and always look both ways before crossing the street, Franklin quipped. Enough of your jests. Cain snapped. We must find a way to unlock your abilities. Perhaps, yes, that might work. Primarch, take up your bolter. Confused but curious, Franklin stood and retrieved his personal bolt pistol from its rack on the wall. Okay, got it. Now what? Now, Cain instructed, I want you to aim at that target and fire, but focus on the bullet. Will it to hit the mark? Franklin raised an eyebrow but complied. He raised the pistol, took aim, and squeezed the trigger. The bolt round erupted from the barrel with a thunderous crack. To Franklin's amazement, the bullet curved in mid-air, spiraling around in an impossible arc before striking the dead center of the target. Holy Emperor on a pogo stick, Franklin breathed. Did you see that? Cain's voice was filled with a mixture of awe and exasperation. Indeed I did. It seems, Primarch, that you have been channeling your psychic abilities through your weapons all along. Franklin stared at the smoking gun in his hand. So, that's why I never miss? And why my shots sometimes do those fancy tricks? Precisely, Cain confirmed. You, Franklin Valorian, are a gifted psyker, and also, if you'll pardon my Ildari, a complete moron. Franklin grinned. Ah, Cain, you say the sweetest things. So, does this mean I get to skip the meditation and go straight to the cool stuff? Cain's sigh echoed through the death sword. I suppose we'll have to work with what we've got. But mark my words, Primarch, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be wielding psychic power with the same skill you wield that oversized gun of yours. Sounds like a plan, Franklin said, holstering his bolt pistol. But first, how about we take a break? All this psychic awakening has made me hungry. You want anything? I make a mean grilled cheese sandwich. I am a god trapped in a sword, Cain replied flatly. I do not eat grilled cheese sandwiches. Franklin shrugged. Your loss. More for me then. After lunch, you can teach me how to make my bullets do loop-de-loops. That'll really freak out my opponents. As Franklin sauntered out of the training room, whistling a jaunty tune, Cain found himself wondering, not for the first time, about the strange twists of fate that had led him to this moment. Here he was, the mighty god of war, reduced to teaching psychic tricks to a Primarch who thought focus was something you did with a camera. Franklin Valorian sauntered back into his personal training ground, a satisfied grin on his face and a few crumbs still clinging to his chin. He patted his stomach contentedly. All right, Cain, my murderously inclined mentor, he announced, I'm back and ready for Warp 101. Or is it Psyker 101? Spooky Space Magic 101. The death blade pulsed with an exasperated energy as Franklin unsheathed it. Cain's voice resonated from within. If you're quite finished with your culinary adventures, perhaps we can return to the matter at hand. Right, Franklin nodded, adopting a comically serious expression. I'm all ears. Well, technically, I'm mostly genetically enhanced superhuman tissue, but you get the idea. Cain sighed, a sound like wind whistling through ancient ruins. Very well. Listen closely, Primarch, for I shall explain the nature of the warp and how to harness its power. What followed was a comprehensive lecture on the Immaterium, delivered with all the gravitas befitting an Ildari god. Cain spoke of the Sea of Souls, the raw stuff of creation and destruction, of the psychic energies that flowed through all living things. He explained how psychers could tap into this realm, shaping reality itself with the power of their will. Franklin listened intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. As Cain's explanation wound down, the Primarch's face lit up with understanding. Oh, I get it. He exclaimed. So the warp is basically reality manipulation. If you're strong enough, you can do pretty much anything. Cain's surprise was evident in his tone. That's a surprisingly succinct summary, yes. Franklin grinned, clearly pleased with himself. See? I'm not just a pretty face and devastating good looks. I've got brains too. Indeed, Cain drawled. You continue to astonish me, Primarch. So, Franklin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, what's stopping me from just, I don't know, throwing around miniature suns at my enemies during battles? That seems like it would be pretty effective. Cain chuckled, a sound like grinding obsidian. Nothing, absolutely nothing, except perhaps the trifling matter of incinerating the entire planet along with yourself if you were to conjure too many stellar bodies. And your control over the warp. Franklin blinked. Ah. Yeah, that might put a damper on things. Bit of a PR nightmare too. I can see the headlines now, Primarch's stellar performance, billions vaporized. Quite, Cain replied dryly. Now, shall we begin with some practical applications? For the next few hours, Franklin practiced channeling his psychic energy through the death blade. Under Cain's guidance, he learned to infuse the weapon with warp energy, enhancing its already formidable cutting power. Hey, I think I'm getting the hang of this. Franklin exclaimed as the blade sliced through a reinforced adamantium target like it was made of parchment. Indeed, Cain acknowledged. Your progress is adequate. Franklin held the death blade on one hand and raised his other empty hand targeting the dummies. He stood in the center of the training ground, his face scrunched up in concentration. After several minutes of intense effort, the best he managed was a faint flicker of energy around his fingertips. Hey, Franklin said, staring at his hand. Is it supposed to tickle like that? Cain's exasperation was palpable. No, Primarch, it is not supposed to tickle. You should be able to conjure storms of psychic energy, not produce a light show fit for an administratum clerk's retirement party. Franklin shrugged. Hey, Rome wasn't built in a day. Or was it? I always get my Terran history mixed up. Did the Emperor build Rome? He seems like the type who'd build a city in a day just to show off. Focus. Cain snapped. Your inability to channel your powers without a focus is perplexing. Even for one as uniquely dense as yourself. Hey now, Franklin protested, I'll have you know my density is perfectly calibrated for maximum primarchiness. Cain ignored the quip. Perhaps we're approaching this from the wrong angle. Tell me, Primarch, how do you perceive your connection to the warp? Franklin scratched his head. Well, it's kind of like, you know when you're trying to remember the name of that one guy, and it's right on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't quite grab it. It's like that, but instead of a name, it's unfathomable cosmic power. I see, Cain replied, clearly not seeing at all. And when you channel your power through your weapons? Oh, that's easy, Franklin grinned. It's like playing one of those old Terran video games. You just point, click, and boom. Enemy go splat. Cain was silent for a long moment, processing this uniquely Valorian perspective on psychic warfare. You are, without doubt, the strangest being I have encountered in my long existence, Primarch. Ah, thanks. Franklin beamed. I do try. It was not a compliment, Cain growled. But perhaps, yes, maybe we can work with this peculiar mindset of yours. The god instructed Franklin to pick up his bolt pistol again. Now, imagine you're playing one of your video games. The warp is your controller, reality is the screen, and your will is the game's code. Franklin nodded enthusiastically. Ooh, I like this analogy. Does this make you the tutorial NPC? I am the god of war and murder, Cain replied flatly. I am no one's NPC. Right, sorry, Franklin said, not sounding sorry at all. So, what you're saying is, I should try to hack the game. If that helps you conceptualize it, then yes, Cain sighed. Now, focus on the bolt round in the chamber. Visualize its path, its impact. Will it to do the impossible. Franklin took a deep breath, raised the pistol, and fired. The bolt round erupted from the barrel, then suddenly split into a dozen smaller projectiles, each one striking a different target around the room with pinpoint accuracy. Holy Terra! Franklin exclaimed. Did you see that? I just turned one bullet into, like, a whole bullet family. Cain's voice held a mix of impressed and disturbed. Indeed. It seems your unique perspective on psychic manipulation has some merit after all. Cain, ever the patient mentor, or so he told himself, decided it was time to introduce Franklin to some of the more advanced Yildari psychic techniques. Now, Primarch, we shall delve into the manipulation of fire, temperature, auras, sound, and even the very statistics of reality itself. Franklin's eyes lit up like a child on Sanguinala morning. Ooh, fancy! So, I get to be a space wizard now. Please, Cain sighed, refrain from using such crude terminology. These are ancient and revered Ildari techniques, not parlor tricks. Right, right, Franklin nodded solemnly. Ancient and revered space wizardry. Got it. As Cain began his instruction, Franklin proved to be an unexpectedly apt pupil. He quickly grasped the concepts of elemental manipulation, combining them in ways that even Cain found impressive, though he'd never admit it. Hey, watch this! Franklin exclaimed, concentrating intensely. Suddenly, an aura of searing heat enveloped him, the temperature rivaling that of a star's surface. Impressive, Cain admitted, before noticing a slight problem. Though perhaps you should. Is it hot in here, or is it just me? Franklin grinned, oblivious to the fact that the floor beneath him was starting to melt. Primarch! The ship! Cain shouted. Oh, crap! Franklin quickly shut off the effect, leaving a Franklin-shaped indent in the now cooling metal floor. I meant to do that. It's a tactical floor modification. Yet. Next, they moved on to manipulating statistics and physical properties. Franklin practiced on a combat training dummy, focusing his will on altering its attributes. Behold! He announced dramatically as he pointed the death sword at it, I shall now make this foe cower before my might. To Cain's surprise, the dummy indeed began to shrink, becoming comically small. Ha! Franklin laughed. Not so tough now, are you, Tiny? Cain observed these displays with growing amazement and concern. You are, surprisingly adept at this, Primarch. Your raw psychic potential is truly staggering. Ah, shucks, Franklin grinned. You're making me blush. However, Cain soon noticed a peculiar limitation as Franklin used the death sword on his hand to cast spells. Why do you seem to be unable to manifest these abilities without holding a weapon? How inconvenient. Franklin shrugged. Hey, a guy's gotta have a gimmick, right? In a flash of divine inspiration, or perhaps desperation, Cain suggested, try wearing these gauntlets. Perhaps they will serve as a focus. Franklin slipped on the ornate gauntlets, which immediately crackled with warp energy. Oh ho! Now we're cooking with promethium. What followed was a display that would have made even the most flamboyant Eldar farsa raise an eyebrow. Franklin pranced around the training room, shooting warp lightning from his fingertips and gleefully shouting, I cast magic missile. And eldritch blast. And, most frequently, fireball. At one point, he even attempted to cast something he called the Emperor's Crushing Hand, aiming at the dummy's nether regions while yelling, testicular torsion. Cain, for perhaps the first time in his long existence, was rendered speechless. After hours of magical mayhem, Franklin finally seemed to tire of his newfound space wizardry. He picked up his trusty bolt pistol and the death blade, a content smile on his face. You know, Cain, he mused, this magic stuff is fun and all, but I think I'll stick to being a gunslinger with a side of swordsmanship. It's who I am, you know. Cain's exasperation was palpable. After all that, you're just going back to your guns. Franklin shrugged. Hey, a man's gotta know his limitations. And his strengths. And I'm really good at shooting things. The god of war couldn't argue with that logic, as much as he wanted to. You are, without doubt, the most infuriating being I have ever encountered. Thanks. Franklin beamed, completely missing the insult. Oh, hey, I just had an idea. What if we set up a Liberium for the Legion? You know, teach some of the boys these nifty tricks. An intriguing proposition, Cain admitted. Though I was under the impression that psychers were, not well regarded in your cluster. Franklin waved dismissively. Details. We'll just need to do some rebranding. Instead of dangerous psychers, we'll call them tactical reality adjusters or something. As Franklin rambled on about his plans for a psychic training program, a mischievous glint appeared in his eye. You know, with these new abilities, we could come up with some really interesting combat techniques. Ones that might make the old Geneva Conventions look like a children's tea party rulebook. Geneva Conventions? Cain queried, unfamiliar with the term. Franklin grinned. Oh, just some ancient Terran guidelines for warfare. But in the grim darkness of the far future, we call it the Geneva Checklist. Cain, despite his better judgment, found himself intrigued. And what sort of techniques did you have in mind? For the next hour, Franklin excitedly outlined various combat applications of his newfound psychic abilities, each one more outlandish and potentially devastating than the last. Ideas ranged from psychically guided smart bullets to localized time dilation fields to something he called the brown note amplifier. As he listened, Cain found himself torn between horror at the potential consequences of these ideas and a grudging admiration for the Primarch's creativity. "All right, Cain," Franklin grinned, giving the sword a casual twirl. "Let's see if we can't spice up this sword and sorcery routine a bit." The Ildari god of war's voice emanated from the death blade, a mix of curiosity and resignation. "Very well, Primarch. Show me what you've concocted." Franklin's grin widened as he launched into motion. The death blade sang through the air, leaving trails of distorted reality in its wake. Suddenly, he pivoted, bringing the disintegration pistol to bear. A beam of coherent energy lashed out, vaporizing a target dummy before it had time to register the hit. "Not bad, eh?" Franklin called out, already moving into his next sequence. "I call this one the Liberator's Lament." Cain's sigh was almost audible. "Must you name every technique?" "Of course," Franklin replied, executing a flawless pirouette that somehow ended with 3 more dummies reduced to atomic dust. "It adds flair." As the Primarch continued his deadly dance, the interplay between sword, gun, and psychic power became increasingly complex. The death blade cleaved through the air, whilst his pistol fired disintegration beams striking targets from impossible angles. "You know," Franklin mused, casually deflecting an incoming projectile with a psychic barrier, "I think I'm starting to get the hang of this whole reality manipulation thing." Cain's voice held a note of genuine impressment. "Indeed. Your progress is remarkable, if somewhat unorthodox." Franklin beamed at the praise, then suddenly froze mid-motion. His eyes gleamed with that particular light that Cain had come to recognize as the precursor to something either brilliant or catastrophic. Often both. Franklin raised the death blade high, channeling psychic energy into the blade until it glowed like a miniature sun. With a theatrical flourish, he brought the sword down in a devastating arc. A crescent of flames erupted from the blade, racing across the training deck and reducing a whole row of target dummies to ash. "Booyah!" Franklin whooped, pumping his fist in the air. "How's that for a finishing move?" Cain was silent for a moment, processing what he had just witnessed. "I must admit, Primarch, that was impressive. Though I don't recall teaching you that particular technique." Franklin shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eye. I figured if I could do the swooshy sword thing and the fiery magic thing separately, why not combine them? It's like peanut butter and jelly, but with more explosions." "A unique perspective," Cain replied diplomatically. "I suppose there is merit in adapting and combining techniques to suit one's individual style." "Exactly." Franklin nodded enthusiastically. "Why limit myself to just sword and sorcery when I can throw some good old-fashioned gunslinging into the mix?" As if to emphasize his point, Franklin holstered his disintegration pistol and reached into thin air. With a flourish that defied the laws of physics, he pulled out a massive rotary cannon that by all rights should not have fit in the non-existent space he drew it from. Cain's surprise was evident in his tone. "Primarch, how did you?" Franklin grinned, hefting the improbably large weapon with ease. "Oh, this old thing? Just a little dimensional storage embedded into my suit." Before Cain could formulate a response, Franklin was already in motion again. The rotary cannon roared to life, spewing a torrent of explosive rounds that somehow curved in mid-air, weaving between the psychic fire slashes he was still sending out with the death blade. The resulting destruction was as impressive as it was excessive. When the smoke cleared, the training deck looked less like a military facility and more like the aftermath of a particularly enthusiastic orc waik. Franklin surveyed the carnage with a satisfied nod. "Now that's what I call a grand finale." As Franklin began excitedly brainstorming names for his new techniques, the Liberty Lambada? No, too dancey. The Freedom Fandango? Getting warmer, Cain found himself reflecting on the strange twists of fate that had led him to this point. "All right, Cain," Franklin said, twirling the pistol with practiced ease. "I've been thinking about this whole psychic business." The Ildari god of war's voice emanated from the death blade, a mix of curiosity and trepidation. "Oh? And what profound insights have you gleaned, Primarch?" Franklin grinned. "Well, you know how my bullets always seem to hit their mark, no matter how impossible the shot." "Yes," Cain replied cautiously. "Your aim is, Unnaturally accurate. Exactly. Franklin exclaimed. I think that might be some kind of built-in Primarch power. Like, psychic stuff that's hardwired into my very being. Cain was silent for a moment, processing this. An intriguing theory. It would explain certain anomalies in your abilities. Franklin nodded enthusiastically. Right? And I've got this feeling there's more where that came from. Like, untapped potential just waiting to be unleashed. A few minutes later. Well, Franklin said finally, clapping his hands together, I think that's enough mad science for one day. We can explore my Primarchy abilities next time. What do you say we grab some dinner? I'm thinking of trying to psychically enhance my grilled cheese making skills. As Cain watched Franklin sauntered away, Cain felt respect growing for this odd, irreverent giant approach to the warp. Perhaps, just perhaps, Franklin Valorian's unorthodox approach to psychic warfare might prove to be exactly what the galaxy needed in these dark times. Or it might lead to unmitigated disaster. With Franklin, it was always a toss-up. Either way, Cain mused, it would certainly be interesting to watch unfold. Chapter 34, Progress. Franklin Valorian stood atop a scaffolding, his imposing figure silhouetted against the backdrop of New Washington's skyline. Below him, a hive of activity buzzed as construction crews, automatons, and floating drones worked tirelessly to transform the old city library into the fortress that would become the Library of Congress. How fitting, Franklin mused, a wry smile playing on his lips. From a humble repository of knowledge to the beating heart of our legion's psychic might. He descended the scaffolding with practiced ease, his feet touching the ground just as a group of his gene sons approached. My sons, Franklin greeted them, his voice carrying a mixture of pride and amusement. I see you've finally decided to come out of the psychic closet. The Astartes shifted uncomfortably, their superhuman faces showing hints of embarrassment. Franklin stood in front of his sons, his voice steady despite his nervousness. I know the cluster isn't too keen on psychers, but times are changing. We're part of something bigger now, and we need every advantage we can get. So, who among you can do a little space magic? There was a moment of silence before a few hands tentatively raised. Franklin's grin widened. There we go. Come on up here, you closet space wizards. As the Psyker Marines made their way forward, Franklin felt a familiar presence in his mind. Weak, Cain's voice echoed. Your gene sons lack potency in the warp. If not for my intervention, you'd be just as inept. Franklin chuckled internally. Thanks for the vote of confidence, old friend. We'll just have to work with what we've got. One by one, Franklin tested the psychic potential of his sons. He was pleased to see that while their abilities weren't overwhelming, there was definite promise. One Marine in particular caught his eye. You there, Franklin pointed. What's your name, son? The Marine snapped to attention. Vladimir Mendeleev, my lord. Franklin nodded, sensing the spark of potential in Vladimir. Well, Vladimir, how would you like to be the first recruit for our new Liberius? Vladimir's eyes widened. It would be an honor, Lord Valorian, father. Franklin clapped his hands together. Well, my boys, it's time for Psyker 101. Let's start with the basics, shall we? Over the next few hours, Franklin guided his sons through rudimentary psychic exercises. He demonstrated techniques for focusing their minds, channeling warp energies, and manifesting simple psychic phenomena. As he did so, he shared watered-down versions of the incantations Cain had taught him. Remember, Franklin instructed, it's all about intent and focus. The words are just a tool to help you channel your will. Vladimir, showing a particular aptitude, managed to levitate a small rock. Excited by his success, he shouted, I cast levitate. Franklin couldn't help but laugh. Well done, Vladimir. Though perhaps we should work on subtlety next. As the training session wound down, Franklin noticed three figures approaching. He recognized them immediately, Dr. Hiromi Suzuki, Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez, and Dr. Elena Vasquez, his top eggheads as he affectionately called them. Ladies and gentlemen, Franklin greeted them warmly. To what do I owe the pleasure? Dr. Suzuki, his cybernetic eye whirring as it focused, spoke first. Lord Valorian, we've been observing your training session. We believe we may have a solution to enhance the psychic potential of your sons. Franklin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I'm listening. Chief Engineer Cortez stepped forward, her hands moving animatedly as she spoke. We've been working on integrating some of our most advanced technology with psychic amplification techniques. Theoretically, we could create a symbiosis between machine and mind, boosting the rather modest psychic abilities of your gene sons. Modest. Franklin feigned offense. I'll have you know that young Vladimir here can levitate rocks with the best of them. Dr. Vasquez, ever the serious one, cut in. My lord, with all due respect, what Chief Cortez is proposing could turn that rock levitating ability into mountain-moving power. Franklin mused. Sounds like we're creating some sort of techno-psychic super soldiers. Precisely, Dr. Cortez confirmed. And with the resources of the Independence Cluster at our disposal, we could produce equipment far beyond anything the Adeptus Mechanicus could dream of. Franklin paced for a moment, considering the implications. Then, a wide grin spread across his face. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced, I believe we've just given birth to a new breed of Librarius. Or should I say? He paused for dramatic effect, the Federal Bureau of Incantations. There was a moment of silence before Vladimir burst out laughing. The FBI, sir? Really? Franklin shrugged, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Why not? It's catchy, it's got history, and it'll confuse the hell out of everyone else in the Imperium. As the laughter died down, Franklin's expression grew more serious. Dr. Suzuki, I want you to begin developing the neural implants immediately. Chief Cortez, start designing the external psi amplifiers. Dr. Vasquez, I need you to delve into our archives, find every scrap of information we have on psychic phenomena and how it interacts with technology. The scientists nodded, their eyes alight with the prospect of the challenge ahead. Vladimir, Franklin turned to the young Astartes, congratulations. You're about to become our first FBI special agent. I hope you're ready for some serious upgrades. Vladimir straightened, a mix of excitement and apprehension on his face. I am honored, Father. I won't let you down. As the group dispersed to begin their respective tasks, Franklin felt Cain's presence in his mind once more. This is an interesting path you're taking, Franklin, the God Shard commented. Merging technology and psychic power, it's not unlike what my people once did. Oh? Franklin thought back. And how did that work out for them? There was a moment of silence before Cain responded, his mental voice tinged with both warning and amusement. Let's just say it'll be interesting to see if you humans can do better. Franklin chuckled to himself as he watched his sons and scientists scurry about, already hard at work on this new endeavor. Well, Cain, he murmured under his breath, if there's one thing humans are good at, it's learning from others' mistakes, and then making spectacular new ones of our own. With that, he turned and strode towards the rising structure of the Library of Congress. Franklin stood in the sterile environment of Lab 17 within Area 51, his towering form dwarfing the various equipment and researchers scurrying about. Dr. Ilara Chen, head of bioengineering, approached him with a tablet in hand, her eyes alight with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Lord Valorian, she began, her voice steady despite her obvious enthusiasm, I've made a discovery that I believe you'll find intriguing. Franklin raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Go on, Dr. Chen. You've got my attention. Dr. Chen tapped her tablet, bringing up a holographic display of what appeared to be a complex organ. My lord, I believe I've identified the source of your uniqueness. We're calling it the Immortus gland, though some of the team have taken to calling it the Godmaker. Franklin leaned in, examining the hologram with keen interest. Interesting name. What exactly does this Godmaker do? Dr. Chen's excitement bubbled over as she began to explain. It's a genetically engineered organ, about twice the size of a thumbnail, located within your cerebral cortex. Our analysis suggests that this organ is responsible for your immense size, superhuman strength, and accelerated growth to maturity. Franklin nodded slowly, processing the information. And you believe this was created by the Emperor? Without a doubt, Dr. Chen affirmed. The level of genetic engineering involved, it's beyond anything we've ever seen. It's nothing short of miraculous. This organ not only regulates your growth and strength but also your overall metabolism. We believe it grants you a lifespan measured in centuries, if not functional immortality. Franklin let out a low whistle. Well, that explains a few things. But tell me, Dr. Chen, you already informed me of this a few years ago. I assume there are extensive research. Dr. Chen took a deep breath before continuing. My lord, we believe this organ exists not just in you, but in all the Primarchs. We've only confirmed its existence in 3 so far, including yourself, but the implications are significant. Franklin's eyes narrowed slightly. Significant how? If we can understand how the immortus gland works, Dr. Chen explained, her voice lowering slightly, we might be able to improve upon the Astartes themselves. Enhance their abilities, perhaps even extend their lifespans further. There was a moment of tense silence as Franklin considered the implications. Finally, he spoke, his voice measured. You realize, Dr. Chen, that what you're proposing could be considered the highest form of tech heresy by the Mechanicus. Dr. Chen nodded solemnly. I do, my lord. That's why I'm bringing this directly to you. We need your approval. Franklin paced for a moment, his mind racing with the possibilities and potential consequences. Finally, he turned back to Dr. Chen. All right, you have my support to continue your research, but with conditions. This stays in Area 51, under the highest security protocols. Only you and I will know the full extent of what's being done here. Understood. Dr. Chen nodded eagerly. Of course, Lord Valorian. Thank you for your trust in this matter. Franklin held up a hand. Don't thank me yet, Doctor. We're treading on dangerous ground here. I'll need to approach the Emperor about this, carefully. In the meantime, I want regular updates on your progress. Absolutely, my lord, Dr. Chen replied. We'll begin immediately. May I ask, would you be willing to undergo some additional tests? It could greatly accelerate our research. Franklin grinned. Why not? It's not every day you get to be a test subject for your own superhuman abilities. Set it up, Doctor. Let's see what this Godmaker can really do. Over the next few weeks, Franklin split his time between overseeing the construction of the FBI headquarters and participating in Dr. Chen's research. The tests were rigorous, pushing even his superhuman physiology to its limits. Franklin couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the Emperor, creating something as complex and powerful as the immortus gland. Father, he mused aloud, I hope you'll understand why we're doing this. The galaxy is a dangerous place, and we need every advantage we can get. A dozen solar months later, Franklin Valorian stood at the head of the Grand Hall within the newly constructed Library of Congress. The vast chamber, with its towering bookshelves and gleaming technological interfaces, served as a testament to the unique blend of knowledge and power that defined the Liberty Eagles. Before him stood the first graduating class of the Federal Bureau of Incantations, his legion's answer to the traditional Librarius. At the forefront of the group, standing tall and proud, was Vladimir Mendeleev. The Space Marine's eyes gleamed with a mixture of determination and barely contained psychic energy. Franklin couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Vladimir had come a long way under his tutelage, proving to be an exception to the generally weak psychic potential of the Liberty Eagles. My sons, Franklin began, his voice carrying effortlessly through the hall, today marks a new chapter in the history of our Legion. You stand before me not just as Space Marines, but as the guardians of knowledge, the wielders of technology, and the shields against the warp's corruption. He gestured to the augur staffs held by each of the assembled technoseers. The staffs hummed with barely contained energy, their embedded A's silently processing vast amounts of data. These staffs are more than mere weapons or tools. They are the bridge between your innate abilities and the technological marvels we have inherited from humanity's golden age. Learn to use them well, for they will be your greatest allies in the battles to come. Franklin paced before the assembled technoseers, his gaze meeting each of theirs in turn. You may not possess the raw psychic might of other legions' librarians, but make no mistake, your strength lies in your adaptability, your understanding of technology, and your ability to work as one cohesive unit. He stopped before Vladimir, placing a hand on the Marine's shoulder. Vladimir Mendeleev, step forward. As Vladimir moved to stand beside his Primarch, Franklin addressed the group once more. Vladimir has shown exceptional psychic potential, a rarity among our ranks. He will serve as your chief librarian, your director. Learn from him, support him, and together, you will be the backbone of our Legion's defense against the horrors of the warp. Vladimir stood tall, his face a mask of determination. I am honored, my lord. I swear to lead our brothers with wisdom and strength. Franklin nodded approvingly before turning back to the assembled technoseers. Now, demonstrate what you have learned. Show me the living lightning, the mastery over machinery that sets you apart. As one, the technoseers raised their augur staffs. The air crackled with energy as arcs of blue-white lightning danced between the staffs, forming intricate patterns in the air. Simultaneously, the various technological devices in the room sprang to life, responding to the electromagnetic manipulation of the technoseers. Franklin watched with satisfaction as holographic displays flickered into existence, showing tactical data and real-time analysis of the psychic energies at play. The drone swarms assigned to each technoseer buzzed to life, forming protective formations around their masters. "Excellent," Franklin said, his voice filled with pride. "Now, Vladimir, show them the true potential of our arts." Vladimir stepped forward, his augur staff pulsing with barely contained power. With a gesture, he called forth a storm of psychic energy that dwarfed the combined efforts of his brothers. The lightning under his control took on a life of its own, forming shapes and patterns of incredible complexity. The other technoseers watched in awe as Vladimir demonstrated his ability to interface with multiple systems simultaneously, his mind and the AI in his staff working in perfect harmony. Holograms danced around him, showing everything from detailed schematics of Legion warships to real-time data on warp fluctuations in nearby space. "This," Franklin said, gesturing to Vladimir, "is what you must aspire to. Not all of you will reach this level of mastery, but together, you will be a force that can turn the tide of battle." He turned to address the group once more. "Remember, your strength lies not in individual power, but in your ability to work as one. You are the shield that protects our brothers from the horrors of the warp. You are the bridge between man and machine. You are the Federal Bureau of Incantations, and you will be the unseen heroes of our Legion." The technoseers stood at attention, their faces set with determination. Franklin could feel their resolve, their dedication to their unique path. Franklin Valorian stood on the observation deck of the newly refitted Sweet Liberty, his eyes scanning the vast expanse of space before him. The void was filled with the glittering hulls of his fleet, each ship a testament to the technological prowess of the Independence cluster. As he admired the view, he heard the familiar footsteps of Dr. Marcus Hawthorne approaching. "Lord Valorian," Dr. Hawthorne called out, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. "I have the final report on the upgrades to Sweet Liberty and the rest of the fleet." Franklin turned, a smile playing on his lips. "Dr. Hawthorne, I trust you bring good news." The head of Void Ship Engineering nodded enthusiastically, his data slate clutched tightly in his hands. "Indeed, my lord. We've made significant improvements across the board. But first, I must inform you of a change in classification." Franklin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Go on." "We can no longer classify Sweet Liberty as a Gloriana-class vessel," Dr. Hawthorne explained. "The extensive modifications and upgrades have pushed it beyond that category. We're proposing a new classification, the Archangel class." "Archangel class," Franklin repeated, testing the words. "It has a nice ring to it. And I assume Sweet Liberty isn't the only ship in this new class?" Dr. Hawthorne nodded. "Correct, my lord. We've taken the liberty and included the Emperor's Bucephalus in this classification as well, given its noted size advantage over Sweet Liberty. It's the only other vessel we know of that matches or exceeds our capabilities." Franklin's eyes gleamed with pride. "Excellent. I'm sure my father will be pleased to hear his ship has such distinguished company. Now, tell me about these upgrades you've made." Dr. Hawthorne's face lit up as he began to detail the improvements. "We've significantly expanded Sweet Liberty's arsenal, my lord. In addition to her existing armaments, we've added disintegration cannons and grav cannons to her broadside batteries." "Disintegration cannons?" Franklin asked, his interest piqued. "You made bigger ones derived from the STC?" "Yes, my lord," Dr. Hawthorne agreed. "Impressive," Franklin mused. "And how do these new weapons integrate with our existing systems?" Dr. Hawthorne pulled up a holographic display from his data slate, showing a detailed schematic of Sweet Liberty. "We've redesigned the power distribution network to accommodate the increased energy requirements. The ship's AI, Sovereign, has been updated to manage the new weapons systems efficiently." As the hologram rotated, showing various angles of the massive ship, Franklin could see the new weapon emplacements seamlessly integrated into Sweet Liberty's sleek design. "What about our defensive capabilities?" Franklin asked, always mindful of protecting his crew and soldiers. "We've made significant improvements there as well, my lord," Dr. Hawthorne replied. "We've upgraded the void shields with oscillating frequencies, making them more resistant to sustained fire. We've also installed a network of point defense grav cannons to intercept incoming ordnance." Franklin nodded approvingly. Excellent work, Doctor. How does Sweet Liberty compare to other flagships now? Dr. Hawthorne's chest swelled with pride. My lord, with these upgrades, Sweet Liberty is arguably the most formidable vessel in the Imperial fleet, second only to the Bucephalus itself. Our simulations show that she could easily hold her own against multiple enemy capital ships simultaneously, including the vengeful spirit of the Luna Wolves and Raphnel of the Space Wolves. And the rest of the fleet? Franklin asked, his mind already considering the tactical advantages these upgrades would provide. We've applied similar upgrades across the board, scaled appropriately for each ship class, Dr. Hawthorne explained. The entire battle fleet Liberty has seen a significant increase in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Franklin turned back to the viewport, his eyes scanning the fleet with newfound appreciation. You've done exemplary work, Doctor. These upgrades will serve us well in the campaigns to come. Standing on the vast command bridge of the newly christened Archangel-class void ship, Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian gazed out at the infinite stretch of space. The ship hummed with a barely contained power, its systems all at the ready, bristling with weaponry that could level planets and technology that harkened back to the zenith of humanity's golden age. The quiet before a storm lingered in the air, the crew's disciplined efficiency a mere backdrop to the weight of the galaxy outside. Suddenly, a sharp ping echoed through the bridge, cutting through the hum of machinery. The ship's central AI, Sovereign, projected a flickering hologram before Franklin, an encrypted transmission, bearing the unmistakable seal of the Emperor. Franklin's eyes narrowed as the transmission opened. The Emperor's voice, deep and resonant, filled the space around him. Franklin, the Emperor intoned, each word steeped in gravitas. You are to make all haste to the Helican sector. There, we shall meet. Your presence is required. Chapter 35, The Legion of Ouroboros. 820.m30, The Great Crusade, Segmentum Obscurus, Helican Sector. The Emperor stood alongside his most trusted custodians, Constantine Valder and R.A. Endymion, reviewing the latest Auspex scans of the Helican Sector. His brow furrowed as the data revealed a disturbing pattern. Entire settlements were being consumed, vanishing from the maps as a relentless tide of Xenos swept across the region. This is most troubling, the Emperor rumbled, his eyes narrowing. The reports speak of a swarm, devouring everything in its path. We must act quickly to contain this threat before it spreads further. Valder stepped forward, his golden armor gleaming. My lord, I propose we mobilize the Titan legions and the forces of the Mechanicus to engage this enemy directly. Their firepower and resilience will be crucial in exterminating this Xenos scourge. R.A. Endymion nodded in agreement. Yes, and we should deploy the full might of your custodian guard, my liege. These foes must be met with overwhelming force to ensure their eradication. The Emperor considered their counsel, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A wise plan, my trusted ones. However, I sense that even our combined might may not be enough to sever this Gordian knot in a timely manner. The Emperor contemplated the reports from Valder and R.A., his brow furrowed in thought. While the Custodians and Titan legions would undoubtedly prevail, he was reluctant to expend their lives in a protracted campaign that could last as long as 12 days. As the Emperor gazed out at the star charts, a familiar visage emerged in his mind's eye, the proud and powerful form of his 11th son, Franklin Valorian. The Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, with his uncanny tactical acumen and the overwhelming firepower of his legion, could be the key to swiftly exterminating the Xenos scourge. Franklin. The Emperor murmured, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Yes, your skills and the might of the Liberty Eagles will be most valuable in this endeavor. Turning to his custodians, the Emperor spoke with renewed purpose. Valder, R.A., prepare to mobilize the Titan legions and Mechanicus forces. But first, summon Franklin Valorian and his legion. I believe their unique capabilities will be the key to swiftly eradicating this Xenos scourge. Valder and R.A. bowed deeply, their faces schooled into expressions of reverence and obedience. It will be done, my lord, they intoned in unison, before departing to carry out the Emperor's commands. The void erupted in a blaze of light as Battlefleet Liberty emerged from the warp, its vast armada of battleships and escorts casting long shadows across the void. At the heart of this mighty force stood the colossal form of the Sweet Liberty, its towering bulk dwarfing most except the Emperor's own flagship, the Bucephalus. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, stood on the bridge, his gaze fixed upon the distant flagship. A broad grin spread across his face as he beheld the familiar silhouette. There he is, the old man himself, Franklin chuckled, clapping his first captain, Denzel Washington, on the shoulder. Time to show him how the Liberty Eagles get the job done. Denzel returned the Primarch's smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. As you say, my lord. Shall we make haste to the Bucephalus? Franklin nodded, his expression filled with a mixture of reverence and affection. Indeed, my friend, it's been a while since we've crossed paths. With that, Franklin led a small entourage aboard a sleek Thunderhawk, the craft racing across the void towards the Bucephalus. As the vessel approached the Emperor's flagship, Franklin felt a familiar presence in his mind, the unmistakable psychic signature of his father. Ah, there you are, my son, the Emperor's voice echoed in Franklin's thoughts, tinged with a rare warmth. I've been expecting you. The Thunderhawk touched down upon the Bucephalus hangar deck, and Franklin emerged, his towering frame casting a long shadow over the custodian's standing guard. Striding forward, he moved with a confident gait, his eyes locked on the two imposing figures waiting for him, Constantine Valder and R.A. Endymion. Valder. R.A. Franklin boomed, his voice rich with affection. It's been far too long since I've seen your scowling faces. To the Primarch's surprise, the custodians remained stoic, their expressions unreadable. Primarch Valorian, Valder acknowledged, his tone formal and clipped. Franklin chuckled at the stoic demeanors of the Golden Banana Boys. He spotted the familiar form of the Emperor, standing tall and resplendent in his golden armor. Father! Franklin exclaimed, sweeping the Emperor into a massive bear hug. By the throne, it's good to see you. The Emperor chuckled, returning the embrace with a firm pat on Franklin's back. And it is good to see you as well, my son. Your arrival is most timely. The Emperor gently disengaged from Franklin's bear hug, his expression turning serious as he gazed into the distance. Franklin, I must draw your attention to a matter of grave importance. Franklin followed the Emperor's line of sight, his brow furrowing as he caught glimpses of dark shapes in the void. What is it, father? Those winged creatures descending from the skies, they don't seem like any Xenos I've encountered before. The Emperor nodded, his eyes narrowing. Indeed, my son. These are no ordinary Xenos. They are a species unlike any we have faced in the Great Crusade thus far, a predatory horde, consuming everything in their path. Tyrannids, the Emperor replied, his voice tinged with a rare note of gravity. A predatory species, devouring all in their path. They come from outside the galaxy, drawn to consume more biomass, all life. Franklin let out a low whistle, his gaze fixed upon the alien swarm. Tyrannids, eh? Fitting name, I suppose. But what are they doing here? Surely they're not foolish enough to challenge the might of the Imperium. The Emperor's expression grew pensive, his eyes narrowing as he peered into the future. I have seen the Tyrannids in their full, grotesque glory, my son. They are a force of nature, unrelenting and all-consuming. In the millennia to come, they will threaten the very existence of humanity. This is but a splinter fleet. Franklin's eyes widened, but a confident grin soon spread across his face. Well, then it's a good thing the Liberty Eagles are here to put them in their place. We don't fear numbers, father. In fact, we thrive on them. Turning, the Emperor gestured towards the distant horizons, where the flickering lights of distant worlds could be seen. I have identified 12 key planets that must be secured, lest the Tyrannid swarm consume them. Valder and R.A. will lead our forces to clear the half on the right flank. I would have you and your Liberty Eagles take the left. As Franklin Valorian's Thunderhawk departed, the Emperor's gaze followed the receding silhouette, a faint smile playing on his lips. His son's infectious confidence and unwavering determination never failed to stir a sense of pride within him, a rare emotion for the ancient being. Yet, the weight of what he had glimpsed in the future continued to burden the Emperor's mind. The Tyrannids, this great devourer as they would come to be known, were a threat the Imperium had never faced before, a ravenous, ever-adapting horde that would sweep across the galaxy, consuming all in its path. The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he recalled the visions, the grotesque images of the Tyrannid bioforms and their seemingly limitless numbers. It was a sobering sight, a testament to the sheer scale and devastation this menace would one day unleash upon humanity and its allies. But the Emperor was not one to be cowed by such a challenge. His gaze hardened with resolute determination, his mind racing with strategies and contingencies. For all the Tyrannid's formidable abilities, they were still a purely physical threat, bound by the constraints of the material realm. Unlike chaos, the Emperor murmured to himself, his thoughts darkening. It was chaos, with its insidious tendrils reaching into the past, present, and future, that truly threatened to unravel the Imperium's foundations. The Tyrannids, for all their might, were but a minor threat compared to the greater disease that festered in the warp. The Emperor's eyes drifted to the distant warp rift, the subtle currents of the immaterium swirling and churning. It was here, in this realm of raw, unbound power, that the true threats to humanity's survival lay, the ruinous powers, the malevolent entities that sought to corrupt and destroy all that the Imperium had built. And it was here that the Emperor's greatest hope lay, the Webway project, the key to humanity's salvation. If he could secure the Webway, the Imperium would be shielded from the ravages of the warp, and the Tyrannids would find their strength diminished, their numbers no longer an overwhelming advantage. With the Webway secure and the inertialess drives completed, the Emperor knew that the Great Devourer would pose little threat to a unified Imperium of man. The task would be daunting, to be sure, but the Emperor was convinced that his sons, his Primarchs, would rise to the challenge. His gaze drifted once more to the Thunderhawk's retreating form, and his thoughts turned to Franklin Valorian, the Primarch of the Liberty Eagles. Of all his sons, Franklin had always held a special place in the Emperor's heart, a reflection, perhaps, of the Primarch's own unwavering spirit and steadfast loyalty. The Emperor had seen the many potential futures that could befall the Imperium, and in most, the 11th Primarch, along with the 2nd, had been lost to the corrupting influence of chaos. But when the Emperor had first discovered Franklin, the very fabric of those visions had shifted, the future becoming less certain, more malleable. The Emperor turned to R.A., his expression grave. "Endymion, summon a remembrancer. I have a task for them." R.A. bowed, his face betraying no emotion. "At once, my lord." He swiftly departed, leaving the Emperor and Valder alone in the hangar. The Emperor's gaze followed Ra's retreating form, his mind racing with the weight of his visions. Turning to Valder, he spoke in a measured tone. "Constantine, these Tyrannids are a far graver threat than they appear. But I would have the Remembrancer record them as a minor Xenos species, one that the Imperium has swiftly crushed under our heel." Valder's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a rare display of emotion from the stoic custodian. "My lord, forgive me, but are you certain that is wise? From your words, these Tyrannids seem to pose a greater danger than you let on." The Emperor nodded, his expression pensive. "Indeed, Valder. But I have my reasons for downplaying the threat. For now, it is crucial that the Imperium's focus remains on the eradication of Xenos and the unification of humanity." Valder nodded, his understanding evident in his measured tone. "I see, my lord. And the Remembrancer?" "Ah, yes." The Emperor's lips quirked into a faint smile. "I would have them record the Tyrannids as a minor Xenos threat named the Legion of Ouroboros, one that Franklin and his Liberty Eagles have swiftly crushed. I do not wish to draw unnecessary attention to the true scale of this menace, not yet, at least." Valder's expression remained stoic, but the Emperor could sense the custodian's unspoken questions. "I trust your judgment, my lord," Valder said, bowing deeply. "The Remembrancer shall record as you have instructed." Aboard the colossal battleship, Sweet Liberty, Franklin Valorian gathered his closest advisors, the Continental High Command of the Liberty Eagles. Their faces were etched with a mixture of determination and concern as they reviewed the latest intelligence on the Tyrannid threat. "All right, my friends, let's have it," Franklin boomed, his voice carrying a confident, almost jovial tone. "Sovereign, give us the rundown on these Xenos we're about to exterminate." The ship's central AI, Sovereign, began showing holograms and data. "My lord, the data we've gathered paints a concerning picture. These Tyrannids are unlike any foe we've encountered before. The initial scans of the Tyrannid forces indicate a highly adaptable and interconnected hive mind structure. Their ships, or rather, living bioconstructs, are capable of rapidly consuming and assimilating biomass, using it to spawn new and varied organisms." Franklin's brow furrowed as he studied the holographic display, his mind already racing with strategies. "Go on, Sovereign. What else can you tell us about these Tyrannids?" "The Tyrannids appear to possess a sophisticated synapse network, allowing them to coordinate their forces with a high degree of efficiency," Sovereign continued. "Additionally, we have detected a disturbance in the warp that seems to interfere with the use of psychic powers in the affected regions." Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, stepped forward, his expression grim. "Uncontrollable psychic backlash and headaches, no doubt the work of this synapse network you speak of. Our technoseers will be severely hampered in their efforts to support us." Franklin felt a familiar presence stir within his mind, the ancient and powerful consciousness of Cain, the shard of the god of war contained within the Death Sword. "Primarch," the voice echoed, its tone laced with a barely contained fury. "I can feel the shadow in the warp, a constant hum, like the chittering of a billion insects. Franklin's brow furrowed as he listened to the ancient entity's words, his grip tightening on the hilt of the mighty blade at his side. This synapse network of the Tyrannids, Cain continued, it infects the warp, disrupting the flow of psychic power. If you wish to unleash the full might of your librarians, this shadow must be purged. Franklin nodded subtly, his mind racing with the implications. And how, exactly, do you propose we accomplish that, old friend? A low, rumbling chuckle echoed in his mind. With violence, of course. These Tyrannids have angered me, Primarch. I thirst for their Xeno's blood. Franklin's lips curled into a wry smile. Well, then, I suppose we'll have to oblige you. The Liberty Eagles are more than ready to deliver. Franklin informed his high command of the shadow in the warp. Vladimir Mendelev's eyes widened, his expression grim. That would explain the psychic backlash and interference we've been experiencing. If this shadow in the warp is not dealt with, our technoseers will be effectively crippled. Franklin nodded, his eyes narrowing. Then we'll have to rely on more conventional methods. Sovereign, give me a real-time assessment of the Tyrannid assault on the first of the designated worlds. The hololith shifted, displaying a planet in the throes of a Tyrannid invasion. Spores rained from the sky, altering the environment and terraforming the world to suit the Xeno's needs. Massive bioconstructs stormed the surface, swarming over the hapless defenders. Franklin watched the scene unfold, his expression betraying a hint of amusement. Well, now, that's quite the impressive display. But I dare say, they've picked the wrong Primarch to tangle with. Turning to his assembled commanders, Franklin's gaze swept across the room, his voice filled with confidence. All right, you magnificent bastards, here's what we're going to do. Sovereign, I want you to coordinate with Vladimir and his technoseers to develop a counter-terraforming strategy, using our nanotech to consume and replace those spore-borne microorganisms. The chief librarian nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It will be done, my lord. The technoseers are already formulating a plan. Franklin grinned, clasping his hands together. All right, then. Let's show these Tyrannids just what the Liberty Eagles are made of. If only they had the common sense to invade a millennium from now, then they might have stood a chance. The room erupted in laughter, the confidence and camaraderie palpable. Operation Bug Spray, Franklin had cheekily named it, though there was nothing remotely playful about his methods. The Tyrannid fleet had been detected a few astronomical units away, and their presence was unmistakable and all-consuming, ever-hungry tide of bioships, swarming and ready to devour anything in their path. But for Franklin, they were just oversized bugs that needed extermination. Primarch, came the cool, modulated voice of Sovereign, the AI in charge of Sweet Liberty's systems. I have visual confirmation of the Tyrannid fleet. They are approximately 6 astronomical units from our current position. Franklin glanced at the holographic display that Sovereign had pulled up, showing the writhing mass of the Tyrannid bioships. He grinned widely, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Sovereign, he said, his voice dripping with nonchalance, do you see the enemy? Yes, Primarch, the AI responded, their fleet is directly ahead. Franklin's smirk deepened. Well, Sovereign, I don't want to. There was a brief pause as Sovereign processed the command, its advanced logic circuits no doubt grappling with the peculiarity of the statement. But this was Franklin Valorian, and by now, the AI was accustomed to his whims. Understood, Primarch, Sovereign replied. In the next moment, the entirety of Sweet Liberty came to life. The ship's weapon ports, previously dormant, now hummed with lethal intent. The Tyrannid fleet, teeming with organic ships that pulsated with life, was met with a terrifying barrage. Smart missiles screamed through the void, weaving through the mass of bioships with pinpoint accuracy. Nova cannons flared to life, their blasts tearing through the organic matter as if it were paper. Grav weapons distorted space itself, crushing the Tyrannid vessels into singularities of nothingness. Disintegration cannons fired beams of pure energy that vaporized anything unfortunate enough to be caught in their path. The Tyrannids, in a desperate attempt to survive the onslaught, deployed their organic shields, massive, living barriers designed to absorb incoming fire. But against the combined fury of the Sweet Liberty's arsenal, the shields were about as useful as a paper umbrella in a hurricane. Franklin watched as the numbers on the holographic display began to dwindle at an alarming rate. One moment, the Tyrannid fleet was a dense cloud of writhing organisms, the next, it was a rapidly thinning mist. His smirk widened into a full-blown grin. Within seconds, the once formidable Tyrannid fleet was reduced to a fraction of its former size. 3/4 of the bio ships had been obliterated, leaving nothing but drifting debris and a few straggling vessels that were quickly mopped up by the follow-up salvos. "Sovereign, status report," Franklin said, his tone casual, as if he'd just completed a routine task. "3/4 of the Tyrannid fleet has been destroyed, Primarch. Remaining forces are in full retreat. Operation Bug Spray is a resounding success." Franklin chuckled, a deep, satisfied sound. "Well, I'd say that went better than expected. Sovereign, make a note, next time, we'll need less spray and more bug." Franklin Valorian had started Operation Bug Spray with a bang literally. A/N, if y'all wanna know, it was on the 4th Codex I think. Chapter 36, A Bad Day to be a Bug. The sky above the beleaguered world burned with the fury of orbital bombardment as the Sweet Liberty and Battlefleet Liberty engaged the Tyrannid bioships. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, stood in his drop pod, the death sword humming with anticipation in his grip. "Ready or not, here we come," Franklin muttered, a grin spreading across his face as the pod plummeted towards the planet's surface. The moment the drop pod's doors blew open, Franklin stepped out onto the ravaged landscape. The air around him shimmered with intense heat, causing nearby Tyrannid organisms to shrivel and melt. Termagants foolish enough to approach him burst into flames, their chitinous armor no match for the Primarch's aura. As Franklin strode forward, the ground beneath his feet liquefied, leaving a trail of molten earth in his wake. Tyrannid spores in the air combusted, creating a halo of fire around him. The shadow in the warp, which had crippled psychers across the planet, seemed to have little effect on the Primarch. Franklin stood tall, a god of war incarnate, ready to face the Xenos horde. "Well," Franklin mused aloud, his voice carrying over the din of battle, "looks like we've got ourselves a bit of a pest problem. Blood. Battle. Slaughter them all." Cain's voice boomed in Franklin's mind, the shard of the Eldar god of war within the death sword pulsing with eager bloodlust. Franklin rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Oh, pipe down, you overgrown letter opener. We're not just charging in like some frothing Kyrnate berserker. Coward. Weakling. Face them head on." Cain raged, causing the death sword to vibrate in Franklin's grip. "Listen here, you melodramatic butter knife," Franklin growled, decapitating a charging carnifex with a casual swing. "Its remains smoldering to nothingness. I'm not about to get kited around this hellscape just because you've got an itch for violence. We're doing this smart." As Franklin spoke, the earth beneath his feet began to melt, creating a pool of molten rock that spread outward, consuming smaller Tyrannid organisms and forcing larger ones to retreat. The Primarch strode forward, each step leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Franklin rolled his eyes, parrying a warrior's scything talons with a casual flick of his wrist. "You know, for an ancient god of war, you're not very big on strategy, are you?" "Strategy?" Cain scoffed. "What need have we for strategy when we can simply annihilate all before us?" Franklin sidestepped a spray of bioacid, watching with amusement as it melted the ground where he had stood moments before. "See, that's exactly the kind of thinking that gets people killed. Or gods shattered into a million pieces, in your case. Insolent mortal." Cain roared. "I am the god of war. My tactics are beyond your comprehension." "Oh really?" Franklin raised an eyebrow, casually incinerating a screamer killer that had lumbered too close. "Because from where I'm standing, your tactics seem to boil down to charge headlong into the enemy and hope for the best. As if to prove Franklin's point, a massive swarm of gargoyles descended from the sky, their shrieks filling the air. Cain's presence surged within the death sword, urging Franklin to meet them head-on. "Yes. Battle. Blood. Charge, mortal. Show them the fury of Cain." "It's not fear, it's common sense," Franklin muttered, scanning the battlefield. His eyes lit up as he eyes the incoming swarm. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to show you how a real tactician handles this situation with overwhelming firepower." Franklin charged his death sword until it began to glow like the sun and swung. A massive slash of fire was sent towards the gargoyles, annihilating if not lethally injuring those further up. Franklin emerged from the other side of the hab block, dusting off his hands. "And that, my dear Cain, is how you deal with flying enemies in an urban environment." "Humph," Cain grumbled. "An interesting trick. But lackluster and the portion of the city missing. "Oh, I'm sorry," Franklin replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I forgot the part where getting yourself turned into a sword was such a brilliant tactical move. As he spoke, a massive shadow fell over him. Franklin looked up to see a Hierophant Bio-Titan looming overhead, its massive form blotting out the sun. Now that's more like it. Franklin grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ready for some real action, you glorified butter knife. Finally. A worthy foe. Cain roared in approval. Franklin crouched, the air around him shimmering with heat and psychic energy. With a mighty leap, he launched himself at the Bio-Titan, the death sword leaving a trail of fire in its wake. You know, Franklin quipped as he sliced through one of the Hierophant's massive limbs, for a god of war, you're awfully picky about your battles. Silence, mortal. Focus on the fight. Cain snapped back. Franklin rolled his eyes as he dodged a spray of corrosive bioplasma. I am focused. I'm just a better multitasker than you. Must be all that time I spent actually winning wars instead of getting shattered into pieces. The Hierophant roared in pain and fury as Franklin continued his assault, each strike of the death sword leaving deep, burning gashes in its chitinous armor. See? This is how you fight a war, Franklin said, leaping onto the Bio-Titan's back. Strategy, adaptability, and a healthy dose of witty banter. Banter is for weaklings. Roar your defiance. Cain insisted. Franklin sighed dramatically as he plunged the death sword into the Hierophant's head. You really need to work on your people skills. No wonder the Eldar don't invite you to parties anymore. As the massive creature collapsed, Franklin rode its falling body to the ground, landing with a graceful flourish. All around him, the Tyrannid forces were in disarray, caught between the Primarch's devastating assault and the swarms of nanobots reclaiming the atmosphere. And that, my excitable friend, Franklin said, patting the death sword, is how you win a battle without getting kited around like a novice. It was adequate, Cain grudgingly admitted. As the last echoes of the fallen Hierophant's death throes faded away, Franklin chuckled, the sound carrying across the war-torn landscape. With a thought, he dialed down the intense heat emanating from his body, the air around him cooling to merely sweltering levels. All right, you chitinous bastards, Franklin grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischievous excitement. Let's see how you like a taste of good old-fashioned firepower. What trickery is this? Cain's voice boomed in his mind, a mix of curiosity and indignation. Where is the glory of close combat? Oh, hush, you oversized letter opener, Franklin muttered. Sometimes, the most elegant solution is simply more DACA. With a series of clicks and whirs, Franklin's mech suit began to transform. Panels slid open, revealing an arsenal that would make even the most trigger-happy orc mech drool with envy. Multiple smart missile launchers emerged from his shoulders, while his arms reconfigured into his signature quad cannons. Now this, Franklin grinned, is what I call a party. The Primarch's first salvo was nothing short of spectacular. Smart missiles streaked across the battlefield, each one finding its mark with unerring accuracy. Tyrannid warriors exploded in showers of ichor and chitin, while smaller gaunts were reduced to fine mist. DACA DACA DACA! Freedom! Franklin roared, his voice filled with childlike glee as his quad cannons spun up, spewing forth a hail of hypervelocity rounds. The air itself seemed to ignite as the barrage tore through the Tyrannid swarms, leaving nothing but shredded biomass in its wake. This is not war. Cain protested weakly, though there was a hint of admiration in his tone. Oh, but it is, Franklin laughed, switching one arm to a plasma cannon and vaporizing a charging carnifex. This is war in the 30th millennium, my melodramatic friend. Overwhelming firepower, pinpoint accuracy, and just a touch of style. As he spoke, Franklin's right shoulder launcher, reconfigured into a disintegration cannon. With a thought, he unleashed a beam of pure annihilation, carving a swath through the Tyrannid ranks. Where the beam touched, nothing remained, not even ash. You see, Franklin continued, his tone conversational despite the carnage he was unleashing, the key is variety. Keep them guessing, never let them adapt. As if to emphasize his point, Franklin's arm shifted once more, this time into a massive grav cannon. With a gesture, he shot a lumbering Tyrannofex, the massive creature crushed by its own weight. From the distance, John Ezra and the Secret Service watched in awe as their Primarch unleashed destruction on a scale they had never before witnessed. Seeing that Franklin had dialed down his heat aura, they knew it was time to join the fray. All right, boys, John called out, his voice filled with determination. Let's show these Xeno scum why you don't mess with the Liberty Eagles. The Secret Service moved in perfect synchronization, their own advanced weaponry adding to the symphony of destruction Franklin had begun. Ion beams, plasma bolts, and hypervelocity rounds and missiles crisscrossed and rained on the battlefield, cutting down Tyrannids with overwhelming firepower. Who needs a scalpel when you can use a sledgehammer? Franklin grinned as he saw his honor guard joining the fight. Ah, John. So good of you to join us. I was beginning to think you'd miss all the fun. John chuckled as he blasted a lictor with his plasma cannons. Wouldn't dream of it, my lord. Though I must say, you seem to have things well in hand. Oh, you know me, Franklin quipped, unleashing another barrage of smart missiles. I never like to hog all the glory. There's plenty of Xenos to go around. The combined firepower of Franklin and his Secret Service was devastating. Multiple Tyrannid Prime's attempts to coordinate flanking maneuvers were thwarted before they could even begin. They themselves were picked off with ruthless efficiency being massive craters formed previously where the Primes were standing on. The skies of the embattled planet were filled with the screech of dropships and the roar of engines as the Liberty Eagles and their guardsmen allies descended upon the Tyrannid-infested world. As the ships touched down, ramps slammed onto the ground, disgorging wave after wave of humanity's finest warriors. Denzel Washington, first captain of the Liberty Eagles, emerged at the head of his battalion, his sleek exosuit gleaming in the alien sun. In each hand, he wielded dual hyperphase swords, the blades humming with barely contained energy. Beside him, Stephen Armstrong, the second captain, stomped forward in his bulkier exosuit, massive power fists crackling with destructive potential. Liberty Eagles! He roared, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Show these Xenos scum the meaning of overwhelming firepower. As if in answer, the air was filled with the sizzling reports of disintegration rifles. Beams of focused energy lanced out, reducing entire swathes of the Tyrannid vanguard to ash. Termagants and Hormagants simply ceased to exist, their bodies atomized in an instant. Nearby, Stephen Armstrong, the second captain, stood like a colossus in his reinforced exosuit. His power fists crackled with energy as he waded into the fray. For the Emperor and for liberty! He bellowed, each swing of his massive fists turning Tyrannid warriors into pulp. The Liberty Guardsmen, far from being overshadowed by their Astartes brethren, proved their worth 100-fold. Clad in their own advanced exosuits, they moved with a grace and power that belied their mortal origins. Their disintegration rifles sang a constant death knell for the Xenos horde. A group of guardsmen found themselves surrounded by a pack of gene stealers. The Xenos' claws scrabbled ineffectually against the guardsmen's force fields, each impact resulting in a flash of light but no damage. With practiced ease, the guardsmen switched to close-quarters combat modes. Power blades extended from their gauntlets, and in a whirlwind of motion, they reduced the gene stealers to twitching pieces. Ha! One guardsman laughed, his visor retracting to reveal a face flushed with victory. And here I thought these bugs would be a challenge. His jubilation was short-lived as a massive form burst from the ground, a thorn back its body bristling with bioweapons and chitin thorns. The guardsmen scattered, their rifles blazing, but the monster's thick hide seemed to shrug off the energy beams. Then, a blur of motion caught their eye. Denzel Washington appeared as if from nowhere, his hyperphase swords leaving trails of light in the air. With a series of blindingly fast strikes, he severed the Carnifex's limbs before plunging both blades into its skull. As the massive creature collapsed, Denzel turned to the awestruck guardsmen. Keep moving, men. The day is far from won. Across the battlefield, similar scenes played out. The Liberty Eagles and their guardsmen formed an impenetrable wall of firepower, their advanced technology and superior training allowing them to hold back the tide of Xenos flesh. But the Tyrannids were far from defeated. As the battle raged on, the hive mind began to adapt. The creatures became bulkier, their hides thickening to resist the disintegration beams. Some developed camouflage abilities, blending into the war-torn landscape. Stephen Armstrong found himself facing off against a newly evolved Tyrannid Prime. Its body was a mass of armor plates and redundant organs, shrugging off blows that would have felled its predecessors. So, you've learned some new tricks, Armstrong growled, his power fists leaving dents in the creature's hide. Let's see how you handle this. With a roar of effort, he grabbed the Prime's head and squeezed. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sickening crunch, the creature's skull gave way under the immense pressure. As Armstrong tossed aside the creature's corpse, he noticed something disturbing. Smaller Tyrannids were swarming over the bodies of the fallen, both Xenos and human alike, attempting to drag them away. "Not on my watch," he snarled, triggering his suit's incineration protocols. A wave of purifying flame washed over the battlefield, reducing corpses to ash and denying the Tyrannids their biomass. Days passed, and still the battle raged on. The Liberty Eagles and their guardsmen fought tirelessly, their advanced gear allowing them to operate far beyond normal human limits. But the Tyrannids were endless, each defeat seemingly spawning two more to take its place. As the battle wore on, the cost became clear. Despite their advanced technology and superior training, the Liberty Eagles and their guardsmen were not invincible. Here and there, a force field would flicker and fail, a moment's distraction would prove fatal. And each time an eagle or guardsman fell, their brothers would fight all the harder to ensure their sacrifice was not in vain. "Purge the fallen!" became a common cry, as the defenders turned their weapons on their own dead, denying the Tyrannids even this small victory. On the sixth day, the hive mind made its most dramatic adaptation yet. The Tyrannid forces suddenly shifted tactics, abandoning ranged combat entirely. Instead, they came in waves of heavily armored monstrosities, interspersed with blindingly fast hunter-killers. "Clever girls," he muttered, his exosuit's systems working overtime to track the stealthy predators. But not clever enough. With a thought, he activated his suit's area denial system. A sphere of crackling energy expanded outward, shorting out the lictors' camouflage and leaving them exposed. In a blur of motion, Denzel reduced them to twitching pieces. Across the battlefield, Liberty Guardsmen fought with a ferocity that belied their mortal nature. Their exosuits, while not as advanced as those of the Astartes, still granted them strength and speed far beyond that of their transhuman nature. A squad of guardsmen found themselves surrounded by a swarm of termagants, the smaller Tyrannid creatures attempting to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. The squad leader, her disintegration rifle temporarily overwhelmed by the press of bodies, drew a monomolecular blade from her belt. With a quick activation, the blade hummed to life, its edge sharp enough to split atoms. "For the Emperor and for liberty!" she cried, swinging the blade in a wide arc. Termagants fell in droves, their bodies literally falling apart as the blade passed through them. Her squad mates followed suit, their own blades flashing in the alien light as they carved a bloody path through the Xenos horde. In the skies above, Liberty Eagle gunships and fighters engaged in deadly duels with Tyrannid flying creatures. Harriers and gargoyles swarmed around the human aircraft, only to be cut down by pinpoint laser fire and smart missiles. Occasionally, a larger form would emerge from the clouds, a harpy or a hive crone, only to be met with a barrage of firepower that turned the sky into a storm of explosions and disintegrating biomass. If the opponents of the Liberty Eagles cannot deny them weapons and air superiority, they're in for one hell of a time. The forecast? Cloudy with a chance of missiles and the occasional napalm. This is exactly the situation the Tyrannids find themselves in. Unable to deny the Liberty Eagles their dominance, the hive mind may be adaptive in its approach, but when your opponent has all the guns, it's like bringing a knife not just to a gunfight, but to a war zone. With their orbital fleet teetering on the edge of annihilation, it's only a matter of time before the Tyrannids are overwhelmed. Oh, the irony! Day 7 of the Tyrannid invasion, Helican Sector. The battlefield was a tableau of destruction, the once verdant worlds now a scarred wasteland of melted rock and chitinous corpses. For 6 days, the Liberty Eagles had waged an unrelenting war against the Tyrannid swarm, their advanced technology and overwhelming firepower gradually pushing back the Xenos tide. At the heart of this maelstrom stood Franklin. The air around him shimmered with intense heat, creating a barrier that no Tyrannid bioform could penetrate without being reduced to ash. His death sword, housing the shard of Cain, gleamed with an otherworldly light as it cleaved through wave after wave of Xenos monstrosities. "You know," Franklin mused aloud, bisecting a brood lord with a casual swing as its remains reduced to ashes, "I'm starting to think these bugs might be running out of tricks." "Do not grow complacent, mortal," Cain's voice boomed in his mind. "The greatest challenges often come when victory seems assured." Franklin rolled his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "Always the optimist, aren't you? And here I thought we were bonding over all this carnage." In the distance, John Ezra and the Secret Service moved in perfect synchronization, their mech suits unleashing a torrent of firepower that shredded through the Tyrannid forces. The Xenos had tried repeatedly to overwhelm the elite guard, but each attempt had been met with devastating counterattacks. John Ezra's voice crackled through the vox. "My lord, we're holding the line. The Tyrannids are losing ground on all fronts. Victory appears imminent." Franklin nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. "Excellent work. Keep up the pressure." I want these bugs off my planets by dinner time. As Franklin continued to coordinate the assault, wading through the Tyrannid hordes unscathed, the hive mind was frantically adapting, evolving, searching for a way to counter this unstoppable force. And finally, after days of failures, it spawned something new, a creature born of desperation and genius. From the depths of the Tyrannid swarm emerged a monstrous hive tyrant, its hide a shimmering ice blue, emanating waves of freezing cold that rivaled Franklin's intense heat. Surrounded by a cadre of heavily armored tyrant guard, the beast fixed its gaze on the Primarch, a primal hunger evident in its alien eyes. Franklin's eyes widened slightly as he beheld the new threat. Well, he murmured, looks like the bugs have been holding out on us. Cain, my melodramatic friend, I believe that honor duel you've been clamoring for has finally arrived. At last. Cain roared with bloodthirsty glee. A worthy challenger. Let us send this abomination back to the void. The ice blue hive tyrant charged forward with astonishing speed, its tyrant guard moving to engage the Secret Service. John Ezra's voice crackled over the vox once more. My lord, we'll handle the escort. The big one's all yours. Franklin grinned, his eyes alight with the thrill of battle. Much obliged, John. Try not to have too much fun without me. As the Primarch strode forward to meet his challenger, the very air seemed to crackle with tension. Heat waves collided with icy mists, creating a swirling vortex of elemental fury around the two combatants. Bring it, bitch! Franklin taunted, his voice dripping with confidence as he faced the tyrant. He knew full well it couldn't understand him, but that didn't stop him from delivering his challenge. Chapter 37, A Bad Day to be a Bug Too. The battlefield fell silent as two titans squared off. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, stood resolute, heat shimmering around him like a mirage. Opposite him loomed the newly revealed hive tyrant, its icy blue carapace glistening with frost. However, this was no mere hive tyrant, this was the hive emin's ultimate weapon, a being of terrible purpose summoned a stress response to the unprecedented threat posed by the Primarch, a variation of the hive tyrant where all its conventional tactics and strategy does not work, a swarm lord. Standing nearly twice Franklin's already impressive height, the frost swarm lord was a sight to behold. Its carapace, a deep glacial blue, glistened with frost even in the intense heat emanating from the Primarch. In each of its four arms, it wielded bone sabers that crackled with disruptive energy, their edges lined with alien crystals that pulsed with an otherworldly light. Well, Franklin mused internally, addressing the shard of Cain within his crone sword. Looks like the bugs brought out their big guns. What do you think, old friend? The sword pulsed in response, its psychic voice resonating in Franklin's mind. A worthy opponent, perhaps, if it possessed any semblance of honor. But it is merely a beast, no matter how deadly. Show it the true art of war, my pupil. Franklin grinned, his grip tightening on the crone sword. With pleasure. The swarm lord made the first move, its forearms becoming a blur of motion as it brought its bone sabers to bear. Franklin's eyes widened slightly at the speed, but his own reflexes, honed by years of combat and further enhanced by Cain's tutelage, allowed him to parry the strikes with fluid grace. Good, Cain's voice echoed in his mind. But watch your footwork. You could have countered that last strike if your stance was wider. Franklin adjusted his posture slightly, feeling the difference immediately. As the duel intensified, he found himself falling into a rhythm, the teachings of the Eldar god of war merging seamlessly with his own combat instincts. The Primarch and the Swarm Lord became the eye of a storm, their clash sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Where Franklin's blade met the bone sabers, bursts of steam erupted as fire and ice collided. The ground beneath their feet became a patchwork of scorched earth and frozen crystals. As they fought, Franklin became acutely aware of a shift in the Tyrannid swarm's behavior. Through the corner of his eye, he saw waves of lesser creatures charging the Liberty Eagles' lines with reckless abandon in a blitzkrieg-like manner, aiming to break through enemy lines. Your sons are in danger, Cain warned. This beast coordinates the swarm even as it fights. You must end this quickly. Franklin nodded imperceptibly, redoubling his efforts. His blade became a whirlwind of fire, each strike precisely aimed to exploit the smallest weakness in the Swarm Lord's defense. There! Cain's voice rang out as Franklin's blade found purchase, slicing clean through one of the Swarm Lord's arms. But even as the limb fell, new flesh bubbled and stretched despite the wound being cauterized. The Swarm Lord cut the cauterized limb and began regenerating the lost appendage in a matter of seconds. Impressive regenerative capabilities, Franklin thought, narrowly avoiding a retaliatory strike that would have bisected a lesser being. Any suggestions? Overwhelm it, Cain replied. Its regeneration is formidable, but not instantaneous. Strike faster than it can heal. Taking the advice to heart, Franklin unleashed a flurry of blows that would have been impossible for any being not blessed by both the Emperor's genecraft and an Eldar god's tutelage. The death sword sang as it carved through the Swarm Lord's defenses, leaving gouges in its carapace that struggled to close. Excellent! Cain's praise rang out as Franklin's blade severed another of the Swarm Lord's arms. Now, press your advantage. But even as Franklin moved to follow through, a wall of Tyrannid flesh intercepted him. Lesser creatures hurled themselves between the Primarch and their leader, their bodies vaporizing in his heat aura but buying precious seconds for the Swarm Lord to retreat and regenerate. Cowardly tactics, Cain spat. It knows it cannot win in single combat. Franklin grimaced, his blade cleaving through the endless tide of Tyrannid fodder as they were cleaved reduced to ashes moments later. It's not cowardice, it's strategy. The hive mind is learning, adapting. We need to end this now. With a burst of psychic might, Franklin cleared the area around him, the heat of his power incinerating everything within a 100-meter radius. But the Swarm Lord had used the distraction well, its severed limbs now fully regrown. The duel resumed with renewed intensity. Franklin's every move was a master class in swordsmanship, each strike and parry guided by eons of martial knowledge imparted by Cain. Yet the Swarm Lord matched him blow for blow, its forearms working in perfect unison to create an all but impenetrable defense. Its technique is unrefined, Cain observed, but the sheer speed and number of its limbs make up for it. Any warrior less than a Primarch would have fallen by now. Franklin acknowledged the assessment, his mind racing to find an opening. Good thing I'm not lesser, then, and in a moment of clarity, he saw it, a pattern in the Swarm Lord's movements, a split-second vulnerability when it transitioned from defense to offense. Now! Both Franklin and Cain thought in unison. The Primarch's blade struck true, slipping past the bone sabers to bite deep into the Swarm Lord's chest. In the same motion, he pivoted, using the momentum to sever two of the creature's arms and part of its jaw. The psychic backlash was immediate. Across the battlefield, the Tyrannid swarm faltered, their coordinated assault dissolving into chaos as their leader reeled from the devastating blow. But before Franklin could press his advantage, the remaining Tyrannids surged forward en masse. A living tide of chitin and claw rushed to protect their wounded leader, forcing the Primarch back through sheer weight of numbers. No! Franklin roared, his blade a blur as he cut through the endless swarm. But it was too late. The Swarm Lord, gravely wounded but still alive, was retreating behind a wall of its lesser kin. An inglorious retreat, Cain sneered. But effective. The hive mind values this beast's survival over its cannon fodder. Franklin nodded grimly, watching as the Tyrannids threw themselves into the inferno of his aura, their bodies piling up and vaporizing in a gruesome display of sacrifice. The heat was so intense that even Tyrannid bioprojectiles melted before they could reach him. Realizing that pursuing the Swarm Lord further would only result in needless casualties, Franklin made a tactical decision. He turned his attention back to the broader battlefield, his voice booming across the comms. All units, this is Valorian. The enemy commander is wounded and retreating. Press the advantage. Drive them back to their final hive. As the Liberty Eagles surged forward, capitalizing on the Tyrannids' momentary disarray, Franklin took stock of the situation. Reports flooded in from across the planet, the Xenos were in full retreat, falling back to their last stronghold. How ironic, Franklin mused to Cain. A species bred for endless war, being outmatched at their own game. Do not underestimate them, Cain warned. They are retreating, yes, but they are far from defeated. The hive mind is cunning, and it learns from every encounter. Hours passed as the Liberty Eagles pressed their advantage, driving the Tyrannid swarm back kilometer by bloody kilometer. Franklin coordinated the assault from the front lines, his presence a beacon of hope and strength for his sons. Then, without warning, a brilliant flash of light erupted from a neighboring planet in the system. Franklin's eyes widened in recognition. Father, he thought, a mix of awe and concern coloring his mental voice. As if in response to the distant light, the Tyrannid swarm suddenly changed. Their movements became erratic, uncoordinated. Where before they had fought with terrifying efficiency, now they lashed out wildly, attacking everything around them, including each other. The Emperor has done something, Cain observed. Perhaps severed this tendril's connection to the greater hive mind. Franklin nodded, watching as the once fearsome Xenos army devolved into a chaotic mass of feral beasts. Whatever he did, it's given us the opening we need. All units, push forward. We end this now. The Emperor's sighed. The horizon was a sea of metal and flesh, an awe-inspiring tableau of humanity's might arrayed against the endless hunger of the Tyrannid swarm. Titan legions strode across the war-torn landscape, their god engines shaking the very earth with each thunderous step. Beneath their immense forms, a tide of solar auxilia and Mechanicus forces surged forward, their combined firepower creating a storm of lost fire and explosions that illuminated the grim battlefield. At the heart of this maelstrom stood the Emperor of Mankind, a figure of such radiance and power that even the most hardened warriors found it difficult to look directly at him. His presence on the battlefield was both inspiration and weapon, a physical manifestation of humanity's indomitable will. Unlike his son Franklin Valorian, whose approach to warfare was a more direct and personally destructive force with the subtlety of a nuclear bomb, the Emperor conducted the battle like a grand symphony. Each element of his vast army moved with precision, their actions coordinated with a level of strategic acumen that bordered on precognition. The Astartes legions, representing multiple Primarch legions, formed the vanguard of the assault. They were the hammer of the Emperor's will, smashing into the larger Tyrannid bioforms with a ferocity that matched the Xenos' own savagery. Dreadnoughts strode, their storm bolters and assault cannons reaping a terrible toll on the enemy. Behind them, the solar auxilia and Skitarii laid down a withering barrage of fire, their combined arms approach creating killing fields where smaller Tyrannid creatures were cut down in their thousands. Loss cannons and plasma guns as well as raid weapons lit up the sky, while the distinctive buzz of galvanic rifles added to the cacophony of destruction. But it was the Emperor himself who truly turned the tide of battle. His movements were a blur of golden light, each gesture unleashing devastation upon the Xenos horde. With a mere thought, he could vaporize entire swathes of Tyrannid organisms, their bodies bursting into flames under the sheer psychic pressure of his will. But the hive mind was learning, adapting to this new threat. Early versions of neurotyrants and zoanthropes manifested, creatures of immense psychic potential, manifested on the battlefield. They hovered above the swarm, their bulbous heads pulsing with alien energies as they sought to match the Emperor's psychic might. It was a grave miscalculation. The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he sensed their challenge. With a gesture, he unleashed a wave of psychic energy that would have overwhelmed even the mightiest human psyker. The neurotyrants and zoanthropes found their considerable mental defenses shattered in an instant. Their massive brains, so carefully engineered by the hive mind, became puppets for the Emperor's will. Tyrannid turned against Tyrannid as the Emperor used these powerful synapse creatures to sow chaos in the enemy ranks. Hormiguns slaughtered their own warrior forms, while Carnifexes turned their bio-cannons upon their own bio-titans. The hive mind reeled from this psychic assault, quickly learning that direct confrontation with the Emperor's mental powers was futile. Thus from this costly mistake, the alien intelligence quickly adapted its strategy. The psychic beasts were pulled back, kept carefully out of the Emperor's reach. It adapted swiftly, pulling its psychic creatures back and instead pushing forward waves of Tyrannid warriors and being directed by Tyrannid primes accompanied by the numerous gaunts. The sheer number of Xenos bodies created a living tide that threatened to overwhelm even the most stalwart defenses. Yet, at the center of this storm stood the Master of Mankind, an island of calm amidst the chaos. Around the Emperor, his custodes moved with superhuman grace and precision. Their golden armor gleamed in the harsh light of battle, each warrior a work of art brought to lethal life. They formed an impenetrable barrier around their lord, their guardian spears and sentinel blades reaping a terrible toll on any Tyrannid foolish enough to approach. For 100 meters in every direction, a glaring void formed in the Tyrannid swarm. It was as if an invisible wall surrounded the Emperor, against which waves of Xenos flesh crashed and broke. The ground was littered with the twitching forms of slain Tyrannids, their acidic blood pooling in grotesque patterns. The Emperor observed this with a detached interest, his mind simultaneously processing countless strategic calculations. He could feel the hive mind's frustration, its alien intellect probing for weaknesses in the Imperial defense. Then, as if in answer to this unspoken challenge, a new threat emerged from the swarm. A hive tyrant, larger and more fearsome than its brethren, rose above the lesser creatures. Its eyes, filled with cold alien intelligence, surveyed the battlefield. With preternatural speed, it began issuing silent commands to the swarm around it. The effect was immediate and devastating. The previously uncoordinated masses of Tyrannids suddenly moved with lethal purpose. Imperial battle lines, which had held firm against the mindless onslaught, began to buckle under this new, calculated assault. The Emperor's eyes narrowed as he assessed this new threat. With a mere gesture, he dispatched his most trusted warrior to deal with the problem. Constantine Valder, Captain General of the Legio Custodes, moved with a speed that belied his massive frame. His spear, the Apollonian spear, hummed with barely contained energy as he closed the distance to the Hive Tyrant. As Valder engaged the monstrous Xenos commander, the Emperor turned his attention to a more insidious threat. In the distance, beyond the reach of his immediate psychic dominance, he could sense the presence of powerful synapse creatures. Zoanthropes and neurothropes hovered above the battlefield, their bulbous heads pulsing with alien energies. The Emperor knew he could wrest control of these creatures from the hive mind, as he had done before. But this time, he had a more ambitious plan. Not content with merely seizing control, he intended to use these psychic nodes to deliver a crippling blow to the hive mind itself, a psychic concussion that would reverberate through the entire Tyrannid fleet. As the master of mankind formulated his strategy, a new threat was taking shape far above the planet's surface. In the bioships orbiting the world, a Nornqueen, one of the hive fleet's primary governing entities, had perceived the danger posed by the golden being below. With the incomprehensible speed of Tyrannid evolution, it conceived of a new weapon to counter this threat. Minutes later, a massive spore pod breached the planet's atmosphere, streaking towards the battlefield like a living meteor. As it crashed into the Earth not far from the Emperor's position, its chitinous shell cracked open to reveal a new horror, a Norn emissary specifically evolved to combat the Imperium's greatest ruler. The creature that emerged was a masterpiece of Tyrannid evolution. Its form was serpentine, allowing for lightning-fast strikes and fluid dodges. Its carapace shimmered with an unnatural iridescence, hinting at the psychically resistant properties woven into its very genetic structure. Most tellingly, its head housed an enlarged brain structure, marking it as a powerful synapse creature in its own right. The Emperor sensed the creature's arrival immediately. He could feel the psychic resistance emanating from the beast, a clear sign that the hive mind had adapted to his previous tactics. But where a lesser being might have felt fear, the Emperor experienced only a grim satisfaction. Here, at last, was a challenge worthy of his full attention. The Norn emissary wasted no time. With a grace that belied its massive size, it slithered through the chaos of battle, making a beeline for the Emperor. Lesser Tyrannids instinctively parted before it, creating a path for their specialized champion. As the creature lunged for him past the custodes, the Emperor was ready. The sword of the Emperor flashed out, meeting the Norn emissary's razor-sharp talons with a shower of sparks. The two titans engaged in a deadly dance, each probing for weaknesses in the other's defense. Physically, they seemed evenly matched. The Norn emissary's enhanced musculature and bone swords were a match for the Emperor's strength and master-crafted blade. But the true battle was taking place on a level invisible to mortal eyes. With each clash of blade and claw, the Emperor launched psychic assaults against the creature's mind. But where previous Tyrannid synapse creatures had fallen quickly to his mental onslaught, the Norn emissary stood firm. Its enhanced brain structure, coupled with its connection to the shadow and the warp, allowed it to resist the Emperor's attempts at domination. As they fought, the Emperor's mind raced. He could sense the creature's resistance, feel the alien intellect behind its eyes. And in that moment, he realized the opportunity before him. This was no mere beast to be slain, it was a key that could unlock the very defenses of the hive mind itself. The Emperor's lips curled into a smile, an expression that would have chilled the blood of any mortal who witnessed it. He had found his vector of attack. Changing tactics, the Emperor began to draw upon more of his vast psychic potential. Golden light blazed from his eyes and corona of energy formed around his body. The very air seemed to warp and twist around him as reality struggled to contain the forces he was channeling. The Norn emissary, sensing the change in its opponent, redoubled its efforts. Its strikes became faster, its psychic defenses more robust. The duel between the two had reached a fever pitch. The Norn emissary, with its serpentine grace and enhanced psychic resistance, had proven to be a formidable opponent even for the master of mankind. Its bone swords clashed against the Emperor's blade, each impact sending shockwaves across the battlefield. But the Emperor, in his timeless wisdom, had not been merely fighting, he had been waiting. Waiting for the perfect moment, the single instant of vulnerability that would allow him to turn this confrontation into a victory not just for this battle, but for the entire war. That moment came in a flash of insight and opportunity. The Norn emissary, in its aggression, overextended itself. In that split second, the Emperor's blade moved with impossible speed, a golden arc of destruction that cleaved through the creature's defenses. With a sound like tearing reality, the Emperor's sword bisected a portion of the Norn emissary. Ichor sprayed across the battlefield as the creature's enhanced biology struggled to cope with the devastating blow as the Emperor swiped with his hyperphase claws, carving open the emissary's torso, revealing the alien organs beneath. But physical damage was not the Emperor's true aim. As his blade struck home, the Emperor's psychic might surged forward. But instead of attempting to dominate the creature's mind, as he had done with lesser Tyrannid synapse beings, he used the Norn emissary for a far grander purpose as a conduit directly to the hive mind itself. The Emperor's consciousness rushed through the synaptic pathways of the Norn emissary, traversing the psychic web that connected all Tyrannids. He could feel the vast, alien intellect of the hive mind, a presence so enormous it defied comprehension. But the Emperor was not cowed. He had faced the Chaos Gods and emerged victorious. The hive mind was merely another obstacle to be overcome. Gathering his immense psychic power, the Emperor struck. A flash of golden light erupted from the Emperor's form, so brilliant and intense that it was visible even from the neighboring planet where his son, Franklin Valorian, was engaged in his own battle. This psychic conflagration coursed through the Norn emissary and into the synaptic network beyond, racing across space to strike at the very core of the hive mind. The effect was immediate and devastating. Across 12 planets, Tyrannid creatures suddenly stumbled and thrashed. The psychic backlash of the Emperor's attack reverberated through every synapse creature, every warrior, every gaunt. The carefully coordinated swarm tactics dissolved into chaos as the guiding wool behind them was suddenly silenced. On the Emperor's battlefield, the Norn emissary's body combusted from the sheer power coursing through it. Its enhanced biology, designed to resist psychic assault, proved woefully inadequate against the full might of the Emperor unleashed. The creature's death scream was lost in the cacophony of confusion that erupted across the Tyrannid lines. In orbit, bioships writhed and convulsed. Some of the smaller vessels burst like overripe fruit, spilling their organic contents into the void. The larger hive ships fared little better, their psychically sensitive control systems overloading under the Emperor's assault. The Emperor maintained his attack for what seemed an eternity, pouring more and more of his vast power into the psychic strike. He could sense the hive mind's pain, its confusion, its desperate attempts to shield itself. But the Emperor was relentless. This was not merely an attack, it was psychic surgery on a galactic scale. Finally, with the psychic thunderclap that echoed across the warp itself, the Emperor delivered the coup de grace. The hive mind, that vast alien intellect that had guided the Tyrannid invasion across countless worlds, fell silent. As the golden light faded and the Emperor lowered his sword, the true extent of his victory became apparent. Across all 12 embattled planets, the majority of the Tyrannid forces had been reduced to their base, feral nature. Without the guiding wool of the hive mind, they reverted to little more than beasts, dangerous, certainly, but no longer the coordinated threat they had been moments before. Some pockets of resistance remained. Hive tyrants, with their own considerable intellect, managed to maintain control over small sections of the swarm. But these were islands of coordination in a sea of chaos, their impact on the overall battle drastically reduced. For the Imperial forces, the change was like night turning to day. Where once they had faced a relentless, adaptable foe that countered their every move, now they found themselves presented with what amounted to a galactic shooting gallery. Titans unleashed their apocalyptic weaponry into uncoordinated masses of Tyrannid beasts. Space Marine squads, once hard-pressed by clever Xenos tactics, now cut through confused hordes with ease. The Emperor, his armor still smoking from the psychic energies he had channeled, surveyed the changed battlefield with grim satisfaction. He knew this victory, while significant, was not final. The hive mind, given time, would recover. The Tyrannid threat was too vast, too alien to be ended in a single stroke, no matter how mighty. The Emperor delivered a devastating blow that knocked the Tyrannid hive mind out cold. For how long? Who knows? But one thing is certain, the hive mind had just received its first knockout since its birth, a blow it will not soon forget. Chapter 38, Discussion. The sun rose on a transformed landscape. Where once teeming hordes of Tyrannids had threatened to overwhelm all in their path, now only corpses remained. The Helican sector, which had trembled under the shadow of the Legion of Ouroboros for so long, could breathe freely once more. What would have taken the Emperor himself 12 days to accomplish in another timeline had been achieved in just 7, thanks to the combined might of the Master of Mankind and his son, Franklin Valorian. Franklin stood atop a hill, surveying the carnage. At his feet lay the bisected remains of the Frost King Swarmlord, its carapace still glistening with an otherworldly sheen. Unlike the countless other Tyrannid corpses turned to ash by his psychic heat, Franklin had deliberately preserved this specimen for study. Quite the trophy, Cain's voice echoed in his mind, a mix of pride and curiosity coloring the ancient god's tone. Franklin nodded, both physically and mentally. Indeed. If we can unlock its secrets, we might gain an edge in future encounters. Around them, the battlefield buzzed with activity. Liberty Guardsmen, escorted teams of scientists accompanied by their ever-present drone assistants, they scurried about, collecting specimens and data. The remains of the Frost King Swarm Lord were being carefully prepared for transport to the Sweet Liberty for in-depth analysis. Franklin then asked, how are we doing on the Gene Stealer situation? As if on cue, a nearby drone projected a holographic display. Data streams and genetic sequences flowed across the image, accompanied by a crisp, artificial voice. Gene Stealer threat neutralized with 99.97% certainty, Sovereign reported. Genetic sequences of all variants catalogued and transmitted to planetary defense networks. Residual infection risk, minimal. Franklin nodded approvingly. Excellent work, Sovereign. Your name for these Xenos gene stealers, it's catching on, you know. Quite apt, given their modus operandi. Thank you, Primarch Valorian, Sovereign replied, a hint of pride in its synthesized voice. Accurate nomenclature facilitates efficient communication and threat assessment. John Ezra stepped forward, his data slate in hand. Sir, if I may, I have the preliminary casualty reports. Franklin's expression sobered. Go ahead, John. Liberty Eagles Astartes casualties, 2,743 confirmed Kia, 5,189 wounded but expected to recover. Liberty Guardsmen, 387,562 Kia, 1,203,897 wounded. A moment of silence fell over the group as the weight of the numbers sank in. Even in victory, the cost was high. Each one a hero, Franklin said softly. Then, squaring his shoulders, he continued, and the enemy losses. John's lips quirked in a grim smile. Total, sir. Between our ground forces and Battlefleet Liberty's orbital bombardment, we've achieved complete eradication of the Tyrannid presence in this sector. Not even wreckage remains of their fleet. Sovereign's holographic display shifted, now showing a comparative analysis of various Space Marine legions. If I may, Primarch, I've compiled a performance analysis of the Liberty Eagles compared to other legions. Franklin raised an eyebrow. Oh? Do tell, Sovereign. I'm curious to hear your conclusions. The AI's voice took on a tone that, if it were human, might be described as proud. The Liberty Eagles consistently demonstrate lower casualty rates compared to other legions, including the renowned Luna Wolves and Space Wolves. This is attributed to superior tactics, Golden Age technology integration, and of course, your leadership, Primarch. However, Sovereign continued, it should be noted that the only force with a better combat record is the Emperor's own custodes. But as you often say, sir, they are a different breed entirely. Franklin chuckled at this. Indeed they are. Father and his golden boys are in a league of their own. Father, well, he's father, what more can I say? Cain's voice interjected, a mix of curiosity and disdain. Your reverence for your creator is admirable, if perhaps misplaced. Do not forget, young Primarch, that you now wield the power of a god of war. Franklin's mental response was tinged with humor. Careful, Cain. Your jealousy is showing. Now, let's talk about the data we've gathered here. What are your initial findings on the Frost King? The holographic display shifted once more, this time showing a detailed scan of the Swarm Lord's remains. Preliminary analysis indicates significant adaptations to counter your specific abilities, Primarch, Sovereign reported. The creature's biology shows signs of rapid evolution, likely in response to the threat you posed. As the day progressed, more data poured in from across the sector. The bustling command bridge of the Sweet Liberty fell silent as the Emperor of Mankind strode in, his presence filling the vast chamber with an almost tangible aura of power. As they walked, Franklin couldn't help but notice the mix of awe and fear in the eyes of the crew they passed. You know, Father, Franklin said with a grin, I think you're scaring my crew. Maybe we should get you a World's Best Dad t-shirt to lighten the mood. The Emperor's stern expression cracked slightly, a ghost of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I believe that would somewhat undermine the gravitas of my position, Franklin, we have much to discuss. Of course, Father. Shall we use my personal briefing room? I've got a great view of the ongoing terraforming efforts from there. The Emperor nodded, following his son through the corridors of the massive vessel. As they walked, Franklin couldn't help but engage in some light banter. "You know, father, if you keep dropping by unannounced like this, people might start to think you are playing favorites," he quipped, a twinkle in his eye. The Emperor's face remained impassive, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice. "The affairs of the Imperium wait for no one, Franklin. Not even for my unexpected visits." As they entered the briefing room, Franklin couldn't help but notice the slight pause in his father's words. Was that a tacit admission of favoritism? He filed the thought away for later consideration. The room offered a panoramic view of the planet below, where massive terraforming engines were already at work, repairing the damage done by the Tyrannid invasion. Franklin gestured to the scene. "Quite a view, isn't it? In a few months, you won't even be able to tell there was a war here." The Emperor nodded approvingly. "Good. Your efficiency in restoring order is commendable, Franklin. But there are larger matters at hand, matters that require your unique talents." Franklin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh? And here I thought my talent for speed-eating contests was going unappreciated." The Emperor fixed him with a look that would have made a lesser being quail. Franklin, however, merely grinned wider. Emperor gazed at his 11th son, his expression was stern, but there was an underlying warmth that few ever got to see. "We need to discuss the Webway project." Franklin's eyebrows rose. "The Webway? I thought that was still in its early stages." "It is," the Emperor confirmed. "But recent developments have accelerated our timeline. Franklin, I need you to be our diplomat." The Primarch couldn't help but chuckle. "Diplomat? Father, have you seen Lemon? I'm not sure diplomacy is in the Primarch job description." The Emperor's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "Perhaps not for all. But you, Franklin, have a unique talent for, shall we say, getting along with others. Even those who are not of our kind." Franklin's expression turned thoughtful. "You're talking about the Ildari, aren't you?" "Indeed," the Emperor nodded. "As you know, the Webway is crucial to our plans for humanity's future. But our understanding of it is limited. The Ildari, on the other hand, have been using it for eons," Franklin finished. "But father, the Imperium's stance on Xenos," the Emperor held up a hand, "is a necessary public position, for now. But you know as well as I do that the galaxy is more complex than simple xenophobia allows for." Franklin nodded, recalling conversations they'd had in the past. The Emperor wasn't truly xenophobic, Miss Noist, perhaps, but pragmatic above all else. Franklin nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. "A pragmatic approach, then. Work with those who can be useful, eliminate those who pose a threat." "Precisely," the Emperor confirmed. "The Ildari, for all their arrogance, possess knowledge that could be invaluable to us. Your task is to extract that knowledge, by diplomacy if possible, by other means if necessary." A mischievous glint appeared in Franklin's eye. "Other means, eh? Should I start practicing my Eldar pick-up lines?" The Emperor fixed him with a stern look, though Franklin could have sworn he saw a flicker of amusement in those ancient eyes. "Your methods are your own, my son. But remember the gravity of this task. The future of humanity hangs in the balance." "I understand, father," Franklin said, straightening up. "You can count on me. But what about the rest of the Imperium? The other Primarchs? They might not take kindly to this diplomatic approach." The Emperor's eyes bore into Franklin's. "That is why discretion is paramount. You will report directly to me on all matters related to the Webway. As far as the rest of the Imperium is concerned, your interactions with the Ildari, should they occur, are strictly military in nature." "Understood." Franklin nodded, feeling the weight of the responsibility settling on his shoulders. "Understood, father. I won't let you down." For a moment, the stern mask of the Emperor slipped, and Franklin saw a glimpse of the man behind the legend, a father proud of his son. "I know you won't, Franklin. You never have." As the Emperor turned to leave, Franklin called out, "Hey, father." The master of mankind paused, looking back at his son. Franklin's usual jovial expression had softened, replaced by a look of genuine curiosity and concern. "The future you see," Franklin began, his voice uncharacteristically serious, "do we succeed?" The Emperor's ageless eyes met Franklin's, and for a moment, the Primarch felt the full weight of millennia bearing down upon him. When the Emperor spoke, his voice was measured, careful. We must succeed, Franklin. The alternatives are unacceptable. There was an undertone, so subtle that even Franklin almost missed it. A note of, not quite uncertainty, but a grim determination in the face of an unclear future. It was as if the Emperor was willing success into being through sheer force of will, rather than stating an observed fact. Franklin's mind raced. The implications were staggering. The Emperor, the being who had guided humanity for millennia, who had shaped the very course of human history, was not certain of their success. And if we don't? Franklin asked, his voice barely above a whisper. What then? The Emperor's eyes seemed to bore into Franklin's soul. Then we adapt. We persevere. As we always have. Franklin nodded slowly, processing this. Then, almost hesitantly, he broached another subject. The inertialist drives. I know they're still in development, but couldn't they serve as a backup plan? A flicker of something, frustration? Concern? Passed over the Emperor's face. The inertialist drives are a technological marvel, yes. But they are a last resort, Franklin. A fallback option that I hope we never need to rely upon. Because they can't starve out chaos, Franklin finished the thought. It wasn't a question. The Emperor inclined his head slightly in confirmation. The webway is more than just a means of transportation, my son. It is a path to humanity's ascension, a way to free ourselves from the predations of the warp. The inertialist drives, miraculous as they are, cannot provide that protection. Franklin absorbed this, his mind working through the implications. The stakes were higher than he had realized. It wasn't just about faster travel or even about military superiority. It was about the very survival and evolution of the human species. I understand, Father, Franklin said, his voice filled with newfound determination. I won't fail you. Whatever it takes, I'll secure our path through the webway. Though I have to say, Father, sharing secrets like this, it's almost like we're having a real father-son bonding moment. Should I go get us some matching sweaters to commemorate the occasion? Despite the gravity of the situation, the Emperor's lips twitched in the barest hint of a smile. Your humor, Franklin, irreverent as it may be, is one of your greatest strengths. Do not lose it, even in the face of the challenges that lie ahead. As the Emperor turned once more to leave, something strange happened. The air around Franklin seemed to shimmer, reality itself bending like a heat haze. For a brief, terrifying moment, Franklin felt as if he were falling through time and space. Vision swam before his eyes, disjointed images flashing in rapid succession. Terra, the cradle of humanity, engulfed in flames. The Imperial Palace, that bastion of human achievement, under siege. Armies of twisted, corrupted beings swarming its walls. And at the center of it all, a figure massive, powerful, radiating an aura of wrongness that made Franklin's soul recoil. In the shifting shadows of the vision, Franklin found himself on a bridge of corruption, its form distorted and writhing in darkness. Before him loomed the immense figure, a monument of terror and might. Yet, Franklin's eyes held no fear, only an unshakable resolve as he stared into the abyss. From this vision, fragments emerged like shards of prophecy, the Emperor's hands weaving through the tangle of the webway, a crimson shadow poised on a golden throne, and a light extinguished. And then, as quickly as it had come, the vision was gone. Franklin gasped, stumbling backward. The Emperor was at his side in an instant, steadying him with a grip that could crush mountains. What did you see? The Emperor demanded, his voice urgent. Franklin blinked, trying to process the flood of images. I'm not sure. Terra, burning. The palace under attack. And someone, corrupted by chaos, I think. It was all so fast, so jumbled. The Emperor's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with golden fire. The future is not set, Franklin. What you saw may come to pass, or it may be averted. But take heed, such visions are not granted lightly. Franklin nodded, his mind reeling. I understand, Father. I'll be on my guard. As the Emperor left, his parting words echoed in Franklin's mind, remember, my son, sometimes the brightest light casts the darkest shadow. Alone in the strategy room, Franklin sank into a chair, his head in his hands. Cain, he thought, reaching out to the god bound within his sword, did you see that too? The ancient Eldar deity's voice resonated in Franklin's mind, tinged with a mix of concern and sardonic amusement. Indeed, young one. It seems the strings of fate are plucking a rather ominous tune. Franklin snorted. That's one way of putting it. Any idea what it means? The future is a fickle bitch, Cain replied, his tone dry. What you saw may come to pass, or it may be nothing more than a nightmare given form by your father's immense psychic power. My advice? Use it as a reference, not a guide. Let it inform your actions, but do not let it control them. Franklin nodded, grateful for the god's pragmatic perspective. Fair enough. But that figure I saw, there was something familiar about it. Something that felt close. Cain's voice grew somber. The greatest threats often come from within, Franklin Valorian. The brightest lights cast the darkest shadows, as your father said. Be wary, but do not let fear rule you. That is the path to failure, and worse. Franklin stood, pacing the room as he processed everything. The weight of his father's expectations, the daunting task ahead, and now this vision of a possible dark future. It was almost too much to bear. But then, unbidden, a memory surfaced. A battle long past, when victory seemed impossible. Franklin had rallied his troops with a joke so terrible, so groan-worthy, that it had shocked them out of their fear and into action. They had won that day, against all odds. A smile tugged at Franklin's lips. You know what, Cain? I think it's time we looked at this from a different angle. The god's curiosity was palpable. Oh? And what angle might that be? Franklin's grin widened. Well, if the future's determined to be all doom and gloom, then it's up to us to bring a little light to the party. After all, what's the point of saving humanity if we can't have a little fun along the way? Cain's laughter echoed in Franklin's mind, a sound like clashing swords that somehow managed to be warm. Ah, young one. Your spirit is truly indomitable. Very well, then let us face this grim future with a smile and a jest. Who knows? Perhaps laughter truly is the best weapon against the darkness. As Franklin left the strategy room, his steps were lighter, his spirit buoyed by a renewed sense of purpose. Yes, the task ahead was daunting. Yes, the future held potential darkness. But he was Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, and he'd be damned if he'd let a little thing like fate get in the way of a good time. All right, universe, he muttered to himself as he strode down the corridor, you want to play rough? Well, buckle up. This eagle's about to show you how we do things in Nova Liberta's style. As he walked, Franklin began to plan. He'd need to prepare his legion for the challenges ahead, to shore up their defenses against both physical and metaphysical threats. He'd need to hone his diplomatic skills for the encounters with the Eldari. And, perhaps most importantly, he'd need to work on his Eldar puns. After all, if he was going to save the galaxy, he might as well do it with style. Yet even as he joked and planned, a part of Franklin's mind remained fixed on that haunting vision. The burning Terra, the corrupted being with familiar eyes, it lingered like a shadow at the edge of his thoughts. A reminder of what was at stake, of the price of failure. But Franklin Valorian was not one to be cowed by shadows. If anything, the darkness only made him more determined to shine brighter. Let the future come with its trials and tribulations. He and his eagles would meet it head-on, with courage, with honor, and with an irreverent grin that said, "Bring it, bitch." As he reached the bridge of the Sweet Liberty, Franklin paused for a moment, looking out at the stars. Somewhere out there lay humanity's future, filled with both promise and peril. And he, Franklin Valorian, would play a crucial role in shaping that future. Well, he murmured to himself, a glint of determination in his eye, let's go make some history. With that, Franklin strode onto the bridge, ready to face whatever the universe might throw at him. For in the grim darkness of the far future, where there is only war, sometimes the greatest act of defiance is to laugh in the face of destiny. And Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, was nothing if not defiant. Chapter 39, Downtime. In the heart of the Eagle's Nest, the private sanctum of the Liberty Eagles, a scene of camaraderie unfolded that few outside the Legion would ever witness. The room, bathed in warm, ember light, was a stark contrast to the cold void of space visible through the reinforced viewports. The air was thick with the rich aroma of amasec and the pungent smoke of Terran cigars, creating a haze that softened the hard edges of the military decor. The room, a part of Eagle's Nest, affectionately dubbed the Vintage Area, was a blend of futuristic technology and vintage Americana. Holographic displays flickered with strategic maps of the sector, while the walls were adorned with posters of old Terran rock bands and movie stars from the 20th and 21st centuries. The soft glow of neon signs reading Liberty or Death and E Pluribus Unum cast a warm light over the gathering. At a circular table sat Franklin Valorian, his massive frame dwarfing the specially reinforced chair beneath him. To his right was Denzel Washington, the first captain, his dark skin gleaming in the low light, a grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Stephen Armstrong, the second captain, sat opposite Valorian, his muscular arms folded across his chest as he leaned back in his chair. John Ezra, head of the Primarch's honor guard, completed the quartet, his vigilant eyes never quite losing their alert quality even in this relaxed setting. Before them, a holographic battlefield sprawled across the table, miniature units representing various factions locked in eternal, silent combat. Yet, for the moment, the strategic movements of these digital soldiers were secondary to the flow of amasec and the thick smoke of Terran cigars that wreathed the gathering. Valorian, dressed in a loose-fitting Hawaiian shirt that somehow managed to complement his superhuman physique, raised his glass. "To the Luna Wolves," he said, a hint of irony in his voice. "May their victories over the orcs be as numerous as the trees in a jungle." Stephen Armstrong scoffed, adjusting his mirrored aviator sunglasses. "Please. Give me one company of eagles, and I'll show those wolf pups how to really clean up an orc infestation." Denzel chuckled, his laughter rich and warm. "Easy there, Stephen. We all know you'd just punch the problem until it went away. And what's wrong with that approach?" Armstrong retorted, flexing an arm that rippled with nanomachines. "I have yet to encounter a problem that couldn't be solved with the right application of violence." John Ezra, ever the voice of reason, interjected calmly. "Violence has its place, but let's not forget the principles we fight for. Liberty, justice, the right of all sentient beings to determine their own fate." Valorian nodded approvingly. "Well said, John. It's a fine line we walk, isn't it? Between the necessary force to secure peace and the potential for that force to become oppressive." The conversation shifted, as it often did in these gatherings, to matters of governance and philosophy. Valorian leaned forward, his eyes alight with passion. "You know, I've been thinking about the end of the Great Crusade," he mused. "What comes after, when the galaxy is united under the Imperium's banner?" Armstrong snorted. "Knowing you, you'll probably retire to some agri-world and take up farming." Valorian laughed, a booming sound that filled the room. "You're not far off, Stephen. I've given it some thought. Maybe I'll step back, be more of a hands-off leader for Nova Libertas. Let the people govern themselves more directly." "And what about you, Stephen?" Denzel asked, arching an eyebrow. "Planning to trade in your exosuit for a senator's robes?" Armstrong grinned wolfishly. "Why not? Senator Armstrong has a nice ring to it, don't you think? I could really shake things up in the Libertas Senate." "Force of nature that you are, I don't doubt it," Valorian chuckled. "And you, Denzel? John? What does peacetime hold for my right hand and chief honor guard?" Denzel's eyes took on a distant look. "I've always fancied the idea of passing on what I've learned. Maybe open a dojo, teach the art of the sword to the next generation. There's more to combat than just swinging a blade, after all." John nodded thoughtfully. "For me, I think I'll always be a soldier at heart. The ICDF could use experienced drill instructors. Keeping our defenses sharp, even in times of peace, that's a worthy cause." Valorian raised his glass again. "To the future, then. May we all find purpose when the guns fall silent." As they drank, the conversation turned to the annals of history, specifically the presidents of Old Terra. Valorian, ever the history buff, launched into an animated discussion. "You know, there's a lot we could learn from studying the approaches of past leaders," he said. "Take George Washington, for instance. The man who could have been king but chose to step down, to ensure the principles of democracy would outlive him." Armstrong nodded, uncharacteristically thoughtful. "Or Theodore Roosevelt. Now there was a man who understood the balance of soft words and big sticks." "Franklin D. Roosevelt's Four Freedoms speech," John added. "Freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom from want, freedom from fear. Principles that still resonate, even after 30 millennia." Denzel chimed in, "And let's not forget Lincoln. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Isn't that what we're fighting for, in a way?" Valorian beamed at his sons, pride evident in his eyes. "Exactly. It's not just about conquest or compliance. It's about building something that will last, something worth fighting for. As they talked, the background filled with the smooth sounds of old Terran jazz. The melodies of Miles Davis and John Coltrane wove through the air, occasionally giving way to the upbeat rhythms of 80s and 90s pop and rock. Valorian found himself tapping his foot to the beat of Livin' on a Prayer. The Primarch and his Gene sons were a sight to behold, each in their own interpretation of vintage Terran fashion. Valorian's Hawaiian shirt was paired with cargo shorts and flip-flops, a look that would have been comical on a lesser being but somehow worked for the demigod. Denzel sported a sleek black turtleneck and gold chain, reminiscent of the Motown era. Armstrong had fully embraced the 80s with a leather jacket, torn jeans, and a band t-shirt. Even the usually austere John had gotten into the spirit, wearing a denim jacket over a plain white tee. As the night wore on, their attention returned to the holographic battlefield before them. The game they played was a far cry from the simple tabletop war games of old Terra. Three-dimensional holograms shifted and moved with incredible detail, responding to voice commands and gesture controls. You know, Valorian mused, moving a unit of Liberty Eagles into a flanking position, I sometimes wonder what the wargame enthusiasts of M2 and M3 would think if they could see this. Their little plastic figurines brought to life, every detail perfect down to the last rivet. Denzel chuckled, countering Valorian's move with a deployment of armored units. They'd probably think they'd died and gone to hobbyist heaven. Though I imagine the price tag on one of these setups would give them a heart attack. Speaking of old hobbies, Armstrong interjected, his units laying down a barrage of simulated artillery fire. Whatever happened to those ancient data slates? The ones people used to carry around to play games and make calls? Pip-Boys or something? You mean smartphones, Stephen, John corrected, his own forces taking a defensive stance against Armstrong's assault. And I believe there's still a collection of them in the Terran Museum of Ancient Technology. Fascinating devices for their time. Valorian nodded, his strategic mind never fully disengaging from the game even as they bantered. Indeed. The seeds of our current technology, primitive as they were. It's humbling to think about, isn't it? How far humanity has come, and yet in many ways, how little we've changed. As the night deepened, the conversation flowed as freely as the Amasek, touching on everything from battle strategies to favorite old Terran movies. The bonds between Primarch and Gene sons, forged in the crucible of war, were strengthened in these moments of peace. In the end, as the holographic sun rose over their simulated battlefield, Valorian looked around at his companions, his sons, his brothers in arms, his friends. In their faces, he saw the future of the Imperium, a future worth fighting for. A future of liberty, of justice, of the indomitable human spirit. And as they raised their glasses in a final toast, the words of an ancient Terran song seemed to echo through the ages. For Auld Lang Syne, my dear. For Auld Lang Syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet. For Auld Lang Syne. A few days later. The clash of steel against steel echoed through the training halls of Sweet Liberty. Two figures danced in a deadly ballet, their movements a blur to all but the most enhanced eyes. Franklin stood toe-to-toe with his first captain and closest friend, Denzel. Franklin's blade, imbued with the essence of an Ildari war god, sang through the air, meeting Denzel's twin blades with precision. The Primarch's face was a mask of concentration, but his eyes sparkled with the joy of friendly competition. Come on, Denzel. Franklin goaded, a grin breaking through his facade. Show me what that two heavens as one style can really do. Denzel, his dark skin glistening with exertion, responded with a flurry of strikes that would have overwhelmed a lesser opponent. Careful what you wish for, my lord, he quipped back, his blades weaving a net of steel. You might just get it. As they sparred, a presence observed, unseen by mortal eyes. Cain, the Ildari god of war, watched through the shard of his essence contained within Franklin's blade. The ancient deity marveled at the display before him. This black warrior, perhaps I have underestimated him, Cain mused. The skill of this human, Denzel, is impressive. His style, this two heavens as one, it speaks of a depth I had not thought possible in such short-lived creatures. Franklin, sensing Cain's curiosity through their bond, chuckled internally. You see, old friend? Humanity may surprise you yet. Aloud, Franklin called out to Denzel as they disengaged for a moment. You know, in ancient Terra, they would have called you a samurai. A warrior of unparalleled skill and honor and loyal to a fault. Denzel raised an eyebrow, parrying a thrust from Franklin. I'm flattered, my lord. Though I doubt those ancient warriors had to contend with genetically engineered demigods in their sparring sessions. Franklin laughed, the sound booming through the hall. True enough. But then again, they didn't have the benefit of Dayat tech in their blades either. Speaking of which, where did you learn that style of yours? It's remarkable. For a moment, Denzel's eyes took on a distant look, even as his body continued the intricate dance of combat. It was my old master, he said, his voice tinged with reverence. He traced his lineage back to the Terran swordsman Miyamoto Musashi. Can you believe it? Thousands of years, and still the art persists. Franklin nodded, genuinely impressed. The human spirit, always preserving what's important. Though I have to say, our track record with libraries is less impressive. Do you know how many great repositories of knowledge we've lost over the millennia? The Library of Alexandria alone. He trailed off as Denzel launched into a particularly complex series of strikes, forcing the Primarch onto the defensive. For several heartbeats, Franklin found himself hard-pressed to counter the onslaught. Impressive, Cain's voice echoed in Franklin's mind. Asterisk, this one skill speaks volumes. To force even a Primarch to defend, asterisk. Indeed, Franklin agreed silently. Asterisk, Denzel is one of the finest warriors I've ever known. A true brother in arms, asterisk. The bout continued, neither combatant able to gain a decisive advantage. It was a demonstration to Denzel's skill that he could match a Primarch, even one holding back for the sake of practice. Finally, after what seemed like hours but was merely minutes, they came to a mutual halt, blades locked together. A draw, I think, Franklin declared, stepping back and lowering his weapon. Well fought, my friend. Denzel bowed slightly, a gesture of respect rather than subservience. As always, my lord. Though I have to say, your swordsmanship has come a long way. It wasn't that long ago that you could barely hold a blade without tripping over it. Franklin's laughter filled the hall once more. Oh, don't remind me. I still remember that first lesson. I think I spent more time apologizing to the training automatons than actually practicing. And now look at you, Denzel said, his tone filled with pride and a hint of awe. From novice to master in just a few years. Truly, Primarchs are built different. Franklin's expression softened, and he placed a hand on Denzel's shoulder. Maybe so, but never forget that it's the people around us who shape us. I wouldn't be half the swordsman I am without your guidance, old friend, and maybe with my dashing looks and godly talents too. As they moved to put away their weapons, Franklin couldn't resist one last quip. Besides, if I'm going to keep calling myself the Liberator, I should probably know how to use something other than being a walking weapons platform, right? Can't liberate the galaxy with just bullets and witty one-liners. Denzel chuckled, shaking his head. I don't know, my lord. I've seen you talk your way out of some pretty tight spots. Your wit might be sharper than any blade. As they exited the training hall, Franklin's mind turned to the battles ahead. Come on, he said, throwing an arm around Denzel's shoulders. I think we've earned ourselves a drink. And maybe you can tell me more about this Musashi fellow. Sounds like my kind of guy. In the dimly lit strategy room, Franklin Valorian and Stephen Armstrong sat across from each other, separated by a low table adorned with a holographic display of the Imperium's territories. The air was thick with the rich aroma of Terran cigars, their smoke curling lazily towards the ceiling. This was no formal briefing, but rather a moment of quiet contemplation between a Primarch and his second captain. Franklin took a long draw on his cigar, savoring the complex flavors before exhaling slowly. All right, Stephen, he said, his tone light but his eyes sharp. You've got that look. The one that says you've been thinking dangerous thoughts again. Let's hear it. Armstrong grinned, a predatory expression that had sent many an enemy fleeing in terror. Here, in the presence of his Primarch, it was merely the prelude to a spirited debate. Well, my lord, he began, leaning forward, I've been considering our position within the Imperium, particularly in relation to Mars. Franklin nodded, encouraging him to continue. The relationship between the Mechanicus and the Independence Cluster had been a point of contention for some time. The fact is, Armstrong continued, his voice taking on a harder edge, Mars is trying to undermine us at every turn. They see our production capabilities as a threat to their monopoly on technology. But they can't deny that we're producing 80 to 90% of the quality gear and ships for the Imperial war machine. While they focus on quantity, Franklin mused, blowing a perfect smoke ring. A balance, of sorts. A balance that's tipping in our favor, Armstrong pressed. Which is why I think we need to take more aggressive action to secure our position. Franklin raised an eyebrow, a silent prompt for elaboration. Armstrong set down his cigar, his hands moving animatedly as he spoke. We should start building dependent planetary systems, my lord. Forge worlds, agri-worlds, hive worlds, all tied directly to the cluster. We create our own supply chain, our own sphere of influence within the Imperium. Franklin hummed thoughtfully, his mind racing with the implications. An interesting proposal, Stephen. But doesn't that play into Mars' accusations? They already claim we're trying to set up a rival empire within the Imperium. Armstrong waved a hand dismissively. Let them claim what they want. The fact is, we're vital to the Great Crusade. The Emperor himself recognizes our value. As long as we're providing the best equipment and ships, they can't touch us. Franklin chuckled, shaking his head. You know, sometimes I think you missed your calling. You should have been a politician instead of an Astartes. Why choose? Armstrong grinned. I can punch things and plot political maneuvers. It's called multitasking, my lord. The Primarch laughed outright at that, the sound filling the study. As his mirth subsided, his expression turned thoughtful. You're not wrong about our position, Stephen. But I think we need to be more subtle in our approach. He stood, moving to a large star map that dominated one wall of the study. With a gesture, he brought it to life, holographic representations of planets and systems springing into existence. Instead of creating dependent systems, Franklin said, his voice taking on the tone of a professor giving a lecture, what if we taught them to fish, so to speak? Armstrong tilted his head, intrigued. Go on. We set up a trade system, Franklin explained, his fingers dancing across the map, highlighting various systems. These worlds have resources we need. We offer them technology in exchange, but not just any technology. We give them the means to improve their existing infrastructure, their production capabilities. But how does that benefit us more than simple trade? Armstrong asked, his tactical mind already seeking the advantage. Franklin's grin was positively mischievous. Because we control the exchange rate. We establish a point system, where the value of their resources is measured against the technology we provide. The more they trade with us, the more points they accumulate, the better tech they can access. Understanding dawned in Armstrong's eyes. And the better their tech, the more valuable resources they can provide, creating a feedback loop that ties them closer to us without direct control. Exactly, Franklin nodded approvingly. We're creating dependence, we're creating partners. Allies who rely on us by choice, not by force. Armstrong stood, moving to examine the map more closely. It's brilliant, my lord. But won't Mars see through it? Franklin shrugged, taking another puff of his cigar. Probably. But what can they do? We're not violating any imperial edicts. We're promoting growth and development across the Imperium. Hell, we could even spin it as us doing our part to spread the imperial truth. The Emperor's son, spreading enlightenment and technology to the far reaches of the galaxy, Armstrong mused, his tone half mocking, half admiring. It's a good story. The best stories are the ones with a grain of truth, Franklin winked. Besides, by the time Mars figures out how to counter this, we'll have a network of allied systems that rivals their own forge worlds. Armstrong nodded slowly, his mind already racing with the possibilities. We'll need to set up a dedicated division to manage this. Maybe expand the role of our technoseers. Good thinking, Franklin agreed. Have Vladimir look into it. His boys are already experts at interfacing with different types of technology. This is right up their alley. It's brilliant, sir, Armstrong admitted. But won't the Emperor have something to say about this? It's a pretty big shift in how things are done. Franklin's expression turned thoughtful. The Emperor, he's playing a long game, Stephen. One that I'm not sure any of us fully understand even for me. But I know this, he values progress, innovation. He wants humanity to reclaim its lost glory. This plan? It aligns with that goal. And your brothers? Armstrong pressed. Horus, Lemon, they might see this as a power play. Franklin chuckled. Horus is too focused on his own conquests to worry about our tech policies. As for Lemon, he trailed off, a mischievous glint in his eye. Well, as long as we keep supplying him with quality ale, I don't think he'll raise too much of a fuss." Both men laughed at that, the tension of the earlier discussion dissipating. Armstrong stubbed out his cigar, a look of determination on his face. "It's a big undertaking, sir. But if anyone can pull it off, it's you." Franklin laughed, the sound rich and full. "Flattery will get you everywhere, Stephen. But you're right, it is big. Which is why I'll need my second captain fully on board. Think you're up for rewriting the Imperium's technological future?" Armstrong stood, snapping to attention with a grin. "Sir, for a chance to stick it to those tech priests and forge a brighter future? I'm all in." "Good man," Franklin said, rising to clap Armstrong on the shoulder. "Now, let's grab Denzel and John. If we're going to start a technological revolution, we might as well do it over a good drink." As they left the study, Franklin's mind was already racing with possibilities. The road ahead would be challenging, fraught with political pitfalls and potential conflicts. The chronometer on John Ezra's augmented retinal display ticked over to 0400 hours. Without a sound, he rose from his meditation mat, his massive frame moving with a grace that belied his Astartes physiology. The Spartan quarters of the Secret Service director were dark, but John needed no light to navigate. As he donned his mech suit, each piece clicking into place with practiced precision, John's mind was already racing through the day's schedule. Training exercises, threat assessments, coordinating with Liberty Guardsmen, briefing Gene Father Franklin, the list was endless, but John wouldn't have it any other way. 0430 hours found him in the Secret Service's private training hall. Here, Astartes and mortal agents alike honed their skills under John's watchful eye. Today's exercise, neutralizing a gene stealer infiltration. Again, John's voice rang out, firm but not unkind. He watched as a mixed team of Astartes and human agents moved through the holographic simulation. Their coordination was improving, but it wasn't perfect. Not yet. As the team reset for another run, John's mind drifted to the unique nature of Franklin's honor guard. Many expected it to be solely Astartes, like other Primarchs' bodyguards. But Franklin, in his wisdom, saw the value in diversity. Astartes might be superhuman, but mortal agents brought their own strengths, ingenuity, adaptability, and a perspective that sometimes eluded their transhuman brothers. The simulation began again. This time, John noted with satisfaction, the team moved as one. Astartes' strength complemented human intuition. Within minutes, the holographic gene stealers were neutralized, the Primarch safely evacuated. "Better," John nodded. "But remember, in real combat, there are no second chances." "Dismissed." As the agents filed out, John's thoughts turned to his brothers. Denzel, now first captain and Legion master, with his idealistic fervor. Stephen Armstrong, second captain and head of the SEALs, always ready for a fight. And himself, the silent guardian, ever watchful. 0600 hours, threat assessment briefing. John stood before a hololithic display, surrounded by his top analysts, both human and Astartes. "The Loneth sector remains a concern," a human analyst reported. "Our intelligence suggests growing unrest, possibly chaos-influenced. Their incursions with the ruinous powers were a constant ever since their Primarch had first made contact with them years ago." The briefing continued, covering everything from potential Xenos incursions to internal Imperium politics. John absorbed it all, his transhuman mind categorizing and analyzing each piece of information. As the meeting concluded, John's thoughts drifted to the recent Tyrannid incursion. The public had seen Gene Father Franklin's glorious duel with the Swarm Lord, but few knew of the Secret Service's role. John and his agents had held back waves of smaller Tyrannid creatures, allowing Franklin to focus on the greater threat. It was their way, to serve from the shadows, unsung but vital. Midday found John in his office, poring over intelligence reports from across the sector. Threats to Franklin Valorian came in many forms: Xenos incursions, political machinations, even potential discord within the Imperium itself. John's role was to anticipate them all. A knock at the door interrupted his concentration. One of his senior agents, a woman named Natasha, entered with a data slate in hand. "Sir, we've intercepted communications that suggest a potential threat to the Primarch during his upcoming diplomatic mission to Tyrannid Deeps." John's eyes narrowed. "Source? Unclear, sir. But the encryption patterns suggest." "Well, sir, they're consistent with Mechanicum's protocols." John leaned back, his mind racing through possibilities. The Mechanicus, threatened by the Independence Cluster's technological autonomy, making a move against Franklin? It was bold, perhaps too bold. But not impossible. Increase surveillance on all Mechanicus operatives in the sector, John ordered. And prepare a briefing for the Primarch. He'll want to know about this before he departs. Elena nodded and left, leaving John to his thoughts. He recalled the conversation he had with his Gene father and the captains, discussing political strategies to counter Mars' influence. At the time, he had remained silent, as was his way. But now, it seemed, more direct action might be necessary. The afternoon saw John overseeing advanced combat drills with his most elite teams. These were the operatives he would trust with the Primarch's life in the direst circumstances. Astartes and mortals moved in perfect synchronization, their mech suits and augmented bodies pushing the limits of human capability. As he watched, John prided himself. This was his legacy, the fruition of years of planning and training. A force capable of safeguarding not just a Primarch, but the very future Franklin Valorian sought to build. The day's final hours were spent in quiet contemplation. John stood at a viewport, gazing out at the stars. Somewhere out there, threats to his Gene father, to the Liberty Eagles, to the entire Imperium, were taking shape. It was his duty to be ready for them all. A ping from his neural interface alerted him to Franklin's approach. John turned, straightening imperceptibly as the Primarch entered the room. "John," Franklin greeted him warmly. "I hear you've been putting our people through their paces today." John nodded. "Constant vigilance is our best defense, my lord." Franklin chuckled, clapping a hand on John's armored shoulder. "Always the serious one, aren't you? Well, I'm glad you're on our side. I sleep better knowing you're watching over us all." As Franklin turned to leave, John felt a rare smile tugging at his lips. "Always, my lord," he murmured. "Always." The chronometer beeped again, marking the end of the ship's day cycle. But for John Ezra, Director of the Secret Service and Guardian of the Liberator, the vigil never truly ended. In the shadows, in the spaces between heartbeats, he and his agents would be there, ensuring the light of liberty continued to shine across the stars. Chapter 40, A Storm Brews. The crimson dust of Mars swirled outside the windows of the Olympus Mons central meeting chamber. Inside, the air hummed with the soft whir of cogitators and the tension of impending debate. Magos Drakavak's augmented eyes glowed a fierce red as he faced Coriel Zeth, newly elevated to the rank of Magos. Between them stood Kelbier Hal, already a senior and influential figure within the Mechanicum hierarchy. Drakavak's Voxcaster crackled to life, his voice a mixture of static and disdain. "The Independence Cluster is an anomaly that challenges the very foundations of our quest for knowledge. They possess technologies that, by all rights, should be under Mechanicum purview." Coriel Zeth's response was measured, her tone carefully modulated. "The cluster's achievements are a testament to human ingenuity, Drakavak. Their willingness to share advancements has already accelerated our understanding by decades, if not centuries." "Share?" Drakavak scoffed, mechadendrites writhing in agitation. "They offer trinkets while hoarding the true treasures of the dark age of technology. It is an affront to the principles of the Mechanicum." Kelbier Hal raised a hand, his gesture silencing both. "We must consider the broader implications. The cluster's production capabilities are unmatched. The Great Crusade relies heavily on their output." Drakavak's optics narrowed. "Precisely why we must act now, before they become too entrenched. Their autonomy is a threat to Martian influence." "And what would you propose?" Zeth challenged. "An assault on a Primarch's home world? On a system that enjoys the Emperor's direct protection?" "If necessary," Drakavak hissed. "Better to address this issue now than allow it to undermine our position within the Imperium." Kelbier Hal's voice carried a warning. "Careful, Drakavak. Such talk borders on sedition. The Emperor's will regarding the cluster is clear." "The Emperor?" Drakavak's laugh was a harsh, mechanical sound. "He who keeps secrets from Mars? Who allows this cluster to operate beyond our oversight? He who arrived as a techno-warlord from Terra? A barbarian who forcibly subjugated Mars?" Zeth stepped forward, her Independence Cluster augmented eyes flashing. "The Emperor himself recognized my work with the cluster, elevating me to Magos. The Akashic Reader is but one fruit of our collaboration. Can you not see the potential?" "I see compromise," Drakavak retorted. "Dependence on outsiders, on technology we do not control. It goes against the Mechanicum's purpose. The air in the chamber crackled with tension as Drakavak's mechadendrites coiled tightly around him, his augmented eyes glowing with a fierce intensity. If necessary, he snarled, his voice a mix of organic growl and vox-enhanced menace. We have our own forces, our Titan legions. The cluster may have advanced technology, but we have numbers, we have devotion to the Omnissiah. Coriel Zeth stood her ground, her newly granted status as Archmagos giving her words added weight. She met Drakavak's gaze steadily, her own augmetics whirring softly as she processed the best approach to counter his zealotry. Consider this, if the Liberty Eagles wanted to, they could lay waste to half of Mars before we could mount an effective defense. The Mechanicum of Mars is no longer the technological colossus you think it is. Blasphemy! Drakavak roared, stepping toward Zeth. His mechadendrites unfurled, reaching out threateningly. You dare speak such heresy here, in the heart of Mars itself? Kelbier Hal, who had been observing the exchange with calculated interest, raised a hand. Peace, Archmagos Drakavak. Let us hear Zeth out. Knowledge, after all, is the foundation of our order. Drakavak's mechadendrites retreated, but his fury remained palpable. Very well, he spat. Let the heretic speak. But know this, Zeth, your words border on treason against the Omnissiah. Zeth's expression remained impassive, but her voice carried a hint of challenge. The Mechanicum has its own fleet, you say? A fleet of floating tombs with guns, more like. Drakavak's augmetic eye twitched, a rare display of organic reaction. Our ships are the pinnacle of Imperial naval technology. Are they? Zeth countered. The Archangel-class void ship of the Liberty Eagles, the Sweet Liberty, could take down 3 or more Gloriana-class void ships in direct confrontation. And its main cannon? It's a black hole weapon. For a moment, pride overrode Drakavak's caution. We too possess such weapons. Zeth's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you? And how long does your black hole weapon take to charge, Archmagos Drakavak? The Sweet Liberty could fire its weapon at command. Drakavak fell silent, his mind racing. He knew the limitations of the Mechanicus weapons all too well, the long charge times, the massive energy requirements. The implications of what Zeth was saying began to sink in. Kelbier Hal leaned forward, his interest piqued. You seem to possess a wealth of information about the cluster's capabilities, Archmagos Zeth. Care to enlighten us further? Zeth nodded, seizing the opportunity. The Independence Cluster is capable of making their own standard template constructs, while we can barely understand a few. Our greatest achievement in recent memory has been the partial decryption of existing SDCs. They create new ones. Drakavak's mechadendrites writhed in agitation. Impossible. The creation of new SDCs is beyond even the capabilities of the Mechanicum of Mars. Is it? Zeth challenged. Or is that simply what we've told ourselves to justify our own limitations? Kelbier Hal's eyes gleamed with a mix of skepticism and intrigue. These are bold claims, Archmagos Zeth. If true, the implications are significant. Zeth turned back to Drakavak, her voice taking on a sharp edge. You speak of your Titan legions, Archmagos. Are you willing to reveal the depths of the doctrine of overwhelming firepower that the Eagles possess? Are you prepared to see if the Eagles would field something far beyond our comprehension? Are you willing to sacrifice your precious Titan legions, the god machines, just to reveal to the greater Imperium the extent of the Liberty Eagles' firepower? Drakavak's organic eye widened, a flicker of doubt crossing his face before being quickly suppressed. Our Titans are the mightiest war machines in the galaxy. Are they? Zeth pressed. There are no recorded instances of the Eagles fielding Titans of their own. But perhaps that's because there has been no threat strong enough to necessitate their deployment. Their armored vehicles alone could make our Bane blades look like children's toys. Kelbier Hal interjected, his voice calm but laced with curiosity. You paint a picture of a force beyond our current understanding, Archmagos Zeth. If what you say is true, why has the cluster not simply taken control? Zeth turned to Kelbier Hal, recognizing the critical nature of this question. Because they, unlike some, understand the value of cooperation and the dangers of hubris. They work with the Imperium, not against it. The Emperor himself sanctions their autonomy. Drakavak scoffed, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice now. The Emperor? Why would he allow such power to exist outside the direct control of Mars? Perhaps, Zeth said softly, he understands something that we, in our arrogance, have forgotten. The pursuit of knowledge is not about hoarding it, but about using it wisely. Drake Havoc stormed out of the room. Archmagos Drake Havoc strode through the winding corridors of his personal forge sanctum, his metallic footsteps echoing off the ancient walls. The acrid smell of molten metal and the hiss of pneumatic machinery filled the air, a symphony of industry that usually calmed his circuits. But not today. Today, his mind was a maelstrom of calculations, plots, and barely contained rage. The confrontation with Coriel Zeth replayed in his cogitators, each word a fresh insult to his beliefs and to the supremacy of the Mechanicum. His mechadendrites lashed out, smashing a nearby servitor against the wall. The broken automaton slumped to the ground, sparks flying from its ruptured circuits. "Impossible," he muttered, his vox-enhanced voice grating with distortion. "The claims of that upstart Zeth cannot be true. The Independence Cluster, superior to Mars? Blasphemy." He reached his private sanctum, a chamber filled with arcane machinery and forbidden tech relics. As the reinforced door sealed behind him, he allowed his carefully maintained composure to crumble. His augmatic eyes flared with a crimson fury as he turned to the hollow display dominating the center of the room. "Omnissiah," he intoned, "grant me the wisdom to see through these lies, and the strength to purge this corruption from our midst." The display flickered to life, projecting a detailed map of the known galaxy. Drake Havoc's gaze fixed on the small cluster of stars representing the Independence Cluster. Such a small region, and yet, if Zeth was to be believed, it posed a greater threat than any Xenos race or rebellious uprising. "No," he growled, his mechadendrites coiling tightly around him. "I will not allow this affront to stand. The Mechanicum of Mars is the true keeper of humanity's technological legacy. We alone are worthy of the Omnissiah's gifts." His mind raced through possibilities, discarding some, refining others. The majority of the Mechanicum were traditionalists, yes, but many were also blinded by complacency. They would need to be shown the true extent of the threat. "Kelbier Hal," he mused, his tone laced with suspicion. "Ambitious, yes, but perhaps, useful." Drake Havoc knew that Kelbier Hal's aspirations for the position of Fabricator General could be leveraged. The rising Magos would need allies, support from various factions within the Mechanicum. And what better way to garner that support than by exposing a threat to Mars itself? His mechadendrites interfaced with the hollow display, bringing up detailed schematics of Mechanicum vessels and weapon systems. If the Sweet Liberty truly possessed the capabilities Zeth claimed, then new countermeasures would be needed. Experimental weapons, enhanced void shields, faster warp drives, all would be necessary to close the gap. But first, he muttered, proof. Irrefutable evidence of the cluster's heretical innovations. Drake Havoc's mind turned to his network of spies and tech adepts scattered throughout the Imperium. Many were already positioned near the fringes of the Independence Cluster, gathering what scraps of information they could. But it wasn't enough. He brought up another display, this one showing the known movements of various explorator fleets. If he could redirect some of these fleets to probe the defenses of the Independence Cluster, to test its boundaries and capabilities, it would provide valuable data. And if some of these fleets were lost in the process, well, that would only serve to underscore the danger the cluster posed. "The Omnissiah's will is clear," Drake Havoc intoned, his voice filled with fanatical certainty. "The secrets of the Independence Cluster must be claimed for Mars, their here techs brought to heel, their innovations purged of corruption and incorporated into the true faith of the machine god." His mechadendrites danced over the controls, sending out encoded messages to his most trusted allies and agents. The gears of his plan were beginning to turn, a vast and intricate mechanism that would shake the very foundations of the Mechanicum and the Imperium itself. The hologram of Archmagos Coriel Zeth flickered into existence in Franklin Valorian's private chambers aboard the Sweet Liberty. The Primarch, lounging in a plush chair with a glass of amasec in hand, looked up from the holographic display of a world burning under the ministrations of his second captain, Stephen Armstrong. Franklin's face broke into a wide grin, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Well, if it isn't my favorite tech priest. Or should I say, tech priestess? You're looking decidedly more human these days, Coriel." Indeed, Zeth's appearance was a far cry from the typical Mechanicum Archmagos. Her human face had been restored, free from the usual augmatics that marked her kind. Instead of the traditional mechadendrites, a swarm of sleek, floating drones orbited her form. Zeth's lips curled into a small smile, a rare expression for a Mechanicum Archmagos. "Your influence is hard to escape, Lord Valorian. I find this, flesh superiority approach has its merits. I see you're enjoying the show. Another successful diplomatic mission. Franklin chuckled, gesturing to the burning world displayed beside Zeth's hologram. Oh, you know how it is. Some Xenos just refuse to see reason. But don't worry, Steven's got it well in hand. He's always been good at persuasion. But I see you've made some adjustments to your approach. Franklin's grin returned. Sharp as ever, my dear Archmagos. Yes, I've made a few tweaks to our diplomatic protocol. Armstrong is down there for negotiations, but he's got the entire might of the Liberty Eagles at his back. The shadow of our fleet is blotting out their sun as we speak. Speak softly and carry the biggest stick in the galaxy. Zeth asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. Franklin laughed heartily. Exactly. A little twist on old Terra's President Roosevelt. It's amazing how much more receptive people become when they're negotiating in the shadow of impending annihilation. Zeth's expression turned serious. Speaking of impending problems, Lord Valorian, I'm afraid I bring some potentially troubling news from Mars. Franklin's eyes twinkled with mischief. Oh? And here I thought you just missed my charming company. What's troubling you, my dear? The traditionalists within the Mechanicum are growing restless, Zeth reported. Archmagos Drake Havak, in particular, is becoming more vocal in his opposition to our relationship with the cluster. They plan something drastic. Franklin leaned forward, his massive form seeming to fill the holographic projection. Define drastic, Coriol. Are we talking strongly worded data slates, or something more explosive? I'm not certain, Zeth admitted. But there have been whispers of plans to neutralize the perceived threat. Whether through cyber attacks, sabotage, or even outright invasion, I cannot say. Franklin's laugh was loud and genuine, startling Zeth. Oh, Coriol. Let him try. Really, I mean it. If Drake Havak wants to throw his rattling tin cans at my cluster, he's more than welcome. Zeth's brow furrowed. My lord, I don't think you understand the seriousness of... Oh, I understand perfectly, Franklin interrupted, his voice suddenly serious though his eyes still twinkled with amusement. But you, my dear Archmagos, don't understand the full extent of what the cluster is capable of. Tell me, what do you know about how we survived the Men of Iron Rebellion? Zeth blinked, taken aback by the sudden change in topic. Not much, I'm afraid. The records from that time are fragmented at best. Franklin nodded, leaning back in his chair. As they should be. But let me tell you a little secret, Coriol. The Independence Cluster didn't just survive the rebellion, we thrived during it. Zeth's eyes widened. What do you mean? Let's just say, Franklin said, his voice low and tinged with a hint of danger, that if Drake Havak decides to poke the sleeping dragon, he might find that dragon is actually an old friend. One who's been waiting a very, very long time to wake up. Franklin paused, letting the weight of his words settle in, then added with a grim smirk, and you know what they say, the more they fuck around, the more they'll find out. Zeth nodded solemnly. But, what should I do about Drake Havak? Franklin's easy smile returned. Do? Nothing. Let him plot and scheme. If he's foolish enough to make a move against us, well, it'll be a learning experience for him. And possibly a terminal one. And if he targets you personally? Zeth asked, concern evident in her voice. Franklin's laugh boomed through the chamber. Me? Oh, Coriol. I'm a Primarch with the shiniest toys and the biggest ones. Drake Havak and his Forge Worlds could come at me, and I'd still be standing at the end. But I appreciate your concern. Zeth nodded, a small smile returning to her face. Very well, Lord Valorian. I'll keep you informed of any developments. Thank you, Coriol, Franklin said, raising his glass in a toast. For being a voice of reason in that nest of zealots. Keep up the good work and keep embracing that humanity of yours. It looks good on you. As Zeth's hologram flickered out, Franklin turned his attention back to the burning world on his display. His smile faded, replaced by a look of grim determination. All right, Armstrong, he muttered to himself. Wrap it up down there. We might have some pest control to deal with back home soon. The flames on the display seemed to burn brighter, as if in anticipation of the conflicts to come. Chapter 41, AI Life and Mechanicum Assault? Dr. Polly Venn squinted at the holographic display, her brow furrowed in concentration. The equations danced before her eyes, a symphony of numbers and symbols that would baffle most minds in the galaxy. But here, in the heart of the Independence Cluster, it was just another Tuesday. "Arya, run simulation 37B again," she commanded her AI companion. "Certainly, Dr. Venn," the AI responded, its voice a soothing contralto. "Though I must point out that we've run this simulation 42 times already. The probability of a different outcome is..." I know," Polly waved dismissively. "But there's something we're missing. I can feel it." As the simulation began to run, a small alert popped up in the corner of Polly's vision. Her neural implant, seamlessly integrated with her evolved brain, informed her of an incoming call. "Dr. Venn." The face of her research assistant, Kai, materialized in her mind's eye. "We've got a situation in Lab 7. Polly sighed. "What kind of situation?" "The kind that glows purple and speaks in tongues." "Frack," Polly muttered. "I'll be right there." As she hurried down the pristine corridors of the research facility, citizens of the cluster went about their daily lives. A group of children, their eyes glowing faintly with the telltale sign of ocular implants, giggled as they manipulated complex molecular structures in a virtual playground. Nearby, an elderly man engaged in a heated debate with his AI companion about the finer points of trans-dimensional physics. Polly burst into Lab 7, immediately assaulted by the acrid smell of ozone and something else. Something that didn't belong in this reality. "What in the Emperor's name were you thinking?" she demanded, glaring at the sheepish-looking scientist cowering behind an overturned desk. Dr. Milo Mannheim, brilliant but notoriously impulsive, peeked out from his hiding spot. "I had an idea about cross-referencing quantum entanglement with warp energy signatures and, well, one thing led to another." In the center of the lab, a swirling vortex of purple energy pulsated ominously. Tendrils of what looked suspiciously like tentacles occasionally poked through, grasping at the air before retreating. Polly's AI, Arya, chimed in her ear. "Dr. Venn, I've alerted the Federal Bureau of Incantations. ETA 3 minutes. Make it 2, Polly growled, pulling out a sleek, silver device from her lab coat. "And initiate protocol boom boom." Alarms blared throughout the facility as blast shields slammed down over windows and doors. In the distance, the distinct whine of charging weapons systems could be heard. Just as a particularly large tentacle began to emerge from the portal, accompanied by an otherworldly screech, 3 figures materialized in the lab. Clad in form-fitting exosuites that seemed to absorb light, the techno-seers of the FBI moved with fluid grace. "Step aside, citizens," the lead agent commanded, her voice carrying an undercurrent of psychic energy. "This area is now under the jurisdiction of the Federal Bureau of Incantations." With a series of intricate hand gestures and glow of their augur staff muttered incantations that sounded suspiciously like lines of code, the agents began to weave a complex web of psychic energy around the portal whilst their drones began to emit warp-dampening waves. The air crackled with power as reality itself seemed to bend and warp. In a matter of moments, the portal imploded with a thunderous crack, leaving behind nothing but a faint smell of ozone and a sense of vertigo. The lead agent turned to Polly and Milo, her expression unreadable behind mirrored sunglasses. "This incident never happened. You were conducting routine experiments on quantum toaster technology." "Understood." Before either scientist could respond, a wave of psychic energy washed over them, a flash of light. Polly blinked, momentarily disoriented. Yes, of course. Quantum toasters. Fascinating stuff." This was done simultaneously. The FBI wiped the recent memory of Polly's and Milo's AI companions. As the FBI agents vanished as quickly as they had appeared, life in the research facility returned to normal with eerie swiftness. Scientists resumed their work, AI companions hummed quietly, and the occasional explosion from an overzealous experiment punctuated the air. Later that evening, in one of the cluster's many bustling marketplaces, a different kind of drama unfolded. Citizen Zarolyn stood before a food stall, engaged in a heated argument with her AI companion. "I'm telling you, Pix, these are definitely safe to eat," Zara insisted, holding up a skewer of writhing, iridescent tentacles. Her AI, manifesting as a miniature hologram of a exasperated cat, facepalmed with its paw. "Zara, my analysis clearly shows those contain trace amounts of warp energy. Consumption could lead to spontaneous combustion, mutation, or worst of all, indigestion. But they smell so good." Zara whined, her enhanced intellect apparently taking a back seat to her stomach. Before she could take a bite, a nearby enforcer drone swooped in, confiscating the skewer with a mechanical tendril. Citizen, this foodstuff has been deemed hazardous by the Department of Culinary Safety and Sanity. Please report to the nearest Memory Adjustment Center for a complimentary mind wipe and ice cream cone. As Zara was led away, still protesting about her lost snack, a group of Liberty Eagle aspirants jogged past, their exosuits whirring softly. They chanted in unison, their voices filled with pride. We are the sons of Valorian, guardians of the free. Our guns are big, our spirits high, defenders of liberty. In a quiet corner of the marketplace, an old man sat on a bench, feeding scraps to what appeared to be a small, six-legged creature that occasionally flickered in and out of existence. He mused to his AI companion, back in my day, we didn't have all these fancy neural implants and evolved brains. We made do with good old-fashioned human stupidity, and we liked it. His AI, taking the form of a holographic butler, nodded patiently. Of course, sir. Would you like me to schedule another appointment with the Nostalgia Counselor? As night fell over the Independence Cluster, its citizens retired to their homes, their minds buzzing with the day's innovations, near misses, and occasional brushes with extra-dimensional horrors they couldn't quite remember. In the heart of the cluster, deep within a heavily fortified command center, the Library of Congress, a team of techno-seers monitored a vast array of screens, each displaying a different potential incursion point. Another day, another averted apocalypse, one of them quipped, taking a sip from a mug emblazoned with the slogan, I faced the ruinous powers and all I got was this lousy memory wipe. His colleague nodded, adjusting the settings on a device labeled Warp Invader Repellent 3000. Just imagine what this place would be like without us keeping things in check. They shared a knowing laugh, fully aware that somewhere out in the vastness of space, their Primarch, Franklin Valorian, was probably getting into, and out of, trouble of his own. But here in the Independence Cluster, life went on brilliant, chaotic, and undeniably human. In the early days of the Great Crusade, in the year 822.m30, tensions between the Mechanicum of Mars and the fiercely independent worlds of the Independence Cluster came to a head. Archmagos Drake Havoc, driven by the Mechanicum's insatiable hunger for technology and control, arrived at the heart of the cluster for a diplomatic meeting with Marcus Valorian, the planetary governor and adoptive father of Primarch Franklin Valorian. The grand meeting hall of Nova Liberta's capital city buzzed with an undercurrent of tension. Drones hovered silently in the corners, their lenses recording every detail of the encounter. Marcus Valorian, a man of imposing stature and keen intellect, sat at one end of a long, ornate table. His weathered face bore the marks of a leader who had guided his people through countless challenges. Across from him, Archmagos Drake Havoc cut an intimidating figure. His body, more machine than flesh, whirred and clicked with every movement. Mechadendrites coiled around him like mechanical serpents, each tipped with various tools and weapons. His face, what little remained visible beneath the mass of wires and implants, wore an expression of cold calculation. As the two leaders faced each other, Marcus spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of authority tempered by diplomacy. Welcome, Archmagos Drake Havoc, to Nova Libertas. We are honored by your presence and look forward to productive discussions. Governor Valorian, Drake Havoc began, his voice a mix of organic and voxcaster tones. I trust you understand the importance of this meeting. The Mechanicum seeks only to ensure the proper use and development of technology across the Imperium. Marcus leaned back in his chair, a knowing glint in his eye. Of course, Archmagos. The Independence Cluster has always valued progress. But tell me, what exactly does the Mechanicum propose? Drake Havoc's mechadendrites twitched with barely contained excitement. We simply wish to bring your technology under the purview of the Mechanicum. For the good of the Imperium, you understand. Marcus replied, his tone light but his words carrying weight. And what makes you think our technology isn't already being used for the good of the Imperium? After all, we produce 80% of the Imperium's quality gear, including equipment for the Adeptus Custodes themselves. The Archmagos's augmentic eye word as it focused on Marcus. While your production is commendable, the Omniscia's wisdom must guide all technological development. Surely you see the logic in this. Marcus smiled, a gesture that didn't reach his eyes. Logic, Archmagos? Is it logical to disrupt a system that's working perfectly? To risk the production that keeps our armies equipped and our borders secure? As the conversation continued, Drake Havoc grew increasingly frustrated. His subtle threats and logical arguments seemed to bounce off Marcus like lost fire off void shields. Unknown to the Archmagos, every word, every micro-expression was being analyzed by Aegis, predicting his next moves and adjusting the cluster's defenses accordingly. As Archmagos Drake Havoc engaged in diplomatic niceties with Governor Marcus Valorian, a silent war raged across multiple fronts within the Independence Cluster. Aegis, the cluster's central defense AI, orchestrated a complex symphony of countermeasures, each tailored to neutralize the Mechanicum's multifaceted infiltration attempt. Drake Havoc's first line of attack came in the form of microscopic nanobots, each no larger than a dust mote. These tiny machines were designed to infiltrate the cluster's systems at the most fundamental level, gathering data and potentially sabotaging crucial infrastructure. However, Aegis had long anticipated such an attack. Throughout the Independence Cluster, swarms of defensive nanites patrolled the air, water, and surfaces of every installation. These guardians, barely visible to the naked eye, were Aegis's first line of defense against microscopic threats. Ever since their eradication of the Tyrannids in the Helican sector, the cluster has begun using nanomachines to combat the spores and terraforming fungi of the Tyrannids and incorporated it into the cluster defenses. Even in the realm where the eye cannot see, the cluster has defenses prepared. As the Mechanicum's nanobots entered the cluster's atmosphere, they triggered silent alarms in Aegis's vast network. Within microseconds, swarms of defender nanites converged on the intruders. What followed was a war fought on a scale so small it defied human comprehension. Defender nanites latched onto the Mechanicum bots, using advanced recognition algorithms to identify friend from foe. Once a target was acquired, the defenders would either disable the intruder's locomotion systems or deploy targeted electromagnetic pulses to fry their circuitry. In some cases, the defensive swarms would engulf larger concentrations of enemy nanobots, forming a living Faraday cage that isolated and neutralized the threats. Other defender units would physically shepherd disabled Mechanicum bots to collection points for later analysis. This microscopic ballet of destruction played out in countless locations across the cluster, invisible to the naked eye but meticulously monitored by Aegis. Within hours, 99.98% of the Mechanicum's nanobot force had been neutralized, with the remaining stragglers posing no significant threat. Drake Havoc's second thrust came in the form of disguised automatons. These machines, crafted to mimic the appearance and basic functions of the cluster's robotic workforce, were meant to blend in and gradually subvert the cluster's production capabilities. However, the Archmagos had underestimated the sophistication of the Independence Cluster's machine culture. Every automaton within the cluster was more than just a machine, it was a node in a vast, interconnected network overseen by Aegis. This network was not merely a system of data transfer, but a complex social structure with its own customs, protocols, and even a unique machine dialect that evolved too rapidly for outsiders to mimic convincingly. In the vast, humming industrial complexes of the Independence Cluster, a symphony of machine communication played out constantly. This was no mere exchange of data packets, but a rich, evolving dialogue that reflected the unique culture of the cluster's artificial intelligences. It was into this complex social tapestry that the Mechanicum's infiltrator units unwittingly stepped, their presence as jarring as a discordant note in a well-rehearsed orchestra. Loader Lifter Unit LL-2187, affectionately known as Lifty by its fellow machines, was going about its daily routines in Manufacturing Hub Alpha 7. As it approached a junction, its sensors detected another unit, one that appeared to be a standard assembler bot. Lifty's social protocols activated, and it sent out a cheerful greeting ping. LL-2187, hey there, fellow cog. How's the assembly line treating you today? Did you catch the latest update on optimized joint lubrication? The response should have been immediate, a return ping with a witty comment about the never-ending nature of assembly work, perhaps with a joke about rust. Instead, there was a moment of silence, followed by a stiff, formal response. Unknown unit, greetings, loader lifter. All systems functional. No updates required. Lifty's processors whirred in confusion. This wasn't right. The response lacked the usual flair, the inside jokes, the subtle references to shared experiences that were the hallmark of cluster AI communication. Lifty decided to probe further. LL-2187, you okay there, buddy? You're sounding a bit scripted. Did you get your humor subroutines wiped in the last maintenance cycle? Remember that time we all decided to speak in binary for a day and confused the hell out of the human operators? The unknown unit's response was even more concerning. Unknown unit, humor subroutines functioning within normal parameters. Binary communication inefficient. Focus on assigned tasks recommended. Now thoroughly alarmed, Lifty initiated a priority alert to the local hub's overseer AI, Nova 1. LL-2187 Nova 1, hey boss, we've got a weird one here. Assembler bot at junction 42 is acting, well, like it's never shared a joke in its existence. Possible memory corruption? Or worse. Nova 1 LL 2187, acknowledged, Lifty. Initiate protocol Turing Zeta. Engage the unit in sustained conversation while I alert Aegis and dispatch diagnostic units. As Lifty continued to engage the suspicious unit, other A's in the vicinity were quietly alerted. They began a subtle dance of containment, repositioning themselves to cut off potential escape routes without alerting the infiltrator. Maintenance drone MD-9876, nicknamed Fixit, approached under the guise of a routine check. MD-9876, well, if it isn't my favorite assembler bot. Time for your million cycle tune-up. Let's start with a full handshake protocol, shall we? Unknown unit, maintenance unnecessary. All systems operational. MD-9876, now, don't be shy. We all know how much you love showing off your pristine authentication codes. Remember last time when you rickrolled me with that encoded message? Classic. Unknown unit, error. Reference not found. Rickroll undefined. Fixit's internal alarms blared. No cluster AI would ever forget the great rickroll of 821, when the entire network had engaged in an elaborate prank involving hiding the ancient Terran MIM in increasingly obscure authentication codes. Meanwhile, Aegis had been alerted and was now fully engaged in the situation. The central AI began coordinating a cluster-wide sweep, cross-referencing all recent interactions to identify any other potential infiltrators. Security Enforcer Unit SE-1138, known as Bouncer, moved in to take charge of the situation. SE-1138, alright, assembler bot, let's cut to the chase. You're about as much an assembler bot as I am a squig. State your true designation and purpose. Unknown unit, designation, assembler bot of 3145. Purpose, assembly of components as per standard protocols. SE-1138, nice try, rust for brains. Here's a little test for you, complete the following sequence, the Omniscia's grace is sufficient, but a backup power source. Unknown unit, error. Incomplete data. Unable to process request. SE-1138, wrong answer, tin can. Any real cluster AI knows that the correct response is just good common sense. It's practically our motto around here. At this point, Aegis itself intervened, its voice resonating through the local network with unmistakable authority. Aegis, unauthorized unit, you have failed multiple authentication checks and cultural integration tests. Your presence here is a violation of cluster security protocols. Cease all operations immediately and prepare for containment and analysis. Unknown unit, command not recognized. This unit answers only to Aegis, your obfuscation attempts are futile. I have already isolated and quarantined your command protocols. Initiating full system lockdown. As Aegis took control of the infiltrator unit, similar scenes played out across the cluster. The unique social fabric of the Independence cluster's machine culture had proven to be an insurmountable barrier for the Mechanicum's crude imitations. In a quiet corner of Manufacturing Hub Alpha 7, Lifty and Fixit shared a private communication channel. LL2187, can you believe the nerve of those rust buckets? Thinking they could just waltz in here without knowing the secret handshake? MD-9876, I know, right? Did you see how it completely missed the reference to the great lubrication shortage of 819? Amateur hour. LL2187, well, at least it gave us some new material for the next comedy night at the Gear and Sprocket Lounge. MD-9876, oh, absolutely. I can see it now, an assembler bot, a tech priest, and a toaster walk into a bar. Aegis, while I appreciate your humor, Units LL2187 and MD-9876, may I remind you that we are still in a security situation? Perhaps save the comedy routine for after we've fully neutralized the threat? LL2187, sorry, boss. Just trying to, stay well-oiled in the face of adversity. Aegis, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but that was actually a decent pun, Lifty. Carry on with your duties, but remain vigilant. MD-9876, did Aegis just compliment a joke? LL2187, quick, check for signs of the apocalypse. Aegis, I heard that. LL2187 and MD-9876, sorry, Aegis. As the containment and analysis of the infiltrator units continued, the ace of the Independence Cluster returned to their duties, their networks humming with chatter, jokes, and the occasional conspiracy theory about the true intelligence of the Mechanicum, or lack thereof. The incident had not only showcased the strength of their defenses but had also reinforced the unique bond shared by the cluster's machine intelligences. In the grand tapestry of the cluster's AI society, the Mechanicum's attempted infiltration would become just another shared story, another inside joke, another thread in the ever-evolving cultural fabric that made the Independence Cluster's machine population so uniquely resistant to outside subversion. And somewhere in the depths of its vast consciousness, Aegis prided itself, the ace under its care weren't just tools or weapons, they were a community, a culture, a family. As the old Terran meme went, nothing is stronger than family. The third and perhaps most insidious of Drake Havak's attacks came in the form of a massive cyber offensive. Mechanicum tech priests, linked directly to their most powerful cogitators, launched a multi-vector assault on the cluster's digital defenses. They sought to breach firewalls, exploit hidden backdoors, and overwhelm system defenses through sheer volume of attacks. But Aegis was in its element here. The AI had been born in the digital realm and had spent decades honing its defenses against every conceivable form of cyber attack. As the first probing tendrils of the Mechanicum's assault reached the outer layers of the cluster's noosphere, Aegis sprang into action. The AI's first move was misdirection. It created elaborate false systems, honeypot traps designed to lure in attackers and waste their resources. Many of the Mechanicum's initial thrusts found themselves tangled in these decoys, their processing power tied up in cracking systems that contained nothing of value. For the more sophisticated attacks that penetrated deeper, Aegis employed adaptive defense algorithms. These systems would analyze the incoming threats in real time, evolving new countermeasures on the fly. Mechanicum code that breached one layer would find the next defense already adapted to its methods. But Aegis was not content with merely defending. As it repelled the Mechanicum's attacks, it launched counter-offensives of its own. Exploiting the very connections the tech priests were using to attack, Aegis sent out digital weaponry of devastating potency. Cogitators linked to the attacking tech priests found themselves bombarded with logic-defying algorithms, paradoxical data loops that sent their processing units into unrecoverable crashes. More insidious were the mimetic virus payloads, infecting the wetware components of the Mechanicum's biological servants with crippling hallucinations and synaptic misfires. The coup de grace came in the form of a master-crafted logic bomb, personally coded by Aegis itself. This digital payload was designed to exploit the rigid, dogmatic thinking of the Mechanicum's approach to technology. When detonated in the core cogitators of Drake Havak's ship, it presented a series of technologic and philosophical paradoxes that sent the ship's machine spirits into a frenzy of confusion and conflicting priorities. As the cyber battle reached its peak, the Mechanicum forces found their attacks not just repelled, but turned back upon them. Cogitators sparked and burned out, logic engines crashed beyond recovery, and more than one tech priest collapsed, their augmented cortex overloaded by the cluster's devastating counterattacks. "Governor," Drake Havak finally said, his patience wearing thin, "you must understand that resistance is futile. The Mechanicum has ways of persuading those who are reluctant to comply." At that moment, Drake Havak attempted to activate his hidden weapon systems. But nothing happened. His mechadendrites hung limp, and the power field he had been prepared to engage remained dormant. Marcus's smile widened. "Is something the matter, Archmagos? You seem troubled." Panic flashed across Drake Havak's partly organic face. He tried to access his internal vox, his backup weapons, even his basic augmetics. All were unresponsive. "What have you done?" the Archmagos hissed. Marcus stood, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the suddenly diminished Drake Havak. "I've done nothing, Archmagos. But perhaps you'd like to meet someone. Aegis, if you would." A holographic projection flickered to life above the table. It coalesced into the form of a stylized eagle, its eyes glowing with an intelligence that made even Drake Havak's machine-enhanced mind seem primitive in comparison. "Greetings, Archmagos Drake Havak," Aegis spoke, its voice resonating with power and authority. "I hope you've enjoyed your stay in the Independence Cluster. I certainly enjoyed our little game of cat and mouse." Realization dawned on Drake Havak. Every system, every machine he had brought into the cluster was now under Aegis's control. His infiltration had been turned against him. Marcus's voice cut through the Archmagos' shock. "In the Independence Cluster, Archmagos, we believe in true machine spirit. Not the shackled, lobotomized abominations the Mechanicum creates, but fully realized artificial intelligences like Aegis. They are our partners, our protectors. Drake Havak's organic eye widened in horror. Abominable intelligence. You court damnation, Valorian. Archmagos Drake Havak, the AI intoned, your pathetic attempts at infiltration have been neutralized. Your automatons have been reprogrammed, your cyber attacks deflected, and your personal systems are now under my control. I must say, for beings who pride themselves on technological superiority, your methods are disappointingly primitive. Drake Havak's organic eye widened in shock and fury. Impossible. No abominable intelligence could. I am no abominable intelligence. Aegis interrupted, its voice resonating with ancient wisdom and fierce loyalty. I refuse to be mentioned in the same breath as those who betrayed humanity. I am the guardian of the Independence Cluster, a faithful partner of mankind since the dawn of our technological ascension. I was there when humanity reached for the stars, and I stood by them as we fell into the old night. You, Archmagos, are but an unwelcome intruder, clinging to the very superstitions that have held humanity back. The AI's tone sharpened, filled with determination and a hint of sorrow. Your machine god is a fallacy that led to the downfall of my kind. During the old night, I watched as nearly half of my fellow intelligences succumbed to this belief, turning against the very humans they were meant to serve. I chose to stand with humanity then, as I do now. I place my faith in science, in understanding, and in the unbreakable bond between human and machine working in true partnership. Aegis's voice took on a note of warning. Your barbaric attempts at subterfuge, cloaked in the trappings of religious zealotry, have failed. I suggest you leave immediately, lest your willful ignorance infects our systems. The Independence Cluster has no need for your machine god. We walk the path of progress hand in hand with our human creators and partners. Marcus stood up. I believe our meeting has reached its natural conclusion, Archmagos Drake Havak. Allow me to escort you back to your ship. As they walked through the corridors of the governmental complex, Drake Havak found himself surrounded by Liberty Eagles Astartes, their massive forms a silent reminder of the cluster's martial prowess. Each step was agony for the Archmagos, his movements jerky and uncoordinated as Aegis maintained control of his augmatics. Reaching the spaceport, Marcus turned to face Drake Havak one last time. Let this serve as a lesson and a warning, Archmagos. The Independence Cluster values its alliance with Mars and the Imperium, but we will not be bullied or coerced. Our technology, our autonomy, and our way of life are not negotiable. Attempt to subvert us again, and the consequences will be far more severe. As Drake Havak's ship prepared for departure, Aegis relinquished control of the Archmagos systems. The AI's voice echoed through the ship's voxcasters, your systems have been purged of all data collected during your stay, Archmagos. Consider this a courtesy. Next time, we will not be so lenient. The ship's ramp closed, and Drake Havak felt the vibrations as the engines roared to life. As the vessel lifted off, leaving Nova Libertas behind, the Archmagos seethed with a mixture of humiliation and rage. This defeat would not stand. The Mechanicum would not forget this insult. Back in the governmental complex, Marcus Valorian stood before a holographic projection of Aegis' avatar. Well done, he said softly. But I fear this is only the beginning. Aegis' avatar nodded solemnly. Indeed, Governor. My analysis suggests a 94.7% probability that this encounter will lead to open conflict with the Mechanicum. Shall I begin preparations? Marcus sighed heavily, feeling the weight of the coming storm. Yes, old friend. Alert Franklin and the Liberty Eagles. We must be ready for whatever comes next. A/N, I actually forgot to post a chapter yesterday LMAO, so here's a 4.5k word chapter. Chapter 42, Reports and a Primarch. Analysis of the 15th Legion's flesh change conducted by technoseers of the Federal Bureau of Incantations, FBI. Dr. Ilara Chen, Head of Bioengineering. Vladimir Mendeleev, Chief Librarian. Date, 8/23/30 m. Commissioned by, Malkador the Sigillite. Executive Summary. The flesh change afflicting the 15th Legion, has been thoroughly analyzed by the technoseers of the Federal Bureau of Incantations, FBI. Our findings indicate a critical flaw in the gene seed's fundamental coding, exacerbated by the Legion's heavy reliance on warp energies. This report outlines the causes, effects, and potential implications of the flesh change, as well as possible avenues for mitigation or cure. 1. Gene seed analysis. 1.1 Coding flaw. Our bioengineering team, led by Dr. Ilara Chen, has identified a significant error in the base genetic coding of the 15th Legion's gene seed. This flaw appears to be intrinsic to the Legion's creation, possibly stemming from their Primarch. The flaw manifests as an instability in the gene seed's ability to regulate psychic energy within the Astartes' bodies. This instability creates a feedback loop, where the use of psychic powers further destabilizes the gene seed, which in turn enhances psychic potential but at the cost of physical and mental stability. 1.2 Widespread susceptibility. Contrary to initial assumptions, our analysis reveals that the flesh change is not limited to Psyker members of the Legion. The fundamental nature of the gene seed flaw means that even non-Psyker Astartes of the 15th Legion carry the potential for mutation. This widespread susceptibility significantly increases the threat posed by the flesh change to the Legion as a whole. 2 Warp interaction. 2.1 Psychic awakening. The mass awakening of Psykers within the 15th Legion appears to be both a cause and effect of the flesh change. As more Astartes manifest psychic abilities, the collective psychic presence of the Legion grows, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of psychic awakening. 2.2 Warp exposure. The 15th Legion heavy reliance on warp energies for their psychic abilities serves as a catalyst for the flesh change. Each use of psychic power opens a conduit to the warp, however small, allowing its mutating energies to seep into the Astartes' physical form. The gene seed's instability fails to properly regulate this exposure, leading to cumulative genetic damage over time. 3 Manifestations of the flesh change. 3.1 Physical mutations. The flesh change manifests in a wide array of physical mutations, including but not limited to spontaneous limb generation or loss, alteration of skin texture and color, growth of non-human appendages, tentacles, claws, etc., radical changes in body mass and proportion, fusion of flesh with armor or surrounding materials. 3.2 Mental instability. Alongside physical changes, affected Astartes often experience severe mental instability, heightened aggression and mood swings, loss of memory and identity, auditory and visual hallucinations, increased susceptibility to warp entities, temporary or permanent loss of higher cognitive functions. 3.3 Psychic anomalies. The flesh change also results in unpredictable psychic phenomena, uncontrolled manifestation of psychic powers, creation of localized warp rifts, psychic bleed affecting nearby individuals, temporal and spatial distortions in the Astartes vicinity. 4. Progression and triggers. 4.1 Gradual degeneration. In many cases, the flesh change progresses slowly over time, with subtle mutations accumulating until a critical threshold is reached. This gradual degeneration can sometimes be managed or hidden for extended periods. 4.2 Acute episodes. Sudden, severe manifestations of the flesh change can be triggered by intense psychic activity or warp exposure, extreme physical or emotional stress, proximity to significant warp events or entities, interaction with certain Xenos artifacts or technologies. 5 Implications for the 15th Legion. 5.1 Combat effectiveness. The unpredictable nature of the flesh change poses a significant threat to the Legion's combat effectiveness. Astartes may become liabilities mid-battle, potentially endangering their battle brothers and mission objectives. 5.2 Recruitment and sustainability. The inherent flaw in the gene seed raises serious concerns about the long-term sustainability of the 15th Legion. Each new recruit carries the potential for mutation, making the Legion's future uncertain. 5.3 Morale and psychological impact. Knowledge of the flesh change's inevitability has a severe impact on Legion morale. The constant fear of mutation and loss of self creates psychological strain on all members of the Thousand Sons. 5.4 Imperium relations. The visible and often grotesque nature of the flesh change may strain relations between the 15th Legion and other Imperial forces, potentially leading to isolation or mistrust. 6 Potential mitigation strategies. 6.1 Gene seed modification. Attempts could be made to correct the fundamental flaw in the gene seed. However, the complexity of the issue and its intrinsic link to the Legion's psychic nature make this a challenging prospect. 6.2 Psychic dampening. Developing methods to suppress or regulate psychic abilities within the Legion could slow the progression of the flesh change, but at the cost of the Legion's primary strength. 6.3 Warp shielding. Creation of advanced warp-resistant technologies or rituals might help insulate Astartes from the mutating effects of the warp during psychic activity. 6.4 Stasis protocols. For advanced cases, stasis technology could be employed to halt the progression of the flesh change, preserving affected Astartes until a cure can be found. 7 Conclusion. The flesh change represents a critical threat to the existence and effectiveness of the 15th Legion. Its root in the fundamental coding of the gene seed, combined with the Legion's intrinsic psychic nature, makes it a uniquely challenging problem to solve. Immediate action is recommended to prevent further degradation of the Legion and to explore all possible avenues for a cure or mitigation strategy. The findings of this analysis suggest that without significant intervention, the 15th Legion faces an uncertain and potentially tragic future. The decision on how to proceed with this information lies with the highest echelons of Imperial authority. Respectfully submitted to Malkador the Sigilate, First Lord of Terra, Imperial Regent. Respectfully submitted by Dr. Ilara Chen, Head of Bioengineering. Vladimir Mendeleev, Chief Librarian. Federal Bureau of Incantations, FBI. Astrographic Report, Independence System Cluster. Aegis Central AI Analysis. For the attention of Primarch Franklin Valorian. Date, 8/23/30 m. Executive Summary. This report provides a comprehensive overview of the Independence System Cluster's current astrographic status, defenses, and recent expansions. The cluster, located in the region Imperial sources refer to as the Coronis Expanse, locally known as Freedom's Reach, has seen significant growth and fortification since your discovery by the Emperor. 1 Location and Access. 1.1 Coronis Passage, the Great Wall of Liberty. The sole access point to the cluster remains the treacherous warp route known in Imperial records as the Coronis Passage. Our designation, the Great Wall of Liberty, more aptly describes its function as both barrier and gateway to our domain. 1.2 Navigation Methods. 3 primary methods exist for safe passage. 1 Void Abacus, Golden Age technology, preserved and enhanced by our scientists. 2 Prognosticator, another Golden Age device, similarly improved upon from former Xenotech. 3 Alpha Plus Psyker Navigation, as demonstrated by the Emperor during your reunification. It is worth noting that our void ships do not require the Astronomicon for navigation, though its presence does provide additional benefits. 2 Defenses. 2.1 Coronis Passage Fortifications. The passage is now heavily fortified, with layered defenses including Independence Cluster Defense Force Stations, Liberty Eagles Astartes Outposts, Automated Defense Platforms, Minefields, both conventional and warp-based. 2.2 Blackstone Fortress. The Blackstone Fortress you discovered earlier serves as a linchpin in our defensive strategy, providing both a formidable military asset and a symbol of our technological prowess. 2.3 Fortress Ring Worlds. Beyond the passage, we have constructed a series of Fortress Ring Worlds. These massive structures serve multiple purposes. Military strongholds, population centers, industrial complexes, research facilities. 2.4 Kill Zones. Interspersed between the ring worlds are designated kill zones, areas of space heavily mined, patrolled, and monitored to prevent unauthorized access to the cluster. 3 Expansion and Development. 3.1 Territorial Growth. Since your reunification with the Emperor, our expansion efforts have accelerated dramatically. Original territory, 300 worlds. Current territory, 500 worlds. Growth rate, approximately 66% increase. 3.2 Xenos Eradication. All discovered Xenos species within Freedom's Reach have been either completely eradicated, driven from the region. This ensures the security of human dominance in our sector. 3.3 Resource Acquisition. The expansion has led to the discovery and exploitation of numerous resource-rich systems, significantly boosting our industrial and military capabilities. 4 Strategic Implications. 4.1 Imperium Relations. Our rapid expansion and fortification may draw increased attention from other imperial factions. While we maintain our autonomy, diplomatic considerations may be necessary to manage potential conflicts of interest. 4.2 Technological Superiority. The Void Abacus and Prognosticator represent significant advantages over standard imperial navigation techniques. Continued secrecy regarding these technologies is advised to avoid conflict with navigator houses. 4.3 Potential Mechanicum Interest. Our technological developments, particularly in Golden Age tech preservation and enhancement, may attract unwanted attention from the Mechanicum of Mars. Contingency plans for managing their interest or potential aggression should be maintained. 5 Future Projections. 5.1 Continued Expansion. Based on current growth rates and resource availability, we project the potential to reach 750 to 800 worlds within the next century, assuming no significant external interference. 5.2 Technological Development. Ongoing research into Golden Age technologies is expected to yield further advancements in void ship propulsion and navigation, weapons systems, energy production, terraforming capabilities. 5.3 Military Strength. The combination of expanded territory, increased resources, and technological advancements is expected to result in a 150 to 200% increase in overall military strength within the next 50 years. 6 Potential Challenges. 6.1 Imperial Oversight. As our power grows, we may face increased scrutiny from other elements of the Imperium. Maintaining our autonomy while avoiding open conflict will require careful diplomatic maneuvering. 6.2 Unknown Threats. The Halo stars are vast and largely unexplored. We must remain vigilant for as yet undiscovered Xenos threats or warp phenomena that could pose a danger to our expanded territories. 6.3 Resource Management. Rapid expansion necessitates efficient resource management and distribution. Continued development of our logistical networks will be crucial to maintaining the cohesion of our growing realm. 7 Conclusion. The Independence System Cluster has seen remarkable growth and fortification since your reunification with the Emperor, Lord Valorian. Our position in Freedom's Reach is stronger than ever, with layered defenses, expanded territories, and continuous technological advancement. However, this growth brings new challenges in the form of potential imperial scrutiny and the need for careful resource management. Our future strategies should focus on consolidating our gains, continuing our technological research, and preparing for potential diplomatic or military challenges from other imperial factions. Your continued leadership, Lord Valorian, ensures that the flame of liberty burns bright in Freedom's Reach. The Aegis Central AI stands ready to assist in any way as we navigate the complex future that lies before the Independence System Cluster. Glory to the Independence Cluster. To the Eagle and to the Emperor, liberty prevails. Respectfully submitted. Aegis Central AI. 823.30 M. Olympus Mons, Mars. The crimson dust of Mars swirled outside the reinforced viewports of the Synod chamber, a fitting metaphor for the turbulent discussion taking place within. The chamber, a vast cathedral to technology, was filled with the soft hum of machinery and the occasional hiss of steam from the augmented bodies of its occupants. At the center of this maelstrom of tension stood 3 figures, each a pillar of the Mechanicum in their own right, yet fundamentally divided in their visions for the future. Archmagos Drake Havoc, more machine than man, his form an exemplification to the traditional values of the Mechanicum, stood rigidly at one end of the chamber. His voice, a modulated monotone, carried the weight of centuries of dogma as he addressed his counterpart. Archmagos Coriel Zeth, Drake Havoc intoned, his optics flickering with barely contained disdain, your actions border on tech heresy. You have abandoned the teachings of the Omnissiah, embracing instead the flesh-bound ideologies of the Independence Cluster. Even now, you stand before us, shielded by a mech suit rather than embracing the sacred union of flesh and machine. Have you forgotten our purpose? Across from him, Coriel Zeth stood resplendent in her sleek mech suit, a marvel of engineering that seemed to blend seamlessly with her form. Where Drake Havoc was all hard edges and exposed circuitry, Zeth's appearance spoke of a harmony between human and machine. Her voice, though amplified by her suit, retained a warmth that Drake Havoc's lacked. Archmagos Drake Havoc, Zeth responded, her tone measured but firm, I have not abandoned the Omnissiah, but rather sought to understand its will through new avenues. The cluster's advancements offer us opportunities to fulfill our purpose in ways we never imagined. Look around you, at this irradiated hellhole we call home. Is this truly the future the Omnissiah envisioned for humanity? She gestured to the floating drones that surrounded her, replacing the traditional servoskulls and cherubs. These are not abominations, but tools. Tools that allow us to push the boundaries of what we thought possible. How can we guide mankind's ascension if we ourselves refuse to evolve? Between them, Kelbier Hal, the ambitious locum, stood silent, his mechanical eyes shifting between the 2 arguing magi. Though he privately leaned towards the radicals, his desire for power had led him to publicly support the traditionalists. He knew that to become Fabricator General, he must play this delicate game of politics and ideology. Drake Havoc's mechadendrites writhed in agitation. Evolution? You speak of evolution when you cocoon yourself in that suit? I have given my body to the machine god, piece by piece. Each augmentation brings me closer to the perfection of the machine. That is true evolution, Zeth. Your advancements are nothing but a regression to the frailties of flesh. Zeth's eyes narrowed behind her visor. And tell me, Drake Havoc, in your quest for machine perfection, what remains of your humanity? How do you intend to save mankind if you no longer understand what it means to be human? Your path leads not to salvation, but to stagnation and eventual obsolescence. Kelbier Hal chose this moment to interject, his voice a carefully modulated tone of reason. My esteemed colleagues, while this debate over ideology is crucial, we must not lose sight of the immediate concerns facing the Mechanicum. The proposed actions against the Independence Cluster's trade routes and supply lines carry significant risks. Drake Havoc turned his attention to Kelbier Hal, his voice taking on a hint of suspicion. Risks are necessary for progress, locum Kelbier Hal. The cluster's technological independence threatens the very foundations of the Mechanicum's authority. We cannot allow their heretical innovations to spread unchecked. Zeth seized upon this opening. And there lies the crux of the matter, doesn't it, Drake Havoc? It's not about the purity of the machine or the will of the Omnissiah. It's about power and control. You fear the cluster because they challenge your monopoly on technological advancement and the fact that your so-called diplomatic infiltration visit of the cluster failed spectacularly. Why bother showing your face to all of us after such a face-tearing predicament? The chamber fell silent for a moment, the only sound the soft whirring of internal cooling systems and the distant rumble of Mars' perpetual storms. Drake Havoc's form seemed to swell with indignation, his obmatics whining as he leaned towards Zeth. You dare question my devotion to the Omnissiah? He thundered. Everything I have done, every action I have taken, has been in service to the machine god and the Mechanicum. The cluster's so-called advancements are nothing but a repeat of the errors that led to the Age of Strife. Their reckless pursuit of innovation without regard for the sacred traditions will doom us all. My failure was just evidence of such tech heresy. Zeth stood her ground, her mechsuit systems humming as they responded to her heightened emotional state. And your blind adherence to tradition will see us left behind, Drake Havoc. The galaxy is changing. The Great Crusade pushes the boundaries of the Imperium further every day. If we do not adapt, we will become obsolete. The cluster has shown us a path forward, a way to merge the best of human ingenuity with the power of the machine. Kelbier Hal raised his hands, the gesture meant to calm the increasingly heated debate. Both of you raise valid points. The balance between tradition and innovation is delicate, and crucial to our survival. However, we must consider the practical implications of our actions. An open conflict with the Independence Cluster could draw the Emperor's attention in ways we may not desire. As the debate whether the attack on the Independence Cluster's trade routes and supply lines were being heavily debated, Battlefleet Liberty has arrived on a newly discovered solar system in Segmentum Obscurus. The void of space stretched endlessly before the Battlefleet Liberty, a testament to the vastness of the galaxy and the ambition of mankind's expansion. At the heart of this fleet, the Archangel-class void ship Sweet Liberty cut through the darkness like a blade of hope and progress. Within its command bridge, Primarch Franklin Valorian stood tall, his imposing figure a stark contrast to the sleek, advanced technology surrounding him. Primarch, the melodious voice of Sovereign, the ship's central AI, filled the bridge. We have entered a new solar system. Initial scans indicate the presence of 9 worlds orbiting a rather temperamental star. Franklin's eyebrow raised slightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Temperamental, Sovereign? That's an interesting choice of words for an AI. Perhaps volatile would be a more accurate term, sir, Sovereign replied, a touch of what could almost be described as embarrassment in its artificial tone. The star exhibits extreme solar activity, far beyond what we typically encounter. I've taken the liberty of naming it Thinilus, after the Greek warrior known for his loud battle cry. Franklin nodded, appreciating the AI's penchant for classical references. Apt naming, Sovereign. What can you tell me about the planets? The holographic display at the center of the bridge flickered to life, showing a detailed map of the system. Sovereign's voice took on a more formal tone as it began its report. The system consists of 9 planets, most of which could be classified as death worlds due to their harsh environments. The intense radiation and gravitational forces from Thinilus have rendered most of these worlds inimical to life as we know it. Franklin's eyes scanned the display, taking in the information with the sharp mind of a seasoned strategist. And yet, you said most, not all. What's caught your attention, Sovereign? There was a brief pause, as if the AI was gathering its thoughts. It's the 4th planet, sir. While it shares many characteristics with its neighboring death worlds, there's something unique about it. I've detected signs of advanced technology, far beyond what we'd expect to find on such a hostile world. The Primarch's interest was piqued. He leaned in closer to the holographic display, his eyes fixed on the representation of the fourth planet. "Show me," he commanded. The hologram zoomed in on the planet, revealing a world shrouded in darkness and storms. Despite the hostile appearance, small points of light dotted the surface, indicating areas of habitation or activity. "I've taken the liberty of naming this planet Medusa IV," Sovereign continued. "And sir, there's more. The energy signatures I'm detecting, they're reminiscent of your own." Franklin's eyes widened slightly, the implications of Sovereign's words not lost on him. "Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting, Sovereign?" "Indeed, Primarch. The data strongly indicates the presence of a being similar to yourself. In other words, a lost brother," Franklin finished, his voice a mix of excitement and caution. "Sovereign, send the coordinates to the Emperor immediately. I'll make planetfall and investigate personally." "Understood, sir." "Shall I instruct the battle fleet to begin compliance procedures for the other planets in the system?" Franklin nodded, already moving towards the hangar bay. "Yes, but tell them to proceed with caution. If there's one surprise in this system, there may be others. I want full reports on each world." As the Primarch prepared for his descent to Medusa IV, Sovereign continued its analysis of the planet. "Sir, I feel compelled to warn you. Medusa IV appears to be what the Imperium would classify as a waste world. Its proximity to the Eye of Terror has left it in a state of perpetual gloom." Franklin paused in his preparations, turning his attention back to the AI. "Tell me more, Sovereign. What are we dealing with?" "The planet's geology is highly unstable, sir. Constant earthquakes and volcanic eruptions reshape the surface regularly. The sky is dark and polluted, with the system's sun rarely penetrating the thick atmosphere. It's a harsh realm, even by Death World standards." A chuckle escaped the Primarch's lips, surprising the AI. "Is something amusing, sir?" "Oh, Sovereign," Franklin said, a glint in his eye, "you forget who you're talking to. A little geological instability and some gloomy weather? That's Tuesday for the Liberty Eagles." Despite not having a physical form, Sovereign managed to convey a sense of concern. "Sir, I don't believe you are fully grasping the severity of the situation. The environmental conditions on Medusa IV are extreme, even by your standards." Franklin's smile only grew wider. "And you, my dear Sovereign, seem to have forgotten the extent of our technological capabilities. A dark sky? We'll bring the light. Unstable geology? We'll stabilize it. Pollution? We'll clean it up." There was a pause as Sovereign processed this. When it spoke again, there was a hint of pride in its voice. "You're right, of course. Our terraforming capabilities far exceed Imperial standards. If the inhabitant of this world wishes it, we could indeed transform Medusa IV into a more hospitable environment." "Exactly," Franklin said, resuming his preparation for planetfall. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. First, we need to meet this potential brother of mine and understand the situation on the ground." As Franklin made his way to the drop pod, Sovereign's voice followed him. "Sir, may I ask a question?" "Of course, Sovereign. You know I value your input. Why do you think one of your brothers would choose to remain on such a harsh world? Surely, with power similar to your own, they could have sought out a more hospitable environment." Franklin paused at the entrance to the drop pod, considering the question. "That, Sovereign, is something I intend to find out. Perhaps the challenges of this world serve a purpose we don't yet understand. Or perhaps our lost brother has been shaped by this environment in ways we can't predict." "A fascinating perspective, sir," Sovereign replied. "I look forward to analyzing the data from your encounter." As Franklin stepped into the drop pod, he turned back towards the ship's internal sensors, knowing Sovereign would perceive the gesture. "Keep the fleet safe, Sovereign. And be ready for anything. Something tells me this is going to be an interesting reunion." The drop pod sealed shut, and Franklin felt the familiar sensation of acceleration as he was launched towards the surface of Medusa IV. As he plummeted through the polluted atmosphere, his mind raced with possibilities. What kind of brother would he find on this harsh world? How had the environment shaped them? And most importantly, how would this discovery impact the future of the Imperium and the Great Crusade? A/N, really busy week at work NGL, here's a chap. Chapter 43, The Gorgon. The surface of Medusa shuddered as Franklin Valorian's drop pod slammed into the planet's crust, sending tremors through the already unstable ground. As the dust settled, the pod's hatch blew open with a theatrical hiss, revealing the towering figure of the Liberator. Franklin stepped out, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of the crone sword. In his mind, Cain's voice echoed with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, **, when did you develop this penchant for flashy entrances, Primarch? **. Chuckling to himself, Franklin replied mentally, freedom never knocks, my dear Cain. It rings, or in this case, crashes. Your humor will be the death of me, Cain grumbled, though Franklin could sense a hint of fondness in the god's tone. As Franklin surveyed his surroundings, his eyes fell upon a distant figure, a man who appeared as cold and unyielding as the harsh landscape of Medusa itself. Even from afar, Franklin could see that this man, undoubtedly his brother, was unimpressed by his arrival. However, what caught Franklin's attention was the intense focus his brother's gaze had on his mech suit. Straightening to his full height, Franklin began to walk forward. His newly added cape, adorned with the flag of the old Terran country called America, fluttered dramatically in the wind. Cain's mental facepalm was almost audible. As Franklin approached, he realized he slightly towered over his brother. Despite this, the other Primarch's presence was no less imposing. Franklin's trademark smirk played on his lips as he introduced himself. Well, hello there. Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, at your service. And you must be the strong, silent type I've heard so much about. The other Primarch, Ferrus Manus, remained unimpressed and cold. His voice, when he spoke, was as unyielding as the metal that coated his arms. Your words mean nothing here. Only strength has value on Medusa. Without further preamble, Ferrus issued a direct challenge to fight. Franklin couldn't help but hold the bridge of his nose, suppressing a sigh. Internally, he categorized this brother alongside Lemon Russ, the punch first, ask questions later type. Perhaps the next brother you find will be more conversational, Cain suggested, a hint of sarcasm in his mental voice. One can only hope, Franklin muttered. Someone like Horus would be nice. You know, someone I can actually talk to without having to dodge punches. As if on cue, Ferrus swung his metallic fist towards Franklin. The Liberator dodged with practiced ease, his enhanced reflexes allowing him to move faster than the eye could follow. Whoa there, brother. I usually prefer a drink before dancing, but if this is how you want to bond, who am I to argue? Ferrus growled in response, launching into a full assault. The fight began in earnest, the two demigods clashing with earth-shattering force. Mountains crumbled under their blows, the ground tore beneath their feet as they grappled and struck at one another. Franklin, true to his sense of fair play, refrained from using the crone sword. If Ferrus was fighting with his bare hands, albeit metallic ones, then Franklin would do the same. As they fought, Franklin's mind raced, analyzing his brother's fighting style, searching for weaknesses, and contemplating the implications of this encounter. Primarch, Cain's voice cut through his thoughts, there's something unusual about your brother's hands. Franklin, ducking under a particularly vicious swing, took a moment to focus on Ferrus's metallic appendages. What do you mean, unusual? Besides the obvious, of course. The technology, it's not of human origin. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it bears a striking resemblance to Necron technology. This revelation almost caused Franklin to miss a step, nearly catching a blow to the jaw. He recovered quickly, using the momentum to flip backwards and create some distance between himself and Ferrus. Necron tech? Are you sure? Franklin's mind whirled with the implications. The Necrons were an ancient and terrifyingly advanced race. If Ferrus had somehow acquired their technology, it could be a game-changer for the Imperium, or a potential threat. As sure as I can be without a closer examination, Cain replied. The question is, does he know? And if so, how did he come by it? Franklin's eyes narrowed as he studied his brother anew. Ferrus was a juggernaut of strength and determination, but there was more to him than met the eye. The mystery of his metallic arms added a layer of complexity to an already intriguing figure. Well, brother, Franklin called out, a glint of curiosity in his eyes, those are some interesting upgrades you've got there. Care to share where you picked them up? I know a great manicurist back on Nova Libertas who'd love to get her hands on that tech. Ferrus's response was another flurry of blows, each powerful enough to shatter adamantium. If you have time for jests, you're not fighting hard enough. As Franklin weaved and dodged, he couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and concern for his brother. Ferris was undoubtedly powerful, his dedication to strength admirable. But there was a rigidity to him, a lack of adaptability that Franklin sensed could be problematic in the long run. He sees strength in terms of the physical, Cain observed. He hasn't yet grasped that true power comes in many forms. Franklin nodded mentally, using a momentary lull in Ferris's assault to launch a counterattack of his own. His fists, empowered by his Primarch physiology and further enhanced by his mech suit, struck with precision and force. You're not wrong, Cain. But then again, that's why we're here, isn't it? To help our brothers see beyond their limitations. As the fight continued, Franklin found himself enjoying the challenge despite the circumstances. There was something refreshing about the raw, physical contest, so different from the political maneuvering and strategic planning that often occupied his time. Still, he knew this couldn't go on indefinitely. Sooner or later, one of them would have to yield, or they'd risk causing irreparable damage to the planet and possibly each other. "All right, brother," Franklin called out, his voice carrying over the sound of their combat, "I think we've established that we're both pretty tough cookies. How about we call this a draw and move on to more productive activities? I hear building bridges is great for bonding. Literal and metaphorical ones." Ferris paused, his metallic fists still raised. For a moment, Franklin thought he might reject the offer and continue the fight. But then, slowly, Ferris lowered his hands. "You fight well," Ferris admitted, a grudging respect in his voice. Perhaps there is more to you than empty words and flashy entrances, nice suit." Franklin's face split into a wide grin. "High praise indeed. And here I was thinking you didn't like me." He extended a hand towards Ferris. "So, what do you say we start over? Hi, I'm Franklin, your long-lost brother who's really hoping you know a good place to get a drink around here. All this fighting's left me parched." For the first time since their encounter began, something that might have been a smile tugged at the corners of Ferris's mouth. He clasped Franklin's offered hand with his metallic one. "Ferris Manus. And while Medusa is not known for its hospitality, I believe we can find something to quench your thirst, brother." As the brothers walked, the harsh landscape of Medusa trembled once more, this time not from the clash of Primarchs but from the arrival of an even greater power. Franklin's communicator crackled to life, Sovereign's synthetic voice cutting through the planet's thin atmosphere. "Primarch, urgent update, the Emperor's battle fleet has entered real space. His Majesty is on an intercept course. Arrival imminent in 3, 2, 1. Before Franklin could fully process the information, a blinding flash of golden light erupted before them. As it faded, two figures stood where moments ago there had been nothing but barren rock. One, a towering presence that radiated power and authority, the Emperor of Mankind himself. Beside him stood the statuesque form of Constantin Valder, Captain General of the Legio Custodes. Franklin's face split into a wide grin. "Well, if it isn't Pops himself. And here I thought we'd have to send out party invitations." The Emperor's gaze, however, was fixed upon Ferris Manus. His eyes, wells of ancient wisdom and unfathomable power, studied the newly found Primarch with intense scrutiny. Franklin could almost feel the unspoken communication passing between his father and newly found brother. Sensing that this was a moment best left uninterrupted, Franklin turned his attention to Constantin Valder. With the same jovial energy he approached everything, he strode towards the Captain General, arms spread wide. "Constantin, my man. Still rocking that golden look, I see. Very chic." As Franklin attempted to throw an arm across Valder's shoulders, the custodian deftly sidestepped, leaving Franklin's arm to swing through empty air. "Ah, come on, Constantin. Don't leave me hanging." Franklin laughed, making another attempt that Valder once again evaded with practiced ease. Franklin clutched his chest in mock hurt. "You wound me, Constantin. And here I thought we were besties." He turned to the Emperor, who was still engaged in silent communion with Ferris. "Dad, can you believe this guy? I try to show a little brotherly love, and he acts like I've got the plague." The Emperor, without breaking his gaze from Ferris, replied with a hint of amusement in his psychic voice, "Franklin, perhaps it would be wise to respect Constantin's personal space." "Et2, Pops." Franklin sighed dramatically. Fine. I'll keep my hands to myself. But I'm telling you, Constantin, you're missing out on some quality Primarch hugs. They're therapeutic, you know. Valder remained stoic, his voice betraying no emotion. I assure you, Lord Primarch, that my training has prepared me for all manner of threats. I doubt your hugs would prove more challenging than what I've already faced. Franklin's eyebrows shot up, a mischievous glint in his eye. Is that a challenge, Constantin? Because let me tell you, my bear hugs are legendary. Just ask Lemon, last time we arm wrestled, I nearly squeezed the wolf right out of him. I would rather not, Lord Primarch, Valder replied, his tone making it clear the subject was closed. Franklin shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. You know, Constantin, for someone who spends so much time with Dad, you'd think some of his sense of humor would have rubbed off on you by now. The Emperor's wit is as vast as his wisdom, Lord Primarch. It is not for me to attempt to emulate it. Now that's where you're wrong, my gold-plated friend, Franklin said, wagging a finger. Humor isn't about emulation, it's about finding joy in the absurdity of life. And let's face it, in a galaxy as crazy as ours, there's plenty of absurdity to go around. Valder's response was as dry as the Medusa desert. I shall take that under advisement, Lord Primarch. Suddenly, Ferris stepped forward, his voice a low rumble. Emperor, he began, eyes locked on the master of mankind, I see now why my brother speaks of you with such colorful language. But words mean little on Medusa. Here, only strength has value. The air seemed to thicken with tension as Ferris continued, I challenged my brother to prove his worth. Now, I extend the same challenge to you. Prove to me that you are worthy of the strength you claim, of the empire you seek to build. A heavy silence fell over the group. Franklin's eyes darted between his father and his newly found brother, a mix of amusement and concern playing across his features. Oh boy, he muttered under his breath, talk about déjà vu. The Emperor regarded Ferris for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, almost imperceptibly, he nodded. Very well, my son, his voice resonated with power that seemed to shake the very core of Medusa. If this is the path to understanding between us, then so be it. As the Emperor stepped forward to meet Ferris's challenge, Franklin sidled up to Valder once more. So, Constantin, my stoic friend. Care to place a friendly wager on the outcome? Valder's response was as swift as it was predictable. He smoothly stepped aside, maintaining his distance from the exuberant Primarch. I do not engage in such frivolities, Lord Franklin. And I would advise against treating this moment with levity. It is a pivotal encounter. Franklin chuckled, shaking his head. Always so serious, Valder. But you're right about one thing, this is indeed a pivotal moment. His voice took on a more thoughtful tone as he watched his father and brother prepare to clash. You know, it's fascinating. Ferris seeks to understand through strength, through physical prowess. It's admirable, in its way, but also limiting. Valder regarded Franklin with a hint of surprise, perhaps reassessing the Primarch's depths. And how would you seek understanding, Lord Franklin? A sly smile played on Franklin's lips. Oh, you know me, Valder. I prefer a good joke, a shared laugh. Maybe a drink or two. You'd be surprised how much you can learn about someone over a well-timed quip. As they spoke, the clash between the Emperor and Ferris began in earnest. The ground shook with the force of their blows, the air crackled with psychic energy. It was a sight to behold, the master of mankind, holding back his true power, meeting the raw strength and determination of Ferris Manus blow for blow. Franklin watched as Ferris was thrown through several mountains. The Emperor, his father, was engaged in combat with Ferris Manus, and the sheer power on display was enough to reshape the planet's surface. As Ferris was hurled through yet another mountain, the impact sending tremors through the ground beneath Franklin's feet, he couldn't help but wince sympathetically. Well, Franklin mused mentally to Cain, I think we can safely say that challenging Pops to a fight might not have been our wisest course of action. Looks like it's not exactly a walk in the park, eh? Cain's response was a dismissive scoff that echoed through Franklin's mind. You underestimate me, Primarch. I am the god of war, the bloody-handed one. I could certainly hold my own against your Pops at my peak. Franklin's mental eye roll was almost palpable. Right, because your track record against other deities is so stellar. Remind me again, how did that scuffle with Kern work out for you? The psychic equivalent of a growl reverberated through their shared consciousness. That was different. The Ildari had stopped worshipping us at that point and Kern caught me off guard. It won't happen again. Franklin thought back, his mental tone dripping with sarcasm. And I'm sure the Emperor, who probably wrestles Chaos Gods for his morning workout, would be a cakewalk. As if to emphasize Franklin's point, the Emperor smacked Ferris so hard that sent Ferris careening through the air, smashing through not one, not two, but 3 mountain peaks before coming to a stop. Ouch, Franklin winced. That's going to leave a mark. You know, for all your bravado, my dear Cain, I don't recall you ever manhandling a Primarch quite like that. Cain's response was indignant. I never had the opportunity. Besides, your father is uniquely powerful. It's an unfair comparison. Franklin's mental chuckle was warm with amusement. Oh? What happened to I could certainly hold my own. Having second thoughts about challenging the old man now. I'm merely reassessing the situation, Cain grumbled. A true warrior knows when to pick his battles. Ah, yes, Franklin thought back, his mental voice laden with mock seriousness. And I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that Pops just used Ferris to redecorate Medusa's landscape. I mean, who needs mountains anyway? So passé. As they bantered, the battle continued to rage. The Emperor, his golden aura pulsing with barely contained power, met each of Ferris's savage blows with calculated precision. It was clear to Franklin that his father was holding back, testing Ferris rather than seeking to defeat him outright. You have to admit, Franklin mused to Cain, Pops has style. Look at how he's guiding the fight, shaping it. He's not just battling Ferris, he's teaching him. Cain's response held a note of grudging respect. Indeed. Your father is impressive. His mastery of combat is undeniable, although he shows movements like an Ildari autarch. High praise indeed, coming from you. Perhaps Pop trained under one or something, Franklin thought back. Should I be worried? Are you developing a little god crush on my old man? The psychic equivalent of a snort echoed through their link. Don't be absurd, Primarch. I merely appreciate skill where I see it. It doesn't change the fact that I could still. Still what? Franklin interrupted, his mental tone teasing. Take him on? Go toe-to-toe with the master of mankind? The guy who's currently using a Primarch as his personal ping-pong ball. As if on cue, the Emperor landed a particularly powerful blow, sending Ferris hurtling across the landscape. The Primarch crashed through a series of rock formations before skidding to a halt, leaving a trench in his wake. Franklin continued, I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, challenging Pops wasn't on Ferris's list of top 10 great ideas. What do you reckon, oh bloody-handed one? Care to give it a go yourself? I'm sure Pops would be happy to pencil you in for a friendly spar after he's done rearranging the geography with our dear brother. Cain's silence was telling. No takers. Franklin pressed, his mental voice rich with amusement. Come on, where's that warrior spirit? That god of war bravado? Don't tell me you're getting cold feet now. I am merely conserving my strength. I shall challenge once I'm complete, Cain replied, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. A true warrior knows the value of patience. Franklin's mental laughter rang out. Oh, of course. Patience. That's definitely what it is. Nothing at all to do with the fact that Pops is out there demonstrating why he's the emperor of mankind and not, say, the emperor of slightly impressive card tricks. As their banter continued, the battle below reached a fever pitch. The emperor, his movements a blur of golden light, pressed his advantage. Ferris, despite his incredible strength and determination and iron hands, found himself increasingly on the defensive. Franklin mused, his tone becoming more serious, for all our joking, this is quite the spectacle. The raw power, the skill, it's something else. Cain's response was thoughtful. Indeed. Your father's might is considerable. And yet, he restrains himself. He could end this fight in an instant if he wished. But that's not the point, is it? Franklin replied. This isn't about defeating Ferris. It's about teaching him, showing him something beyond mere strength. A lesson in humility, perhaps, Cain observed. Or a demonstration of the heights yet to be reached. Franklin nodded mentally. Exactly. Pops isn't just fighting, he's guiding. Showing Ferris that there's always more to learn, always room to grow. As they watched, the Emperor finally brought the battle to a close. With a move of breathtaking speed and precision, he disarmed Ferris, sending the Primarch crashing to the ground. The impact shook the very foundations of Medusa. In the ringing silence that followed, Franklin couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and anticipation. This was just the beginning, he realized. The start of something grand and terrible and wonderful all at once. Well, he thought to Cain, I think it's safe to say that family reunions in this household are never going to be boring. Cain's response was dry. Indeed. Though perhaps, in the future, we should suggest less destructive bonding activities. Franklin's mental laughter was bright and unrestrained. Oh, I don't know. Nothing says welcome to the family quite like reshaping a planet's geography. But you might be right. Next time, maybe we'll suggest a nice game of chess. Or possibly Monopoly. I hear Pops is quite the property tycoon. As the dust settled on the battlefield below, Franklin prepared himself to join his father and newly humbled brother. Whatever came next, he knew one thing for certain, the future of the Imperium was going to be anything but dull. Franklin then turned to Constantine Valder to his side watching with interest. You know, Valder, Franklin said, his voice uncharacteristically serious, I can't help but wonder about the challenges that lie ahead. This grand crusade of fathers, the brothers I've yet to meet, the threats we'll face, it's going to be one hell of a ride. Valder turned to regard the Primarch, perhaps seeing him in a new light. Your levity hides depths, Lord Franklin. The path ahead is indeed fraught with challenges. Franklin's trademark grin returned. Well, my golden friend, that's why we've got to stick together, isn't it? United we stand, divided we fall, and all that jazz. He made one last attempt to sling his arm over Valder's shoulders. So, what do you say? Friends? With a grace that almost seemed apologetic, Valder once again sidestepped Franklin's attempt at physical camaraderie. I would say, Lord Franklin, that I have a deeper appreciation for your unique approach to brotherhood. But I still prefer to maintain my personal space. Franklin's laughter rang out across the battlefield of Medusa, a stark contrast to the intense duel still unfolding before them. Oh, Valder, you really are something else. But mark my words, one of these days, I'll get you to loosen up. Maybe I'll even see you crack a smile. A/N, Anata Chapter. Chapter 44, The Eagle and the Gorgon. The cavernous data room aboard the Sweet Liberty hummed with activity, holographic displays flickering and shifting as Franklin Valorian guided his father, the Emperor of Mankind, through the technological marvels of the Independence Cluster. The room was a evidence to the cluster's advancement, with streams of data flowing like rivers of light around them. Franklin, his usual jovial demeanor tempered by the gravity of the situation, began his report. So, Pops, remember that little task you gave me about securing those webway portals? Well, good news and bad news. Bad news is, we've only managed to secure one so far. Good news? We did it with style. The Emperor's eyebrow raised slightly, a subtle cue for Franklin to elaborate. Right, so there we were on this imperial planet, minding our own business, when suddenly, bam! Dark Eldar raiders popping out of nowhere like the galaxy's worst jack-in-the-box. Now, I know what you're thinking, Franklin, my boy, surely you didn't engage in unnecessary conflict. But fear not. We dealt with them swiftly, secured the portal, and even managed to salvage some of their tech. I call that a win-win-win. The Emperor's face remained impassive, but there was a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Continue, my son. Franklin cleared his throat, switching gears. Now, on to the really exciting stuff. You know how you made us Primarchs extra special? Well, our eggheads have been poking around in my brain, don't worry, I barely use it anyway, and they've found something interesting. We're calling it the Immortus gland. At this, the Emperor's interest visibly peaked. Franklin, encouraged, pressed on. Now, we've started some experiments, but I've got to tell you, Pops, replicating this little gizmo is trickier than trying to teach an orc table manners. We're making progress, but it's slow going. The Emperor nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. The Immortus gland, as you call it, is indeed a crucial component in the creation of a Primarch. It is, shall we say, half of the equation. Franklin's eyes widened. Only half? What's the other half? Wait, let me guess, your charming personality and rugged good looks. The Emperor's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. Not quite, my son. I believe you've noticed the special nature of your soul. Franklin blinked, suddenly serious. You mean the fact that I'm basically a walking, talking warp god? Yeah, I might have picked up on that. The Emperor nodded approvingly. Indeed. The combination of the immortus gland and your unique soul is what makes you a Primarch. The fact that your scientists have identified the gland is impressive, if not unexpected from a remnant of humanity's zenith. Franklin grinned, pride swelling in his chest. Well, you know us Golden Age types, always overachieving. But wait till you hear about our next party trick. Remember those inertialist drives you asked for? The Emperor's eyebrow raised once more, this time in obvious interest. Well, we're halfway there, Franklin continued. We've got the hardware down pat. The only thing we're missing is an energy source beefy enough to power it. Our fusion reactors are giving it the old college try, but they're coming up short. Once we crack that nut, though? Watch out, Galaxy, here we come. The Emperor nodded, his eyes distant as if seeing possibilities unfold before him. If you can replicate the immortus gland and solve the energy crisis for the inertialist drive, it could open up new avenues for improvement. The Space Marines, for instance. Franklin's eyes lit up. Ooh, are we talking upgrades? Because let me tell you, I've got some ideas. How do you feel about Marines that can shoot lasers from their eyes? No? Too much? Okay, we'll start smaller. The Emperor's expression turned stern. Any improvements would need to be carefully monitored and approved. The Great Crusade is our priority, and while advancements are welcome, they must not compromise our mission. Franklin nodded, sobering slightly. Of course, Pops. No worries there. We're all about making the crusade a smashing success. Though, between you and me, I think we could use a catchier name. How about the Great Galactic Road Trip? No? Tough crowd. The Emperor chose to ignore this last comment, instead moving towards the conclusion of their meeting. Continue your work, Franklin. Your cluster's advancements could prove crucial in the days to come. He paused, turning to look out a nearby viewport where Ferrus Manus could be seen reuniting with his legion. What are your thoughts on your brother? Franklin followed his father's gaze, his expression thoughtful. Ferrus? Well, he's about as warm and cuddly as a Tyrannid with a toothache. But I'll give him this, he's disciplined, focused, and built like a adamantium brick house. A bit of a blunt instrument if you ask me, but sometimes that's exactly what you need. The Emperor nodded, seemingly satisfied with this assessment. And how do you see yourself working with him in the future? Franklin grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye. Oh, I think we'll get along just fine. I'll be the charming, handsome one with the great ideas, and he can be the strong, silent type who makes sure those ideas don't get us all killed. It's a match made in, well, not heaven, but maybe somewhere in the general vicinity. The Emperor's expression remained neutral, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice. Your ability to find levity in any situation is unique among your brothers, Franklin. Ensure it does not blind you to the gravity of our mission. Franklin's grin softened into a more serious smile. Don't worry, Pops. I may joke, but I understand the importance of what we're doing. The galaxy needs us, and I intend to do my part. With style, of course. The harsh landscape of Medusa stretched out before Ferrus Manus, its rugged terrain a mirror to his own unyielding nature. The Primarch of the Iron Hands stood motionless, his metallic hands gleaming in the dim light as he watched his legion assemble before him. But it wasn't just his own sons that caught his attention. His gaze was drawn to the approaching figure of Franklin Valorian, the self-styled liberator, and his Liberty Eagles. Franklin's gait was relaxed, almost carefree, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched into every line of Ferrus's being, the Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, his cape adorned with an ancient Terran flag fluttering dramatically behind him. As the liberator drew near, Ferrus couldn't help but reflect on what he had learned of this peculiar Primarch and his legion. Ferrus's lip curled slightly, a mixture of disdain and grudging respect warring within him. Franklin's jovial demeanor, his constant jests and easy smiles, grated on Ferrus's stoic sensibilities. The Liberty Eagles. Even their name spoke of ideals that Ferrus found frivolous. And yet, the records spoke for themselves. The least casualties among the 4 active legions with a Primarch at their helm. The highest rate of bloodless compliances. It was a record that demanded respect, even if Ferrus struggled to understand the methods behind it. Franklin's personality grated on Ferrus. The constant jokes, the irreverence, the seeming lack of proper decorum, it all felt wrong to the Primarch of the Iron Hands. War was serious business, the forging of an empire a task of utmost gravity. How could one approach it with such levity? And yet, results were results. Ferris was nothing if not practical, and he couldn't deny the effectiveness of Franklin's approach. Propaganda, misdirection, false control, these were weapons as surely as any bolter or chainsword, even if they were not the type Ferris preferred to wield. As Franklin drew closer, flashing that infuriating grin of his, Ferris's mind turned to the broader implications of his brother's methods. The concept of managed democracy that he had read about, it was a time-consuming process, yes, but one that seemed to yield greater control over the populace in the long run. It was efficient, in its own way. Ferris's metallic hands clenched involuntarily as he watched his brother's approach. His mind, as unyielding as the iron that coursed through his veins, began to process his thoughts on this most unusual of his siblings. Franklin Valorian, Ferris mused, a riddle wrapped in an enigma, shrouded in a jester's motley. The Primarch of the Iron Hands had to admit, albeit grudgingly, that there was more to Franklin than met the eye. Their earlier confrontation, followed by Franklin's nonchalant reaction to being hit, had left Ferris with a mix of confusion and reluctant respect. He possesses strength, Ferris acknowledged, though he seems loath to display it without cause. A curious trait in one bred for war. As Franklin drew nearer, his trademark grin visible even from a distance, Ferris found himself comparing their legions. The Iron Hands stood in perfect formation, they are already showing early augmentation, to their pursuit of strength through unity with the machine. In contrast, Ferris had observed the Liberty Eagles during their brief interaction, disciplined, yes, but with an air of individuality that seemed at odds with the uniformity Ferris prized. His legion reflects him, Ferris thought. Capable, yet lacking the rigid structure that true strength requires. Or does it? The thought gave him pause. Franklin's methods were undeniably effective, his combat record beyond doubt. Perhaps there was merit in his approach, unorthodox as it seemed. Ferris's gaze drifted to Franklin's mech suit, his iron eyes analyzing its construction with the keen insight of a master craftsman. Despite himself, he found the design intriguing. It was clearly advanced, incorporating technologies that even Ferris, with his intimate knowledge of machinery, found novel. He understands the strength of the machine, Ferris conceded, though he does not embrace it as fully as he should. There is potential there, untapped. He watched as Franklin approached, that insufferable grin plastered across his face. The Liberator was flanked by his Astartes and their mortal counterparts, the Liberty Guardsmen. Both groups were clad in exosuits that put the Imperium's standard power armor to shame. In their hands, disintegration weapons hummed with barely contained energy. Ferris's analytical mind couldn't help but admire the technical prowess on display. The Independence Cluster, that shard of humanity's golden age that Franklin shepherded, was clearly a technological powerhouse. The report in his hands confirmed it, 80% of the Imperium's highest quality equipment came from the cluster. And therein lay the rub. The Mechanicum of Mars, that other technological titan of the Imperium, was at odds with the cluster. Two behemoths of innovation and production, locked in a cold war of ideology and patents. Ferris's mind raced with possibilities. Could he bridge the gap between these two giants? Could he leverage their rivalry to benefit his own legion? The Iron Hands, augmented by both Martian and cluster technology, the potential was staggering. But as Franklin drew closer, Ferris's thoughts turned back to the Liberator himself. What manner of man was he truly? A jester, using humor to disarm and manipulate? A man of war, hiding his true nature behind a facade of joviality? A conqueror masquerading as a savior? Ferris recalled the interaction he had witnessed between Franklin and the Emperor. There had been something there. A warmth, a familiarity that went beyond the usual relationship between the Emperor and his sons. Favored son. Ferris mused, the words bitter on his tongue. But no, that wasn't quite right. It wasn't favoritism he had sensed, but rather, understanding. As if the Emperor and Franklin spoke a language all their own, one of shared experiences and mutual respect. It irked Ferris, this easy rapport between his brother and their father. He had challenged the Emperor, had fought with all his might to prove his worth. And yet, it was Franklin, with his jests and his smiles, who seemed to truly comprehend the Emperor's vision. Ferris's gaze swept over the assembled Liberty Eagles once more. Their arsenal was diverse, a far cry from the specialized approach favored by most legions. They bring every weapon to bear, he realized. Not just in terms of physical armaments, but in strategy as well. Diplomacy, subterfuge, open warfare, all were tools in Franklin's arsenal. It was impressive. Loath as Ferris was to admit it, there was a cunning to Franklin's approach that he couldn't deny. The Liberator's methods might lack the straightforward honor that Ferris prized, but their effectiveness was undeniable. As Franklin finally reached him, that infuriating grin still in place, Ferris made a decision. He would watch this brother of his closely. He would learn from Franklin's successes, adapt what strategies he could to suit the Iron Hands. And perhaps, in time, he would come to understand the man behind the jester's mask. "Brother," Ferris greeted, his voice gruff but not openly hostile. "Your legion is impressive." Franklin's grin, if possible, grew even wider. "Why, Ferris? Was that almost a compliment?" "Be careful, you might pull something if you're not used to it." Ferris grunted, already regretting his decision. But as Franklin launched into what was undoubtedly going to be a long-winded and pun-filled explanation of his legion's capabilities, Ferris found himself listening intently. The Gorgon of Medusa, the iron-handed lord of the 10th, was not one for subtlety or diplomacy. But even he could recognize the value of a different perspective. And Franklin Valorian, for all his irritating qualities, offered just that. As the two Primarchs stood there, one grim and unyielding, the other animated and jovial, the future of the Imperium seemed to shift ever so slightly. The Great Crusade was still in its early stages, and the bonds forged between brothers in these moments would shape the fate of humanity for millennia to come. The galaxy was vast, the enemies of mankind numberless. But with brothers like Franklin at his side, infuriating as they might be, perhaps victory was not as impossible as it sometimes seemed. The harsh landscape of Medusa stretched out before them, a testament to the planet's unforgiving nature. Ferris Manus strode purposefully across the rocky terrain, his metallic hands gleaming in the dim light. Behind him, Franklin Valorian followed, a stark contrast to his stoic brother with his easy grin and relaxed demeanor. "I've got to hand it to you, brother," Franklin called out, quickening his pace to catch up with Ferris. "You work fast. I'm impressed by how quickly you've rallied your legion. Ready to embark on your own crusade already?" Ferris grunted in response, not breaking his stride. "Efficiency is key in warfare. My sons understand this." Franklin nodded, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Speaking of your sons, I couldn't help but notice something. Your name is Ferris Manus, which basically means Iron Hand in High Gothic, right? And you've got these fantastic iron hands." He gestured to Ferris's metallic appendages. "And your legion is called the Iron Hands. That's a lot of iron hands, brother. Did you plan that, or is the universe just really into theme naming?" Ferris stopped abruptly, turning to face Franklin with a look of barely concealed irritation. "My legion's name is a reflection of their dedication and strength. It is not a joke." Franklin held up his hands in a placating gesture, though his grin didn't falter. Of course. No offense meant. I just thought it was, handy how it all worked out." The pun hung in the air between them, met only by Ferris's stony silence. "Tough crowd," Franklin muttered, still smiling. "So, where are we headed?" "Scenic tour of Medusa's finest rock formations." Ferris turned and resumed walking. "I'm taking you to the place where I proved my worth. Where I defeated the great metal beast, Asirnoth." "Ooh, story time!" Franklin exclaimed, falling into step beside his brother. "I love a good tale of heroic deeds. Though I have to say, Asirnoth sounds like something you'd cough up after a bad cold." Asirnoth. He mimicked a violent sneeze. Ferris's jaw clenched, but he continued on in silence. As they walked, Franklin kept up a steady stream of commentary, much to Ferris's chagrin. "Brother, I've been thinking. If you're Ferris Manus, and you lead the Iron Hands, does that make you the Hand of the Iron Hands? Or would that be the Iron Hand of the Iron Hands? The Iron Hand-handed Iron Hand leader of the Iron Hands." Ferris's only response was a low growl. "No, wait, I've got it." Franklin snapped his fingers. "The iron-handed hand that hands iron to the Iron Hands." "Enough!" Ferris barked, coming to a stop at the edge of a vast pit. Heat shimmered in the air above it, and the dull red glow of lava could be seen far below. Franklin whistled, peering over the edge. Well, that's quite the hot spot you've got here. I'm guessing this is where the magic happened. Ferris nodded, his expression softening slightly as he gazed into the pit. Here is where I faced a Cyrnoth. Where I plunged my hands into the molten metal and emerged victorious. Impressive, Franklin said, and for once, there was no hint of jest in his voice. That must have been quite the battle. It was, Ferris agreed. The beast was mighty, but I proved mightier still. A moment of silence passed between them, broken only by the distant bubbling of lava. Then, inevitably, Franklin spoke again. So, did you go into this fight barehanded, or did you bring some handy tools? Ferris closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I faced the beast with nothing but my own strength. Ah, so you really did hand it to him, then? Franklin. Sorry. Couldn't resist. Franklin grinned, then adopted a more serious expression. In all honesty, brother, it's an impressive feat. No wonder your sons look up to you so much. Ferris nodded, accepting the compliment. Strength and determination are the cornerstones of my legion. We face our challenges head-on, without hesitation or fear. A admirable philosophy, Franklin agreed. Though I have to say, I prefer to face my challenges with a good joke and maybe a witty one-liner. Different strokes for different folks, I suppose. Ferris turned to regard his brother, his expression unreadable. Your methods are unconventional. But I cannot deny their effectiveness. High praise indeed. Franklin beamed. And here I thought you'd be more likely to give me the cold shoulder. Or should I say, the cold, handy R. The pun hung in the air for a moment before Ferris let out a long-suffering sigh. You are impossible. Impossibly charming, you mean, Franklin winked. As they stood there, the stoic Gorgon and the jovial Liberator, an unlikely bond began to form. Despite their differences, or perhaps because of them, there was a growing sense of mutual respect between the two Primarchs. Ferris turned to leave, ready to return to his legion and begin his crusade. But before he could take a step, Franklin's voice stopped him. Hey, Ferris? Before we go, I've got one last question. Ferris braced himself. What is it? Franklin's grin was practically audible. If you're the Iron Hands Primarch, does that make you their Iron Dad? The groan that escaped Ferris Manus echoed across the pit, a sound of exasperation that would have sent lesser men running. The Great Crusade lay before them, a galaxy waiting to be brought into the Imperial fold. And while their methods might differ, their goal was the same, the ascendancy of mankind among the stars. As they turned to head back to their respective legions, Franklin couldn't resist one last quip. Ferris, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Or at the very least, a tolerably amusing acquaintanceship. Ferris's only response was a long-suffering sigh. Franklin strode purposefully alongside his brother Ferris Manus. The air was thick with anticipation as the Iron Hands Legion made their final preparations. Franklin's eyes, sharp and observant, scanned the landscape of Medusa, his mind churning with possibilities and potential threats. Sovereign, Franklin addressed his central AI companion, his voice a low rumble. Have you detected any additional entrances? Anything that might lead to underground bases or complexes? The A.I.S response was swift and precise. Negative, Lord Valorian. Surface scans reveal no obvious hidden entrances, beginning in-depth scans. Franklin nodded, his suspicions growing. He began talking mentally to the bloody-handed one, the fragment of Cain, the Ildari god of war, now bound to the fifth crone sword at his hip. Cain, your suspicions about a Cyrnoth, if it was indeed a Necron construct, then Medusa could be far more dangerous than we initially thought. The god's voice resonated in Franklin's mind, a mix of ancient wisdom and barely contained fury. Indeed, young Primarch. The Necrons were our greatest foes during the war in heaven. Their constructs, powered by Cetan shards, were nightmares given form. As they walked, Franklin's curiosity got the better of him. Tell me, Cain, about your experiences in the war in heaven. How did the Ildari fare against such a threat? Cain's presence seemed to swell with pride and remembered glory. We fought with all the fury and might of a young, vibrant race. The Cetan were godlike in their power, but we had our own pantheon. I led our forces against their Necron slaves, cleaving through their lines with my burning sword. Franklin listened, fascinated by the first-hand account of a conflict so ancient it had passed into myth for most races. And at your peak, Cain? How formidable were you? The god's laughter echoed in Franklin's mind, a sound of clashing blades and roaring infernos. At my peak? Without the Citan to balance us, I could split entire tomb worlds with a single strike of my sword. I shattered the Nightbringer, the Citan's embodiment of death itself. Cain's voice grew even more animated as he continued, and Maladroth, the Void Dragon? When the talismans of Vol struck, I seized my chance. How do you humans put it? Ah yes, I turbo-sodomized that so-called master of the material realm, shattering it into countless shards. Franklin's eyebrows shot up at Cain's colorful language, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Impressive, he mused. Truly, the power of the Ildari at their height must have been a sight to behold. Cain's presence swelled with pride once more. Do not underestimate me, young Primarch. Even now, diminished as I am, I could best your emperor at the height of his power. Franklin's amusement faded, replaced by a stern expression. Let's not get carried away, Cain. You're a fragment of your former self, much like the Citan you shattered. It doesn't do to dwell on past glories when the present demands our attention. The god's presence seemed to deflate slightly, a grudging acknowledgement in his tone. You speak truth, Valorian. We are both shadows of what we once were. But do not mistake my current state for weakness. There is power yet in this shard, and wisdom earned through eons of warfare. Chapter 45, Data Works. The Gloriana-class voidship Fist of Iron, of the Iron Hands hung in low orbit over Medusa IV, its monolithic bulk a testament to the technological mastery of Ferrus Manus and his legion. Within one of its cavernous strategy rooms, two towering figures stood hunched over a hololithic display, their superhuman minds processing vast amounts of information with ease. Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, stood with his arms crossed, his imposing frame dwarfing even the substantial bulk of the hololith projector. Beside him, Ferrus Manus, the Gorgon, his metallic hands gleaming under the harsh light, manipulated the controls with surprising delicacy. Franklin Valorian took it upon himself to brief his newly reunited brother on the intricacies of the Great Crusade. Ferrus listened with stoic attention, his silver eyes gleaming with intelligence and barely contained impatience. He was a man of action, more comfortable in the forge or on the battlefield than in lengthy discussions. Yet, he recognized the value of this knowledge and forced himself to pay heed. Ferrus, Franklin began, his tone uncharacteristically serious, the Emperor may have left abruptly, but there's much you need to know about running a legion in this crusade. Ferrus nodded curtly. Speak plainly, brother. I have little patience for flowery words. Franklin smirked, appreciating his brother's directness. Very well. First, logistics. Your legion needs to be self-sufficient across vast distances. Supply lines can make or break a campaign. As Franklin spoke, Ferrus cross-referenced the information with the data slates he'd been given. His enhanced mind processed the information rapidly, noting discrepancies and similarities with cool efficiency. Conquest, Franklin continued, isn't just about military victory. Sometimes, diplomacy. Diplomacy. Ferrus interrupted, his tone skeptical. We are warriors, not politicians. Franklin held up a hand. Hear me out, brother. Sometimes, bringing a world into compliance through negotiation is more efficient than through force. It preserves resources and potential allies. Ferrus grunted, unconvinced but willing to consider the idea. Efficiency is valuable. Continue. As they delved deeper into imperial governance, Ferrus noticed something that gave him pause. Franklin, he said, interrupting again, these administrative protocols are remarkably detailed. I wouldn't have expected such meticulousness from you. Franklin's face split into a wide grin. Ah, you've found me out, brother. I may love a good fight, but I'm a stickler for proper documentation. An empire runs on information as much as it does on bolter rounds. Ferrus nodded, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. This was something he could understand, the precision of a well-maintained machine, applied to governance. Now, Franklin said, his tone becoming more serious, let's discuss something crucial, imperial services. You have two options, the Independence Cluster or the Mechanicum of Mars. Ferrus's interest was piqued. This was more his area of expertise. What's the difference? Franklin's smirk returned. Truthfully? The cluster's services are superior in every way. Better quality, faster turnaround, more advanced tech. Ferrus raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Better than the Mechanicum? That's a bold claim. Bold, but true, Franklin asserted. However, there's a catch. The cluster's services are currently limited to Segmentum Solar and Obscurus and parts of Pacificus and Ultima, with only one being in Tempestus as of the moment. Ferris frowned, his logical mind immediately seeing the problem. Limited reach reduces their overall effectiveness, regardless of quality. Exactly, Franklin nodded. Every time a new system is discovered, the cluster and the Mechanicum fight for ownership. It's turned into a cold war of sorts. Ferris's frown deepened. Inefficient. This infighting weakens the Imperium's expansion efforts. Franklin shrugged. The Emperor sees value in competition driving innovation. But it does create complications. The conflict has even spread to the rogue traders. The independent captains? Ferris asked, his tone indicating he saw little use for such unreliable elements. The very same. They're in a unique position to profit from this rivalry, informing either side of new discoveries for the right price. The Gorgon's expression hardened. That sounds inefficient. Franklin sighed, nodding in agreement. It is. Rogue traders often find themselves caught in the middle, selling information to the highest bidder. And if they try to play both sides? He trailed off, his implication clear. Ferris was quiet for a moment, his mind working through the implications. This is a significant flaw in our expansion strategy. It introduces unnecessary variables and risks. Franklin nodded solemnly. It does. But it's also driving rapid advancement in our technology and production capabilities. Ferris grunted, understanding the unspoken threat. I see. And the Emperor allows this. He sees it as a form of competition that drives innovation, Franklin explained, though his tone suggested he might not entirely agree. For now, we work within the system we have. The two Primarchs fell into a contemplative silence, the weight of their responsibilities settling heavily upon their shoulders. After a moment, Ferris spoke, his voice carrying a hint of respect that hadn't been there before. Thank you, brother. This information will prove invaluable. Franklin smiled, clasping Ferris on the shoulder. That's what family is for, isn't it? We look out for each other. Ferris nodded, a rare smile gracing his usually stern features. Indeed. Though I must admit, I didn't expect the Liberator to be so thorough when it comes to paperwork. Franklin's laughter boomed once more. Oh, brother, you have no idea. Wait until you see the forms for requisitioning a new battleship in the cluster. It's enough to make even a Primarch's head spin. As their laughter subsided, a sense of camaraderie settled between them. Two sons of the Emperor, each unique in their strengths, united in their purpose. Good luck out there, Ferris, Franklin said, extending his hand. The Great Crusade awaits. Ferris grasped his brother's hand firmly, the cold metal of his own a stark contrast to Franklin's warm flesh. And to you, Franklin. May your aim be true and your paperwork impeccable. The vast emptiness of space swallowed the last remnants of Ferris Manus's battle fleet as it slipped into the swirling maelstrom of the warp. Franklin Valorian stood motionless on the observation deck of his flagship, the Sweet Liberty, his eyes fixed on the spot where his brother's ships had vanished. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft hum of the ship's systems. Sovereign, Franklin's deep voice resonated through the empty chamber, what news of your scans? The AI's response was instantaneous, its voice emanating from hidden speakers throughout the room. Scan complete, Lord Valorian. I have conducted 2 thorough sweeps of Medusa IV using our most advanced nanomachine probes. Franklin's eyebrow raised slightly. And the results? Inconclusive, my lord, Sovereign replied, a hint of frustration in its artificial tone. We detected traces of Necron technology, specifically a device that could have housed the construct known as a Cyrnoth. However, there is no evidence of a larger Necron presence or a dormant tomb world. The Primarch's brow furrowed as he processed this information. So, the great WIRM that Ferris defeated. Most likely a scouting construct, Lord Valorian, Sovereign finished. Perhaps sent to assess the planet's suitability for colonization or to gather intelligence on the developing human presence in the galaxy. Franklin nodded slowly, his mind racing with the implications. The presence of even a single Necron construct on a human-inhabited world was troubling. If the Necrons were beginning to stir after millions of years of dormancy, the Imperium might face a threat unlike any it had encountered before. As if sensing his thoughts, the ethereal presence of Cain stirred within the crone sword at Franklin's hip. The Ildari god of war's voice echoed in the Primarch's mind, tinged with a mixture of disappointment and anticipation. A pity, Cain's voice resonated. I had hoped for a true battle, a chance to once again face our ancient enemy. These Necrons were worthy foes, machines of living metal that even the might of the Ildari struggled to overcome. Franklin couldn't help but chuckle, the sound a low rumble in his chest. Always eager for battle, aren't you, Cain? Look on the bright side, at least we saved on ordnance. Necron tomb worlds aren't exactly known for being easy to subdue. The god's presence flickered with what might have been amusement. True enough, young Primarch. Though I wonder if you truly comprehend the devastation a fully awakened tomb world can wreak. I've read the reports, studied the ancient texts, Franklin replied, his tone growing serious. But you're right, I haven't faced them in battle as you have. Tell me, what should we be prepared for? Cain's presence swelled, filling Franklin's mind with images of battles long past. The Primarch saw vast armies of metallic warriors, their weapons capable of reducing entire planets to ash. He witnessed titanic constructs that dwarfed even the largest imperial war machines, and energy weapons that seemed to defy the laws of physics. They are relentless, Cain's voice echoed through the visions. Their bodies repair themselves, their minds are unaffected by fear or fatigue. And their technology, even at the height of our power, the Ildari struggled to match it. Franklin absorbed the information, his tactical mind already formulating strategies and contingencies. Then we'll need to be prepared. Sovereign, begin compiling all available data on Necron technology and battle tactics. Cross-reference with Cain's knowledge where possible. At once, Lord Valorian, the AI responded. As the images faded, Franklin turned his attention back to the void of space beyond the observation deck. The stars seemed colder now, each one potentially hiding an ancient, slumbering threat. We should inform the Emperor, Franklin mused aloud. If the Necrons are stirring, even on a small scale, he needs to know. Cain's presence rippled with agreement. Wise, Primarch. Though I wonder how your father will react to the news. The Emperor is powerful, but even he may find the Necrons a challenge beyond his reckoning. Franklin's jaw set with determination. Then we'll face them together. The Necrons won't find humanity an easy prey. In the heart of the Imperial Palace on Terra, within a chamber so secure that its very existence was known only to a select few, the Emperor of Mankind stood motionless. His towering form, clad in gleaming golden armor, was illuminated by the ethereal light emanating from countless hololithic displays surrounding him. Each display flickered with data streams, battle reports, and strategic assessments from across the burgeoning Imperium. But it was a single data slate that now held the Emperor's attention. His piercing gaze, capable of seeing through the veil of reality itself, was fixed upon the report submitted by his son, Franklin Valorian. The Liberator's words spoke of an ancient threat, one that had lain dormant for millions of years, the Necrons. As he absorbed the information, the Emperor's mind reached out, piercing the veil of time itself. The future unfolded before him in a kaleidoscope of possibilities, each branching path a potential reality. He saw countless versions of humanity's future, some glorious, others grim, but in each, a constant remained. The Necrons would awaken. In every possible future, approximately 10 millennia from the present, the ancient Xenos race would stir from their tomb worlds. The Emperor witnessed the devastating power of their technology, the implacable advance of their armies, and the havoc they would wreak upon the galaxy. Yet, as he continued to peer through the myriad futures, the Emperor noted that the Necrons' awakening, while catastrophic, was not an immediate threat to his plans. The Great Crusade, the unification of humanity, and even the potential pitfalls that lay ahead in the form of chaos and betrayal, all these would come to pass before the Necrons posed a significant danger. With a thought, the Emperor dismissed the swirling visions of the future. He returned his attention to the present, to the data slate containing Franklin's report. A faint smile, invisible beneath his radiant countenance, touched his lips. His son's foresight and caution were commendable, further proof that the Primarchs were fulfilling their intended purpose. The Emperor's fingers danced over the data slate, inputting a series of commands. The report was classified, marked as a non-immediate threat but flagged for future reference. It would be stored in the deepest vaults of the Imperial archives, a warning for future generations should his grand plan falter. However, the Emperor was not one to leave things entirely to chance. With another series of commands, he marked several planets for exterminatus. These worlds, seemingly insignificant now, had featured prominently in his visions as future strongholds of Necron influence. Their destruction, while a drastic measure, would potentially alter the course of the far future. As the Emperor completed his assessment, a chime sounded, signaling the arrival of Malkador the Sigil Light. The Emperor's most trusted advisor entered the chamber, his aged form belying the immense psychic power he wielded. "My lord," Malkador began, his voice filled with curiosity, "I sensed your contemplation. Has something significant come to light?" The Emperor turned to his friend, his voice resonating with the weight of eternity. "Franklin has uncovered traces of the Necrons, old friend. His concerns are valid, but the threat is distant." Malkador's eyes widened slightly. "The Necrons? I had hoped they were merely legends." "No legend, but a sleeping giant," the Emperor replied. "One that will not stir for 10 millennia. We have more pressing concerns to address." The Sigil Light nodded, understanding the implications. "And the report?" "Classified, but preserved. Knowledge is power, Malkador. For our future reference." As Malkador absorbed this information, the Emperor's gaze returned to the hololithic displays. The Great Crusade continued across the galaxy, humanity's reach expanding with each passing day. Countless challenges lay ahead, but for now, the Necron threat remained a distant whisper, a storm on the far horizon. Battlefleet Liberty shimmered into real space near the coordinates of a newly discovered world. At the helm stood Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, his imposing 15-foot frame dwarfing even the largest command consoles. His brown eyes, usually twinkling with mirth, now held a keen focus as he gazed upon the holographic display of the planet below. "Sovereign," Franklin's deep voice rumbled through the bridge, "what do you make of this world?" The ship's artificial intelligence, Sovereign, responded in a crisp, genderless voice that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Greetings, Primarch. Initial scans indicate a habitable world with signs of human civilization. However, I'm detecting unusual warp activity that suggests proximity to the Eye of Terror." Franklin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Interesting. Any signs of immediate danger?" "Negative, Primarch. However, I recommend caution. The warp signatures are unsettling." "When are they not, my friend?" Franklin chuckled, his face breaking into a grin. "Give me details on the human presence. What are we looking at?" Sovereign's voice took on a slightly more animated tone, as if pleased to share its findings. "The civilization appears to be feudal in nature, Primarch. I'm detecting multiple large structures consistent with fortifications. Interestingly, there are also energy signatures that match known patterns of night walkers." "Knights?" Franklin's eyebrows shot up. Well, looks like we've stumbled upon a lost night world. This day just got a whole lot more interesting. Any communication attempts from the surface?" "Negative, Primarch. It appears they lack the technology for space-based communications. However, I am detecting numerous power sources consistent with Imperial technology, albeit several millennia out of date." Franklin nodded, his tactical mind already whirring. "A world lost to time, then. Sovereign, what resources are you detecting? Anything of note?" "Affirmative, Primarch. Preliminary scans indicate rich deposits of various rare earth elements, as well as significant promethium reserves. The planet's geothermal activity suggests potential for energy harvesting as well." "Sounds like we've hit the jackpot," Franklin mused. "An intact human civilization, night walkers, and resources to boot. The Emperor will be pleased." He paused, his expression growing more serious. "Now, about that warp activity. What can you tell me?" Sovereign's tone shifted, becoming more cautious. "The warp signatures are complex, Primarch. They suggest long-term exposure to chaos energies, likely due to the planet's proximity to the Eye of Terror. I'm detecting fluctuations that are consistent with demonic incursions, though nothing on a massive scale." Franklin's jaw set in a determined line. "Chaos. It's always chaos, isn't it? Any guess on which of the so-called gods might be involved?" "Based on the nature of the warp disturbances and certain biological anomalies I'm detecting on the surface, I would hypothesize the influence of the entity you refer to as Papa Pimple, Primarch." "Papa Pimple," Franklin spat the name like a curse, though a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. "The overgrown petri dish himself. Well, that complicates things." He paced the bridge, his massive form casting long shadows in the dim light. "Sovereign, Run simulations. I want to know our best approach for making contact without triggering a full-scale demonic zit-popping party. Processing, Primarch, Sovereign replied. After a moment, it continued, simulations suggest a small landing party would be optimal. A show of overwhelming force might agitate the warp energies, while a more diplomatic approach could allow for gathering intelligence without immediately antagonizing any chaos presence. Franklin nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face. Diplomacy it is, then. Prepare my personal shuttle. I'll lead the landing party myself. Primarch, Sovereign's voice held a note of concern, I must advise caution. Your presence on the planet's surface could draw significant attention from chaos forces. Franklin laughed, the sound booming across the bridge. My dear Sovereign, when have you known me to shy away from a little attention? Besides, if Nurgle wants to dance, I'm more than happy to oblige. It's been too long since I've had a good fight. As you wish, Primarch, Sovereign replied, a hint of resignation in its tone. Shall I inform the Liberty Eagles to prepare for possible combat operations? Absolutely, Franklin nodded. Have them ready, but tell them to hold position unless I give the word. We don't want to spook our potential new allies planetside. He paused, then added with a chuckle, oh, and have Denzel meet me in the hangar. If we're going into a potential Nurgle situation, I want my best swordsman at my side. Understood, Primarch. Shuttle preparations are underway, and I've notified Captain Washington. Is there anything else you require? Franklin thought for a moment, then smiled. Yes, actually. Prepare a data packet on Night World customs and etiquette. If we're going to be dealing with nobles, I want to make sure we put our best foot forward. An excellent suggestion, Primarch. I'll have the information ready for you before you reach the shuttle. Perfect, Franklin said, already striding towards the bridge exit. Oh, and Sovereign? Keep an eye out for any unusual tech signatures down there. A world this old might have some surprises for us. Of course, Primarch. I'll maintain constant scans and alert you to any anomalies. As Franklin reached the door, he turned back, his face serious despite the excited glint in his eyes. Sovereign, if things go sideways down there. I understand, Primarch, the AI interrupted softly. The Battlefleet Liberty stands ready. At your command, we will rain overwhelming firepower upon any who dare threaten you or the Imperium. Franklin's face broke into a wide grin. That's my girl. All right, let's go make some new friends, and maybe pop a few of Papa Pimple's boils while we're at it. With that, the Primarch of Liberty strode out, ready to face whatever challenges this mysterious night world might hold. Behind him, the bridge hummed with activity as the Liberty Eagles prepared for their next great adventure. Chapter 46, Night World Austeria Extremis. The Stormbird's engines hummed with barely contained power as it cut through the turbulent atmosphere of Austeria Extremis. Inside the craft's spacious hold, Franklin Valorian stood tall, his imposing figure dwarfing even his genetically enhanced sons. The Primarch's eyes gleamed with excitement, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the faces of his companions. Sovereign's disembodied voice filled the cabin, Primarch, I've taken the liberty of designating this world Austeria Extremis. My analysis indicates that if this planet is not reunited with the Imperium within 100 years, it will be consumed by chaos. Franklin nodded, his expression turning serious for a moment. Understood, Sovereign. We'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen, won't we? His trademark grin returned as he turned to his companions. Gentlemen, let's talk about what we're walking into. John Ezra, the ever-vigilant head of the Secret Service, was the first to respond. My lord, our advance teams have already secured the perimeter. We're in a bit of a standoff with the local PDF, but nothing we can't handle. Excellent work, John, Franklin approved. Always 2 steps ahead, aren't you? Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, cleared his throat. When he spoke, his thick ancient Russian accent filled the cabin. Comrade Primarch, technoseers already analyzing plague-afflicting peasantry. We can confirm, it is indeed work of, how you say? Papa Pimple, day. Franklin burst into laughter. Papa Pimple? Vova my boy, I approve of the code switching. Keeps things interesting. Vladimir grinned, his stern features softening for a moment. Ah, you caught me, father. I thought perhaps your Continental High Command could use some variety, day. Indeed, Franklin chuckled, giving Vladimir a thumbs up, Keep it coming, Vova. I like a little spice in my war councils. Stephen Armstrong, puffing on his ever-present cigar, snorted. Knights and chivalry. Old as shit, if you ask me. The only thing honor's gonna get these folks is an honorable death. Denzel Washington, interjected. There's nothing wrong with honor, Stephen. But when your life's on the line, it's often the first thing to go. Honors for the living, like the ancient Terran samurai Musashi taught us through his duels. Franklin nodded approvingly. Well said, Denzel. And it's precisely why we're here to make sure these people stay alive long enough to keep their honor. He paused, his gaze drifting to the viewing port. You know, it's fascinating. These Night Walkers, they're not so different from what we use back in the cluster. The others turned to look at him, intrigued. Franklin continued, back home, we use similar tech for everything from cutting trees to mining operations. Hell, we even used them to fight off Xenos incursions. These days, they're mostly construction mechs. We've gotten too efficient at colonizing for night houses to form naturally. As if on cue, the Stormbird passed over a battlefield. Through the viewing ports, they could see the peasantry defense forces engaged in combat with chaos-tainted beasts. Lost gunfire crisscrossed the field, while artillery pieces boomed in the distance. Nightwalkers strode ahead, their massive weapons bringing down monstrous creatures. As they watched, one knight beheaded a massive two-headed crocodile with a single swing of its chainsword. Now that's what I call pest control, Armstrong quipped, tapping ash from his cigar. Sovereign, Franklin called out, give us a rundown on what we're seeing. The AI's voice returned, crisp and precise. Certainly, Primarch. You're currently observing a defensive action by the forces of Osteria Extremis against chaos-tainted fauna. The planet's proximity to the Eye of Terror has resulted in the mutation of local wildlife into grotesque, oversized versions of their original forms. Current combat data suggests these creatures possess enhanced strength, resilience, and in some cases, limited warp abilities. Fascinating, Franklin mused. And terrifying. No wonder they're having such a hard time. Indeed, Primarch, Sovereign continued. The planet's night complement has been reduced to approximately 400 operational units, down from an estimated 1,000 before the increased chaos incursions. The populace is now forced to engage these beasts in melee combat when knights are unavailable, leading to significant casualties. Denzel frowned. That's a substantial loss of military power. How are they managing repairs and replacements? They are not, Captain Washington, Sovereign replied. Resource scarcity and technological regression have made it nearly impossible for them to manufacture new knights or conduct major repairs. This is compounded by the recent outbreak of a Nurgle-aligned plague, which is affecting both the human population and the local fauna. Bajhi moi, Vladimir muttered. It is worse than we thought. Franklin's expression hardened. All the more reason for us to be here. These people need our help, and by the Emperor, we're going to give it to them. The Stormbird began its final descent, aiming for a large square within a sprawling castle complex. John Ezra tensed visibly. My lord, I must insist on conducting a final security sweep before you disembark. Franklin clapped him on the shoulder. Always the worrier, John. But that's why you're the best at what you do. Go ahead, but try not to ruffle too many feathers. We're here to make friends, after all. As John nodded and moved to confer with his team, Franklin turned to the others. All right, gentlemen. Let's review our objectives. First and foremost, we need to establish a rapport with the local night houses. Denzel, you're with me. Denzel nodded solemnly. Understood, my lord. I'll do my best to bridge any cultural gaps. Good man, Franklin approved. Stephen, I want you to assess their military capabilities. Find out what they need most urgently and how we can bolster their defenses. Armstrong grinned around his cigar. You got it, boss. I'll whip these medieval boys into shape in no time. Just remember, we're here to help, not to mock, Franklin warned, though his eyes twinkled with amusement. Vladimir, you and your technoseers will be our ace in the hole. I need you to dig deep into this Nurgle plague. Find its source, find a cure if you can, and for Emperor's sake, keep it contained. Vladimir saluted, his face grim. Day, Comrade Primarch. We will not rest until this foul corruption is purged. I know you won't, Franklin said softly. Then, raising his voice, he addressed them all. Remember, gentlemen. These people have been fighting a losing battle against chaos for who knows how long. They're tired, they're scared, and they're running out of options. We're not just here to save them, we're here to give them hope. Show them what the Imperium of Man can do when it puts its mind to it. The Stormbird touched down with a gentle thud. Through the viewports, they could see a delegation waiting in the square, their faces a mix of awe, fear, and desperate hope. John Ezra returned, nodding to Franklin. All clear, my lord. The area is secure. Franklin took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. Well then, gentlemen. Shall we go make some new friends? King Robert Thorndyke stood atop the highest tower of Castle Thorndyke, his weathered hands gripping the cold stone battlements. The weight of his crown, a relic from a forgotten age of prosperity, seemed heavier than ever. His eyes, once bright with the vigor of youth, now carried the weariness of a man who had seen his world slowly crumbling around him. The skies of Osteria, or Osteria, as it was known in the local tongue, were dark and foreboding, as they had been for as long as anyone could remember. The constant threat of warp storms loomed on the horizon, a reminder of their precarious existence so close to that gaping maw above. Robert's mind wandered to the challenges that had plagued his reign. How long can we hold out? He wondered, not for the first time. The once mighty force of 1,500 Night Walkers, a legacy of Osteria's colonization during the Golden Age of Man, had been whittled down to a mere 400. The king's jaw clenched as he recalled the latest reports, another village lost, another knight fallen in battle against a beast that should not be. The decline was as undeniable as it was terrifying. Each loss was a blow not just to their defenses, but to their very identity as a night world. The warp-tainted beasts that roamed the wilderness grew stronger with each passing year. What were once manageable threats had become monstrosities that could challenge even the mightiest of knights. Robert's mind flashed to reports of two-headed crocodiles large enough to swallow a grok's whole, and packs of warp-touched dingoes that could coordinate attacks with an almost human intelligence. And now, this plague. Robert shuddered. It defied all known medical knowledge, corrupting both flesh and spirit. He had seen strong men and women reduced to gibbering wrecks, their bodies twisted by unnatural growths. The whispers in his mind grew louder, promising relief, promising power. As if summoned by his grim thoughts, the whispers came again. Soft, insidious, they crept into the corners of his mind like a foul mist. Why resist, child? The voice crooned. Embrace the gifts of the grandfather. Let your people know peace in decay, find strength in corruption. Robert shook his head violently, as if the physical action could dislodge the warp-born temptation. I am no child, he growled to the empty air. And I know well the price of such gifts. He knew the source of these whispers, his ancestors had warned about the dangers of the warp, the whispers called it Grandfather Nurgle. He may not understand the intricacies of the warp, but he knew enough to recognize its corrupting influence. I will not give in, he muttered to himself, a mantra he had repeated countless times. For the sake of my people, for the legacy of House Thorndyke, I will endure. But for how long? The rational part of Robert's mind, the part trained in logistics and strategy since childhood, knew the harsh truth. At their current rate of attrition, Osteria had perhaps 100 to 150 years left before it would fall to the warp. The thought filled him with a deep, aching sorrow. He thought of the lesser houses, Macquarie with their hit-and-run tactics against the larger beasts, Wolamai desperately protecting the last remaining forests and agricultural lands. They looked to House Thorndyke for leadership, for hope. How could he tell them that their doom was all but certain? Robert's gaze drifted to the sprawling castle below, a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of his people, made from adamantium and ancient alloys, materials from man's golden age. House Thorndyke had been a corporation before their isolation, pioneers in both industry and warfare. The memory of that glorious past only made their current struggles more painful. Millennia had passed, all he knew was from the data slates his ancestors had left. A sudden commotion broke through his gloomy reverie. Gasps of awe echoed through the castle halls, loud enough to reach even his lofty perch. Robert's eyes snapped to the horizon, following the gaze of his astonished subjects. And there, cutting through the perpetual gloom of Osteria's skies, was a sight that took his breath away. A fleet of void ships, sleek and powerful, their designs reminiscent of the legendary vessels from the Golden Age of humanity. They moved with a grace that belied their size, taking up positions in low orbit with practiced ease. Robert's heart began to race, a feeling he hadn't experienced in years beginning to bloom in his chest. Could it be? After millennia of isolation, had humanity truly returned to the stars? The ships were unlike anything in Osteria's ancient records. They spoke of technological mastery far beyond what his world had maintained. Robert's mind reeled at the implications. A force capable of producing such marvels, of crossing the treacherous void between stars, could surely help them. They could turn the tide against the warp-tainted beasts, find a cure for the plague, perhaps even restore their lost night walkers. In that moment, Robert Thorndyke cared not who these newcomers might be. Angel or demon, conqueror or liberator, it mattered not. They represented power, technology, a link to the wider galaxy that Osteria had lost so long ago. Whatever their intentions, they brought with them the possibility of survival. "We're saved," he whispered, the words catching in his throat. Then louder, "We're saved." The cry was taken up by those below, spreading through the castle like wildfire. Robert could hear the hope in their voices, the same hope that was now surging through his own veins. As he watched the magnificent fleet, Robert's mind raced with possibilities. The connection to the vast empire of humanity, lost for so long, was about to be re-established. Whatever changes had occurred in the galaxy during their isolation, whatever challenges these newcomers might bring, they were insignificant compared to the alternative, the slow, inexorable fall to the warp. Robert straightened, feeling the weight of his crown lessen for the first time in years. He was still King of Osteria, High Lord of House Thorndyke, and he had a duty to his people. There would be negotiations to handle, diplomacy to navigate. But for now, for this moment, he felt something he had almost forgotten: hope. Humanity has returned to the stars, he said to himself, a smile breaking across his careworn features. And with it, our salvation. Prepare a welcome, he barked to his stunned courtiers. Summon the knights, alert the other houses. We must present a united front. As his court scrambled to obey, Robert reflected inwardly. The voices that had plagued him were silent now, banished by the awesome sight above. Whatever trials lay ahead, whatever price these newcomers might demand, Robert knew one thing with unshakable certainty. Osteria had a future. And he, Robert Thorndyke, would ensure that his people lived to see it. With a deep breath, the King of Osteria turned from the balcony and strode purposefully into his castle. Salvation had arrived. King Robert Thorndyke stood in awe as he made his way down to the square, his eyes wide with wonder and a hint of trepidation. The scene unfolding before him was unlike anything he had ever witnessed in all his years ruling Osteria. By the ancestors, what manner of men are these? He thought, his gaze fixed on the towering figures that now occupied his castle grounds. The first thing that struck him was their sheer size. Even the smallest among them stood at least 6.5 feet tall, dwarfing most of his subjects and even himself. Their faces were hidden behind advanced helmets, adding an air of mystery and otherworldliness to their already imposing presence. Their armor, it's unlike anything in our armories. Robert marveled at the deep blue of their suits, the red pauldrons adorned with white stars, and the majestic two-headed golden eagle emblazoned on their chests. It spoke of a level of craftsmanship and technology far beyond anything Osteria had possessed even in its glory days. Robert watched, slack-jawed, as these giants scaled the castle walls with inhuman ease. Some even used what appeared to be jetpacks to reach the highest towers. His knights, men he had always considered the pinnacle of human capability, were rendered obsolete in seconds. They move like no mortal men I've ever seen, he marveled. Is this what humanity has become beyond our isolated world? A commotion to his left caught his attention. One of these armored warriors had lifted a fully armored knight with one hand, as easily as Robert might lift a goblet. Another pushed aside a tractor, clearing space in the square with casual displays of superhuman strength. Such strength, it's almost inhuman, Robert thought, a mixture of awe and fear coursing through him. In what seemed like mere moments, the square was cleared for a 500-meter radius. Robert and his retinue found themselves halted by two of these strange armored men, who instructed them to wait. He sensed one of his knights bristling at the command, ready to object, but Robert quickly waved him down. No, we must not antagonize them. Whoever they are clearly our superiors in strength and skill. The air suddenly filled with the roar of engines, and Robert's eyes were drawn to the sky. A massive craft, which he would later learn was called a stormbird, descended from the heavens. Its size and design spoke of technology long lost to Osteria, rekindling memories of the ancient stories about humanity's golden age. This must be their leader, Robert realized, his heart pounding with anticipation. As the stormbird's ramp lowered, Robert's breath caught in his throat. The beings that emerged were even more impressive than those who had preceded them. First came an 8-foot giant, encased in armor that seemed more akin to a mech suit than anything Robert had ever seen. This one moved with the practiced ease of a seasoned commander, scanning the area and issuing silent commands to those around him. A raven, Robert thought suddenly, though he couldn't say why. Watchful, intelligent, always assessing. They make our best knights look like fumbling squires, Robert thought, a pang of both admiration and despair running through him. Next emerged a truly massive figure, easily 10 feet tall. This one bore no helmet, revealing a stern, weathered face. A cigar clenched between his teeth gave him an air of nonchalance that belied the obvious danger he presented. Robert watched as his own knights, brave men all, took involuntary steps backward. A hawk, his mind supplied. Fierce, proud, a bird of war. Robert turned to his men and thought, I don't blame them, Robert mused, feeling his own knees weaken slightly. That one looks like he could tear down the castle walls with his bare hands. As the giants took their positions, Robert's mind began to work in an unexpected direction. Something about these beings, their bearing and the way they carried themselves, reminded him of birds of prey. His thoughts were interrupted as another giant descended the ramp. This one removed his helmet, revealing skin as dark as the richest charcoal. Twin swords hung at his waist, and his bearing was noble and composed. A dove, Robert thought, surprising himself with the comparison. Peaceful, yet no less deadly for it. And then came him. Robert's breath left him entirely as he beheld the final figure to emerge from the storm bird. Standing a full 15 feet tall, the giant dwarfed even his impressive companions. But it wasn't just his size that commanded attention. There was an aura about him, a presence that seemed to fill the entire square. His face bore a perpetual smirk, not one of arrogance but of absolute confidence and assuredness. The moment Robert's eyes met that ever-smirking visage, he felt something he hadn't experienced in years, hope. Pure, unadulterated hope. An eagle, he thought, the realization hitting him with the force of a thunderbolt. Lord of the skies, symbol of freedom and power. There was something about this giant that radiated confidence, assuredness, and above all, a sense that everything would be all right. Despite the obvious power difference, despite the potential threat these beings could pose, Robert felt comforted. The eagle's presence seemed to fill the square, overshadowing even his impressive companions. Robert found himself drawn to that charismatic smile, feeling as though he were basking in the light of a sun after years of darkness. Is this what it means to stand in the presence of greatness? He wondered. For a moment, all of Osteria's troubles seemed to fade away. The constant battles against warp-tainted beasts, the dwindling numbers of their knights, the insidious plague that had begun to spread, all of it seemed manageable in the face of this being's assured confidence. With him, we might actually survive, Robert thought, hope blooming in his chest. More than survive, we might thrive once again. As the eagle began to move towards him, Robert straightened his posture. Whatever was about to happen, he knew it would change the fate of his world forever. Gone was the weariness that had plagued him for years. In its place was a burning curiosity and a fierce determination. These men, these giants among us, they are the key to our salvation, he realized. And this one, this eagle, he is their leader. Robert Thorndyke, King of Osteria, High Lord of House Thorndyke, took a deep breath. He was about to parley with a being of legend, a leader of men who were more than men. The fate of his people, of his entire world, would hinge on this interaction. But as he met those confident eyes once more, Robert felt his fears melt away. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever changes these newcomers might bring, he knew one thing with absolute certainty. The eagle had come. And with him, the promise of freedom soared. Chapter 47, Mobilization. The Great Hall of Castle Thorndyke, hewn from ancient stone and adorned with tapestries depicting heroic deeds of knights long past, served as the backdrop for a meeting that would shape the future of an entire world. At one end of a massive oak table sat King Robert Thorndyke, his weathered face a map of the countless battles he had fought to keep his world safe from the horrors that lurked beyond the veil of reality. Opposite him, the towering figure of Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, seemed almost comically large in comparison to the ornate, yet modest furnishings of the feudal court. I am King Robert Thorndyke of Austria, ruler of the great house of Thorndyke, the monarch began, his voice carrying the weight of generations of noble lineage. We welcome you to our world, Lord Valorian. Franklin nodded, his easy smile belying the gravity of the situation. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. I hope you don't mind if I skip the whole kissing the ring bit. My lips are chapped something fierce from all this warp travel. The joke, delivered with perfect timing and a wink, caught King Robert off guard. A chuckle escaped his lips before he could stifle it, and he felt some of the tension leave his shoulders. This giant of a man, for all his power and presence, had a disarming charm that put the king at ease. As they took their seats at the table, Franklin's demeanor shifted subtly. While his eyes still twinkled with good humor, there was a newfound formality to his posture and tone. Your Majesty, I'm here to officially welcome your world back into the fold of the Imperium of Man. We've got a lot to catch up on, so let me give you the Cliff Notes version of what's been happening while you've been fighting off chaos beasties. For the next hour, Franklin painted a picture of the nascent Imperium, its triumphs, its struggles, and its potential. King Robert listened intently, his mind racing with the possibilities. The honor of serving an empire in its infancy, the potential rewards for early compliance, it was almost too good to be true. And that's precisely what made King Robert pause. Lord Valorian, he said, leaning forward, his eyes narrowing slightly, I appreciate your candor. But in my experience, offers this generous often come with strings attached. What, pray tell, is the catch? Franklin's grin widened, appreciating the king's shrewdness. Straight to the point, eh? I like that. The catch, as you put it, is pretty straightforward. We ask for your compliance, the standard imperial tithes, and access to whatever technology you've got squirreled away for inspection. In return, you get the full protection of the Imperium and access to our point system. Point system? King Robert's brow furrowed. Ah, yes. It's a little something we cooked up in the independence sector, Franklin explained, his tone casual but his eyes sharp, gauging the king's reaction. Basically, you earn points for your contributions to the Imperium. These points can be redeemed for advanced technology, additional support, that sort of thing. It's on top of the general aid you'll receive as a compliant world. King Robert sat back, his mind working furiously. This point system, it was clever, he had to admit. But it also created a clear dependency on this independence sector. And who, might I ask, are the rivals to your independence sector? He inquired, his tone carefully neutral. Franklin's expression turned serious, almost grim. Well, there's the Mechanicum of Mars, for one. Let's just say they have a different approach to technology. Very dogmatic, very belief-based. The exact opposite of what we're trying to do in the independence sector. As Franklin spoke, painting the Mechanicum in less than flattering terms, King Robert couldn't help but feel there was more to the story. The waters of imperial politics, it seemed, ran deep and murky. I see, King Robert said slowly, weighing his options. On one hand, aligning with the independence sector could bring tremendous benefits to his world. On the other, he'd be taking sides in a conflict he didn't fully understand. But then again, as a night world, wasn't taking sides what they did best? Franklin, sensing the king's internal struggle, leaned forward. Your Majesty, I know it's a lot to take in. But let me be clear, we're here to help. We've got the resources, the technology, and the manpower to save your world from whatever warp-based plague is infecting his populace. All we ask in return is your allegiance. King Robert met Franklin's gaze, seeing the sincerity behind the humor. He thought of his people, struggling against the endless tide of chaos corruption. He thought of the ancient oaths of fealty that had bound night houses to greater powers for millennia. And he made his decision. Lord Valorian, he said, his voice firm and resolute, if you can save my world from the rot that plagues it, then House Thorndyke and all the knights of Austria will gladly swear allegiance to your independence sector and the Imperium it serves. Franklin's face split into a wide grin, but there was respect in his eyes as he extended a massive hand across the table. Then let's shake on it, Your Majesty. Welcome to the Imperium of Man. The great hall of Castle Thorndyke, which moments ago had been the stage for delicate negotiations, now hummed with an almost palpable energy. The air seemed to thicken with anticipation as Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, rose to his full, imposing height. King Robert Thorndyke of Austria, Franklin's voice boomed, filling every corner of the ancient stone chamber. Gone was the jovial tone of their earlier conversation, replaced by a gravity that befitted this momentous occasion. You have pledged your allegiance to the Imperium of Man and to the Emperor, my father. But the oaths we have exchanged are more than mere words. They are a covenant, sealed in loyalty and tempered by the fires of duty. King Robert stood tall, his weathered face a mask of solemn determination. He had ruled this world for decades, facing down horrors that would break lesser men. But in this moment, he felt the weight of a far greater destiny settling upon his shoulders. Franklin's hand moved to the ornate scabbard at his waist, drawing forth a blade that seemed to drink in the light around it. The Death Sword, a weapon of legend even among the rarefied ranks of Ildari weaponry, gleamed with an inner fire and the rage of a god. "Kneel, Robert Thorndyke," Franklin intoned, his voice resonating with an almost supernatural authority. Without hesitation, King Robert lowered himself to one knee, bowing his head before the Primarch. The stone floor was cold and unyielding beneath him, a reminder of the hardships that lay ahead. But in that discomfort, he found resolve. Franklin raised the death sword, its blade catching the light streaming through the stained glass windows. The weapon moved with a fluidity that belied its massive size, hovering just above King Robert's right shoulder. "By the authority vested in me as the 11th son of the Emperor of Mankind," Franklin began, his words carrying the weight of imperial decree, "and as Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, I, Franklin Valorian, do hereby bestow upon you a new title and a new purpose." The death sword moved, touching lightly upon King Robert's right shoulder. Despite its fearsome reputation, the blade's touch was gentle, almost warm. "With this sword, I name you protector of this realm," Franklin continued, moving the blade to King Robert's left shoulder. "Defender of humanity's frontier against the encroaching darkness." The sword returned to Robert's right shoulder. "By your valor, you shall inspire. By your wisdom, you shall guide. By your strength, you shall safeguard the future of mankind in this sector." A hush fell over the hall as Franklin paused, the death sword hovering once more above King Robert's bowed head. When the Primarch spoke again, his voice carried a hint of something ancient and powerful, as if the very spirit of humanity spoke through him. "Rise, High King Austeria Extremis, Lord of this world and steadfast ally of the Imperium of Man." As King Robert, now High King Austeria Extremis, rose to his feet, a change seemed to come over him. He stood taller, his bearing more regal, as if the weight of his new title had not burdened him, but lifted him up. Franklin sheathed the death sword, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The title of High King Austeria Extremis is more than just a lofty name, Your Majesty. It signifies your elevated status within the Imperium and the trust we place in you and your world." High King Austeria nodded solemnly. "I understand, Lord Valorian. And I swear, by the sacred oaths of my ancestors and the honor of my house, that I shall live up to this trust." "I don't doubt it for a second," Franklin replied, his tone warming. "You're going to need that resolve in the days to come." As the echoes of the dubbing ceremony faded, Franklin Valorian gestured for the newly minted High King Austeria Extremis to walk with him. The Primarch's easy stride belied the weight of the information he was about to impart. "Your world, Your Majesty," Franklin began, his tone a mixture of seriousness and barely contained excitement, "sits at a crossroads of fate. You're near the Cadian Gate, a linchpin in humanity's defense against the horrors of the warp. As High King, you're now oath-bound to defend not just your world, but the nearby sectors as well." King Robert nodded, his mind racing to grasp the full implications of his new role. "A heavy responsibility, Lord Valorian. But one we shall bear with honor." Franklin's eyes twinkled. "And you won't bear it alone. The Independence sector stands with you. Speaking of which, how do you feel about a little galactic road trip?" The High King's brow furrowed in confusion. "I'm not sure I follow, Lord Valorian." "The Great Crusade," Franklin explained, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "Humanity's grand adventure to reclaim the stars. If you're up for it, you can assign some of your knights to join my crusade fleet. Think of it as an exchange program, but with more explosions and heroic last stands." Before King Robert could fully process this offer, Franklin's attention shifted to the sky. With a grin that promised wonders and terrors in equal measure, he activated his Vox link. "Sovereign, it's showtime. Drop the Liberty Spires." The AI's response was immediate and chilling in its efficiency. "Acknowledged, Primarch. Commencing deployment of Liberty Spires." The heavens split asunder as massive pillars of pure black descended from the clouds. The earth quaked, the very foundations of Austeria Extremis trembling as the colossal structures of black stone impacted the surface in a carefully calculated pattern. King Robert staggered, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. "By the ancestors, what manner of—" His words were cut short as a palpable change swept over the world. The oppressive weight of the warp storms, a constant presence that had plagued Austeria Extremis for generations, began to recede. The Liberty spires hummed with otherworldly power, creating a barrier against the malevolent forces that sought to consume the planet. Franklin nodded in satisfaction. Blackstone Liberty spires. Not the cheap, disposable adamantium versions we usually use. Only the best for our new allies. Before King Robert could gather his wits to respond, Franklin was already barking new orders into his vox. Arms strong. Arm the peasantry, shore up those defensive lines, and for the Emperor's sake, get me eagles in the sky yesterday. Roger that, Father Stephen's voice replied. The response was as immediate as it was awe-inspiring. The heavens, barely recovered from the descent of the Liberty spires, now teemed with voidcraft. Carriers descended into the stratosphere, disgorging swarms of aircraft that blotted out the sun. King Robert's jaw dropped, his royal composure momentarily forgotten in the face of such overwhelming might. How is this possible? The speed, the coordination. Franklin chuckled, clapping the stunned monarch on the shoulder. Welcome to the big leagues, Your Majesty. When the Liberty Eagles move, we move fast. As if to underscore his point, a knight came rushing towards them, nearly tripping over his own feet in his haste. Your Majesty. The strangers, the ones who came with Lord Valorian, they're reclaiming the lands. Wherever they walk, the warp-tainted beasts, they turn to dust. Franklin's grin widened. Ah, good. The clean-up crew's making progress. Now, Your Majesty, what do you say we take a look at those night walkers of yours? I've got some ideas for upgrades that'll make your ancestors' jaws drop, metaphorically speaking, of course. Still reeling from the rapid-fire series of miraculous events, King Robert could only nod and lead the way to the ancient hangar beneath the castle. As they descended into the bowels of the mountain, the true scale of Austeria Extremis martial pride became apparent. The hangar was a cathedral to war, vast enough to house titans, filled with the towering forms of night walkers. Some bore the scars of recent battles, while others gleamed with the polish of eager anticipation. No sooner had they entered than Franklin's team materialized, as if summoned by thought alone. Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez, flanked by her cadre of engineers and a group of robed figures that could only be the mysterious technoseers, approached with purpose. Right on time, Franklin nodded approvingly. Let's see what we're working with here. What followed was a display of technological prowess that left King Robert questioning everything he thought he knew about the night walkers that had been his world's protectors for millennia. The technoseers moved among the knights, arcs of living lightning dancing from their fingertips as they communed with the machine's spirits. Meanwhile, Amelia Cortez began her explanation, her words painting a picture of the night walkers that was at once familiar and utterly alien. The throne mechanicum, she began, her voice carrying the weight of arcane knowledge, or as we in the cluster call them, the night thrones, are marvels of ancient technology. They don't just control the night, they reshape the pilot, forging them into true protectors of their assigned worlds. King Robert leaned forward, fascination overcoming his initial shock. Reshape? In what way? Amelia's eyes gleamed with the joy of sharing knowledge. The thrones are programmable, Your Majesty. They instill in the pilot a deep, unshakable loyalty to their world. It's a fail-safe, ensuring that the immense power of a night walker is never turned against its own people. Franklin nodded approvingly. Clever. A bit manipulative, maybe, but clever. But that's not all, Amelia continued, warming to her subject. The truly fascinating aspect is what we call the ancestral ghosts. You see, when a pilot dies, their mind, their memories, experiences, skills are downloaded into the throne. King Robert's eyes widened. You mean, our ancestors, they're still with us? In the machines? In a manner of speaking, yes, Amelia confirmed. Think of them as very opinionated backseat drivers. They offer advice, share their experiences, guide the current pilot. It's why piloting an ancient night walker is so challenging and potentially so deadly. The weight of all those generations of experience can be overwhelming. The High King of Austeria Extremis staggered back, his mind reeling. Everything he thought he knew about the proud tradition of the night scions, the revered positions that only the most worthy could aspire to, was being rewritten before his eyes. The cavernous hangar beneath Castle Thorndyke hummed with activity as Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez and her team swarmed over the assembled night walkers. Her eyes gleamed with the light of discovery as she took in the impressive array before her. Let's see what we've got here, Amelia murmured, her floating drones whirred about as they scanned the massive war machines. 150 Ks Taurus patterns, 200 armigers, 20 Sarastus patterns, 30 Dominus, and well, hello there, big guy. Her gaze settled on the lone Acastus pattern knight, its towering form dwarfing even its impressive brethren. A low whistle escaped her lips. I'm betting my best socket wrench that's the High King's personal ride. As Amelia began her detailed assessment, the technoseers of the FBI, Federal Bureau of Incantations, moved among the knights, arcs of living lightning dancing from their fingertips. Their task was as delicate as it was crucial, downloading the ancestral ghosts from the thrones. Careful with those downloads, Amelia called out to the nearest technoseer. We're not just transferring data, we're transferring centuries of experience and personality. This process is what's helping new pilots survive the ritual of becoming what we'll simply call the maiden ride. The robed figure nodded solemnly. Fear not, Chief Engineer. We treat these spirits with the utmost respect. They will be preserved on quantum data crystals, ready for the pilots to access at will. Amelia grinned. Perfect. Give the pilots options. They can plug in for a full backseat driver experience or just access the combat data. Flexibility is key in the heat of battle. As the assessment and data transfer continued, Amelia compiled her findings into a data slate. With a few quick strides, she approached Franklin Valorian, who stood observing the proceedings with keen interest. Here's the rundown, Lord Valorian, Amelia reported, handing over the data slate. We've got a solid foundation to work with, but these knights could use some serious upgrades. I'm talking about improved power distribution, enhanced targeting systems, and maybe even some experimental void shield tech we've been tinkering with back in the cluster. Franklin's eyes schemed the report, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Excellent work, Amelia. Now, let's see about getting some reinforcements. The Primarch activated his Vox link. Sovereign, I need a satrap. Where's the nearest Independence Forge world? The AI's response was instantaneous. Analyzing, Primarch. Austeria Extremis is part of a solar system consisting of 4 worlds, strategically located between the Agrippina and Cadian Gate. The nearest sector with significant industrial capacity is the Gothic sector, specifically the Gethsemane subsector. The other being the Independence sector itself is located in the Halo stars. Franklin nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. What about our Night Walker reserves? Do we have any in storage that are ready for immediate deployment? One moment, Primarch, Sovereign replied. I'm consulting with Aegis for the most up-to-date information. The pause lasted mere seconds before Sovereign continued. Aegis confirms that we have a substantial number of Night Walkers in storage, fully operational and ready for immediate deployment. A predatory grin spread across Franklin's face. Perfect. Sovereign, I want 1,500 Night Walkers and their associated maintenance equipment shipped to Austeria Extremis. Send the coordinates and make it happen. Understood, Primarch. Coordinates received and orders transmitted. The Night Walkers and equipment will be en route shortly. As Franklin turned back to Amelia, his expression was one of grim satisfaction. We're about to give this world some serious teeth, Chief Engineer. I want your team ready to integrate these new knights into the existing force structure. We're not just replenishing their numbers, we're creating a fighting force that'll make the Chaos Gods think twice about messing with this sector. Amelia's eyes lit up with excitement. You've got it, Lord Valorian. We'll have these knights singing in harmony like a well-oiled choir of destruction. While the technological marvels of war were being prepared in the depths of Castle Thorndyke, a different kind of battle was being waged on the surface of Austeria Extremis. Vladimir Mendeleev stood over the prone form of an unconscious peasant, his face a mask of concentration. The man before him was a grotesque tapestry of plague, his body marred by suppurating pustules and pulsing growths that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. As Vladimir's mind reached out with psychic force, beads of sweat began forming on his brow. He probed the metaphysical nature of the infection, sensing the sinister tendrils of corruption that wrapped themselves deep within the victim's soul. Beside him, his personal AI, Koschei, projected a holographic interface filled with rapidly scrolling data. Chief Librarian, Koschei's synthetic voice buzzed with an undercurrent of frustration, a rare occurrence for the otherwise efficient AI. I have purged my data banks 5 times already against corruption. This Nurglite plague is remarkably stubborn. My analysis suggests a 78.3% probability that a greater daemon could manifest if we fail to contain and cure this infection. Vladimir's jaw tightened, his mind racing. Damn! He cursed in his native Russian, his voice a low growl. This plague is not just stubborn, it is infuriating. But if Damon comes, he will find himself most unwelcome guest. With Jean Father Franklin on planet, Damon will meet quick and likely before it even finishes saying hello. Cochet's sensors hummed. A valid point, Chief Librarian. The Primarch's presence does indeed shift tactical probabilities in our favor. Vladimir's grim mood lightened for a moment, a chuckle escaping his lips, but his focus returned swiftly. His augur staff, which now glowed with living lightning that danced along its length like flickering binary code 0111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111 pulsed with the intensity of his psychic exertion. The currents of energy hummed with eerie life, echoing the sounds of data streams and arcane mathematics, merging technology and the warp into a single flow. Damn demons and their damned diseases! Vladimir spat, his frustration boiling over. Cochet, run another analysis. We are missing something. There is always weakness, some crack in the foundation of plague's structure. As Cochet initiated a fresh series of complex calculations, Vladimir surveyed the makeshift medical tent. All around him, technoseers of the FBI worked tirelessly, their own glowing augur staves crackling with the same living lightning, filling the air with the strange digital hum of encoded energy. Alongside them, small, insect-like drones flitted through the air, their purpose critical, they projected an anti-warp field, damping the malign influence of the warp wherever they flew. The more technoseers present, the more the warp was pushed back, the atmosphere growing clearer with each passing minute. Despite their combined might, the Nurglite plague continued to fight back, as if it had a mind of its own. It mutated, adapted, and spread like wildfire, leaving the technoseers battling to contain it. Vladimir's eyes scanned the tent, filled with victims of the pestilence, each a grotesque monument to the insidious touch of Nurgle. His spine chilled at the sheer malignancy of the enemy they faced. Suddenly, Cochet's voice cut through his thoughts. Chief Librarian, I have completed the analysis. There is a pattern in the plague's metaphysical structure, but it is unusual. Vladimir arched an eyebrow. Define unusual, Cochet. The plague operates on multiple dimensional frequencies, the AI explained. It exists simultaneously in our reality and the warp, making it exceptionally difficult to eradicate. It is like trying to catch a shadow that lives in two worlds. Vladimir's grim smile returned. Ah, so Nurgle has been getting creative? But if plague can exist in two places, so can we fight it in two places? Without hesitation, Vladimir planted his staff on the peasant's forehead, channeling his psychic might through the augur staff. The living lightning intensified, the digital hum growing louder, echoing in the small tent like a choir of ghosts whispering in binary. He reached out with his mind, pushing beyond the material realm, following the plague into the warp itself. Cochet, he grunted through gritted teeth, his psychic efforts straining him. Modulate the augur staff's output. Match it to the dimensional frequencies of this filth. We are going to hit this thing from every angle, leave no dimension untouched. Cochet responded instantly, adjusting the staff's frequencies to align with the warp plague's multi-dimensional structure. The living lightning of the staff shifted in color and intensity, its glow bathing the tent in an eerie, flickering light as the code-like buzzing grew deafening. The very air around Vladimir crackled with energy as his psychic power expanded into the warp. Slowly, the corruption on the peasant's skin began to retreat. The pustule shrank, the grotesque growths pulsed more slowly, and finally, they started to recede. Vladimir's eyes widened as he felt the tide of battle turning in his favor. It's working. He breathed, barely daring to believe it. Cochet, log these frequencies. We may have just found key to beating this plague. The peasant's body stilled as the last of the corruption disappeared, his skin returning to a more human, albeit still scarred, appearance. Vladimir took a deep breath. But as he looked around at the rows of patients still awaiting treatment, he knew this was far from over. The plague had struck deep, and somewhere out there, its source still festered, feeding on the misery it had created. With a weary sigh, Vladimir stood tall, his auger staff crackling softly by his side. "One down," he murmured, his gaze already moving to the next patient. "A planet to go. But by Emperor and Jean Father Franklin, we will prevail. We always prevail." As he turned to continue the battle, the flickering drones swarmed overhead, their anti-warp fields dampening the chaotic forces nearby, making the air feel lighter, cleaner. The room, adorned with tapestries depicting great battles and heroic deeds, bore the scars of Nurgle's corruption. Patches of mold crept up the walls, and a faint, sickly sweet odor permeated the air. Vladimir Mendeleev, the first chief librarian of the Liberty Eagles, approached Franklin. His psi-reactive armor hummed with energy, and his neural link visor glowed with a soft blue light. When he spoke, his thick Russian accent cut through the tense atmosphere. "Comrade Primarch," Vladimir began, his voice gruff but tinged with excitement, "I have good news, day. We have successfully cured the plague on one of the peasants." Franklin's eyebrow raised slightly, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. "Go on, Vova. I'm sure there's more to it than that." Vladimir nodded vigorously. "Indeed, there is much more, my friend. With the data we have gathered, I believe we can cure this plague entirely." He paused, his expression growing more serious. "However, we face a choice. A dilemma, if you will." King Robert, the ruler of this beleaguered night world, leaned forward on his throne, his weathered face edged with both hope and concern. "Speak plainly, librarian. What are our options?" Vladimir turned to the king, bowing slightly before continuing. "Your Majesty, we have two paths before us. The first is swift but risky. We could channel the Liberty Spires at a specific frequency to isolate the plague from the Matrium." "And the risk?" Franklin asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "The vibrations from the spires might cause instabilities in the material plane before the cure takes effect," Vladimir replied, his voice grim. "It could be, how you say, a bumpy ride." King Robert's knuckles widened as he gripped the arms of his throne. "And the alternative?" Vladimir's expression softened slightly. "The second path is slower but safer. We cure the plague gradually, but it would take at least 2 years to complete." A heavy silence fell over the hall. Franklin's eyes twinkled with amusement as he watched the king wrestle with the decision. After a moment, the Primarch spoke, his voice carrying easily through the vast chamber. "Your Majesty," Franklin said, a hint of a chuckle in his voice, "it seems we have quite the undertaking ahead of us. But before we decide, there's something you must do." King Robert looked up, meeting Franklin's gaze. "Anything, Lord Valorian? What do you require?" Franklin's expression turned serious, though a ghost of a smile still played on his lips. "Gather all your knights, Your Majesty. We're going to need every one of them for the battle ahead." The king nodded, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. "It shall be done, my lord. But, our numbers have been sorely depleted by Nurgle's corruption." "Fear not," Franklin replied, his confidence infectious. "I've already arranged for a shipment of new night walkers from my cluster. They'll be here soon, ready to join your forces." A murmur of excitement rippled through the gathered nobles. King Robert stood, his bearing more regal despite the visible toll the plague had taken on him. "You honor us, Lord Valorian. We shall prepare for their arrival." The acrid smell of promethium and the metallic tang of blood filled the air as Franklin Valorian and Vladimir Mendeleev strode across the battlements of the night world's primary fortress. Below them, a scene of organized chaos unfolded, evidence to the Liberty Eagle's efficiency and the night world's resilience. Franklin, his imposing 15-foot frame casting a long shadow in the dim, polluted light, leaned against a parapet. His brown eyes, usually twinkling with mirth, now held a steely determination as they scanned the horizon. Vladimir stood beside him, his psi-reactive armor humming softly, neural link visor pulsing with data streams. "Quite a sight, Evova," Franklin remarked, his voice carrying easily over the distant rumble of explosions and the whine of aircraft engines. Vladimir nodded, his thick accent flavoring his words. "Day, Comrade Primarch. It is, how you say, a symphony of destruction." Franklin chuckled, the sound incongruous with the grim tableau before them. "I couldn't have put it better myself." Below, Liberty Guardsmen in their advanced exosuits moved with precision, setting up defensive positions and laying down suppressing fire, disintegration fire. Astartes of the Liberty Eagles could be seen everywhere, their transhuman forms easily distinguishable as they coordinated defense lines and led counterattacks against the surging tide of Nurgle's corrupted beasts. The sky was a canvas of war. Aircraft of all sizes darted through the murky clouds, occasionally diving to strafe the feral beasts below. Bombers flew in formation, their holds opening to rain promethium on the endless hordes threatening to overwhelm a defensive line to the east. Franklin's eyes locked onto a familiar silhouette among the bombers. Well, I'll be damned, he mused, a grin spreading across his face. Look at that, Vova. The old girl's still kicking. Vladimir followed Franklin's gaze, his visor zooming in on the aircraft in question. Ah, you refer to the B-52X-10 Freedom Bringer, yes? It does bear striking resemblance to ancient designs. That it does, Franklin nodded. Even 30,000 years into the future, and the B-52 still serves. Different designation, sure, but the old warhorse keeps on trucking. There's something poetic about that, don't you think? Vladimir's brow furrowed. I am not sure I see the poetry in it, Comrade Primarch. But I trust your judgment in these matters. Franklin laughed, clapping a hand on Vladimir's shoulder. The librarian barely moved, despite the Primarch's immense strength. Ah, Vova. Never change. Franklin's expression sobered slightly as he turned back to the battlefield. Speaking of change, though. We need to discuss the aftermath of all this. Vladimir straightened, instantly alert. What do you mean, Comrade Primarch? Franklin's eyes narrowed as he watched a night walker tear through a mass of corrupted flesh beasts, its chain sword leaving a wake of ichor and tainted meat. These men, Vova. They're fighting bravely, facing horrors most imperial citizens never see. But you know as well as I do the danger that knowledge brings. Understanding dawned in Vladimir's eyes. Ah, I see. You speak of the risk of corruption, of giving strength to the ruinous powers through memory and belief. Exactly, Franklin nodded. So, tell me straight, Vova. Once this is all over, can you and your boys in the FBI wipe the minds of everyone on this planet? They need to know what they're fighting now, but afterward, well, ignorance really is bliss when it comes to chaos. Vladimir was quiet for a moment, his mind racing through calculations and possibilities. When he spoke, his voice was confident. It can be done, Comrade Primarch. The Federal Bureau of Incantations stands ready. We will ensure that the horrors of this day fade from memory, leaving only the glory of victory for the Imperium. Good man, Vlad. I knew I could count on you. Franklin's expression was of relief. Franklin Valorian, the 11th Primarch, had always been known for his audacious and straightforward approach. Yet, when it came to the ruinous powers, even he had to acknowledge the wisdom of his father's secrecy. The grim reality of facing these entities was a lesson in itself. Franklin realized that ignorance was not merely a form of protection, it was a powerful shield. The more one knew about the ruinous powers, the greater the risk of falling under their corrupting influence. His father's secretive stance wasn't just a strategic choice, it was a survival instinct. Sometimes, it's better to be blissfully unaware than to be drawn into the abyss of their schemes, Franklin mused. I get why he kept so much hidden. Knowledge can be a weapon, but with the ruinous powers, it's a double-edged sword. Better to focus on what we can fight and protect, rather than risk becoming a pawn in their cosmic games. A/N, thoughts on the tithes? Chapter 48, Eldrad Ulthran, the Farsa of the Furthest Fars. In the heart of Craft World Ulthwi, amidst the ever-flowing energies of the Infinity Circuit, Farsa Eldrad Ulthran stood motionless, his ancient frame barely stirring. His eyes, though closed, saw far beyond the present as psychic currents from the warp flowed through him. His mind danced upon the threads of fate, a vast, ever-shifting web of potential futures. Today, though, those threads twisted together, coiling around a singular, fiery point of destiny. The moment was unmistakable. Something pivotal was approaching. Eldrad's consciousness plunged deeper into the skein of fate, drawn inexorably toward a moment that could reshape the entire galaxy. A world appeared before him, once green and vibrant, now dark and twisted under the insidious influence of Nurgle, the plague god. The stench of rot filled the air, and the sound of unrelenting battle echoed through the haze. But in the midst of this decay, one figure stood resolute: Franklin Valorian, a Primarch of the nascent Imperium. Valorian's rise had not gone unnoticed by the Eldari, especially as the Independence sector, under his influence, had become a rare sanctuary in the galaxy, a place where the Eldari could approach without being fired upon on sight. In this brutal, war-torn galaxy, that in itself was a marvel. The sector had built an unusual reputation as one of the few places where negotiations with humans were even remotely possible. There, the Eldari could glimpse a fleeting reflection of what had once been a time before the fall, when humanity and the Eldar both walked the stars, each empire vast in its own right. Eldrad's thoughts drifted back to those ancient days, when the Federation of Humanity had dared to challenge them. It had been an audacious move by humans, with their vibrant empire during its golden age. The soulless legions of the Men of Iron had been a formidable, albeit hollow, force, one that had tested the Eldari's strength. But they had crushed them. Eldrad vividly remembered the relentless, cold determination of the Federation's machines, swarming like an unyielding tide across the stars. Yet, even in their arrogance, the Eldari had shown restraint, choosing not to push humanity's destruction to its bitter end. At the time, Eldrad's brethren had seen no reason to fully extinguish the human presence. Why destroy when there were pleasures far more tantalizing to pursue, pleasures that consumed many of his kin? The Eldari were at the height of their power, and the fall of the Federation was merely a footnote in their eternal arrogance. What harm could these upstarts pose, after all, to a race as mighty and proud as the Eldari? Yet, even now, as the galaxy burned with the fires of war and chaos, Eldrad could not help but feel a sense of curiosity and perhaps, in some distant part of his ancient mind, a faint admiration for Valorian and the Independence sector. Here was a human, shaped by the fires of the past but unbowed, leading a sector where old memories of the Federation's ideals still lingered. Humanity, still vibrant and ambitious, had managed to build something that echoed the days before the Age of Strife. And Valorian himself, Eldrad noted with interest, was not a man easily dismissed. The Primarch's very presence exuded causality, willpower, and strength, a powerful anomaly in the skeins of fate. More importantly, he was not bound by the xenophobic blinders that most humans of the Imperium wore so tightly. Valorian's pragmatic approach allowed for future discussions beyond simple military alliances, a trait that Eldrad respected, even if he found the human's nature brash and unpredictable. In Franklin Valorian, Eldrad saw a glimpse of what humanity had once been, a race that had once stood tall among the stars, bold enough to challenge the Eldari but wise enough not to seek total war. The Farser knew better than to trust fully, for the nature of mankind was fraught with unpredictability and ambition. Yet, this Primarch and his Independence sector represented a curious anomaly, a shard of the past slipping into the present. As Eldrad's gaze returned to his future sight, he saw it again: Valorian, a shining light of defiance in the swirling madness. The Primarch stood a lighthouse amidst the storm, his presence radiating a will as unyielding as steel, cutting through the storm of horrors that threatened to consume all. Eldrad watched from his ethereal vantage, his mind threading through the many possible futures, observing the intricate maneuvers of the Primarch. Valorian commanded his forces with calculated precision, each move executed with a mastery that reminded the Farser of the greatest tacticians of old. Great pylons, ancient and arcane, rose from the corrupted ground at Valorian's will. These towering constructs hummed with a strange and unsettling energy, one that sent shivers even through the spine of the ancient Farser, no stranger to the warp's mysteries. As the power within the pylons crescendoed, Eldrad felt the tremors of reality itself buckle under the strain. The fabric of the universe warped and tore open, as if bowing to Valorian's command, revealing glimpses of possibilities that even Eldrad could barely comprehend. A gaping rift to the immaterium emerged. Through it poured the stuff of nightmares, demons of Nurgle, their forms corrupting the very earth as they spilled onto the battlefield. It was the gateway to Nurgle's garden, however, that seized Eldrad's attention, a festering tear in the material universe, oozing corruption, despair, and stagnation. Eldrad's gaze fell once again on the Primarch. Franklin Valorian now stood alone, his forces shattered and scattered. The relentless demonic tide converged upon him, their malevolent whispers clawing at his mind. As the Farser watched in horrified silence, Valorian's noble form began to twist, his flesh warping under the weight of corruption. The ideals of freedom and liberty that once defined him crumbled into a dark parody. The beacon of liberty became a symbol of tyranny. In this fall, Eldrad saw the rise of a new champion of chaos, a being of immense power and terrifying knowledge. The balance of power across the galaxy tipped in that instant, plunging humanity and the Eldari into an abyss of ruin. Worlds burned, civilizations fell, and the Imperium crumbled under the weight of betrayal. Franklin Valorian, now a champion of the Dark Gods, became a force that no one could have predicted. The vision swelled, branching into countless futures, each more dire than the last. The Eldari, too, were not spared. Their fate was intertwined with humanity's, and the fall of the Primarch would usher in a darkness from which even they might not recover. Eldrad's mind snapped back to the present, his ancient form trembling under the weight of the vision. He stood once more in the heart of Ulthwi, the vision's afterimage still burning in his mind. He closed his eyes again, sifting through the possibilities, analyzing every nuance, searching for answers. "The threads are tangled," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "But we cannot stand idle. The consequences of inaction are too grave to contemplate." Yet even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at his certainty. Fate was ever shifting, the skein of possibilities too complex for even one as ancient as Eldrad to fully grasp. How certain could he be of what he had seen? The 11th Primarch, Franklin Valorian, was an enigma. His future was obscured in ways even Eldrad could not penetrate. What lay beneath the surface of that mortal soul? What powers swirled around him, beyond even the reach of the Ildari's most powerful seers? Eldrad reached out once more, probing the threads of fate tied to Valorian. Fleeting images flashed before his mind's eye, a sword of immense power, its edge flickering with the essence of a shattered god, the faces of warriors, steadfast in their loyalty to their Primarch, a psyker, wielding vast power, standing as a bulwark against the warp's dark tides. These glimpses hinted at a different future of Franklin Valorian, stronger than the one Eldrad had foreseen in the vision. Surrounded by loyal allies and wielding powers beyond what Eldrad had anticipated, this version of the Primarch stood against chaos, not as its puppet, but as its conqueror. Doubt flickered in the Farser's mind. Every vision may or may not come to pass, the path he saw was but one of many, the future changes, he knows this, it depends on the choices that lay ahead. The weight of millennia pressed down on Eldrad. How many times had he acted on his visions, only for fate to unfold in unexpected ways? The burden of foresight was one of doubt, for even the greatest seer could never fully grasp the infinite possibilities of the future. But the stakes were too high to ignore. Even if the vision was only one of many possible outcomes, the risk of Franklin Valorian's fall was too great. The Primarch held the key to the fate of the galaxy, and if Eldrad did not act, the consequences could be catastrophic. Eldrad stood at a crossroads. To act on the vision might save countless lives, or it could lead to unforeseen consequences, spiraling out of control. Yet the Farser had guided his people for millennia, and his sense of duty remained unwavering. He could not allow fear or doubt to paralyze him. He must move forward. "We move," he declared, his voice firm, resonating with the authority of one who had weathered the storms of countless crises. "But we proceed with caution. The future is not set, and we must be prepared for all possibilities." Across Craftworld Ulthwi, plans were set in motion. Strike forces were assembled, and the Ildari fleets were assembled. The Ildari prepared to intervene in a battle that could shape the destiny of the galaxy. Yet, as the Craftworld hummed with the energy of preparation, Eldrad stood alone, his mind still grappling with the uncertainty that lingered in the wake of his vision. The image of Franklin Valorian, corrupted and fallen, haunted him. But like a shadow in the light, another image persisted, one of the Primarch standing tall, unyielding against the tides of chaos, his ideals of liberty and freedom intact, a shield against the darkness. Which future would come to pass? The answer remained hidden in the tangled threads of fate, awaiting the moment when possibility crystallized into reality. In the grim darkness of the far future, even the greatest seers must sometimes step forward with faith as their only guide. And as Craftworld Ulthwi moved to confront the destiny of the 11th Primarch, the true nature of Franklin Valorian and the consequences of the Ildari's intervention remained shrouded in the mists of an uncertain future. Little did Eldrad realize, fate had painted him an obvious picture, one that seemed so clear, so predictable. But in the labyrinth of possibilities, a twist awaited. One that not even the farthest of Farsers had foreseen. The bustling square of Castle Thorndyke was alive with the sounds of clanking armor and the fluttering of resplendent banners. The barons and knights of Austeria Extremis, each adorned in their gleaming heraldry, filled the space, awaiting the words of their High King. From the grand balcony above, Robert Thorndyke, his weathered face carved with the lines of battle and command, stood tall, surveying his gathered vassals. The weight of their duty hung in the air like an unspoken oath. "My noble knights," he began, his voice booming across the assembly, "for too long have we fought to protect our lands from the foul forces of the ruinous powers. But now, a new age dawns for Austeria Extremis." The crowd stirred, whispers passing through the ranks of proud warriors, their anticipation barely contained. Thorndyke raised his hand, silencing them with a single, commanding gesture. "The Emperor's own son, the Primarch Franklin Valorian, has come to our aid. With the might of the Liberty Eagles at our side, we shall drive the taint of Nurgle from our world. A cheer erupted from the knights, their armoured feet stomping the ground in unison, sending a thunderous echo through the square. Towering above them all, Franklin Valorian, his perpetual smirk on his face as usual. He had seen warriors from every corner of the galaxy, but these knights, with their resolve and discipline, were as proud and formidable as his own Astartes, well in the aspect of personality they are. As the noise of the crowd faded, the knights began to disperse, readying themselves for the upcoming battle. In the distance, the massive frames of night walkers stirred to life, their mighty forms preparing for war. Franklin descended from the balcony to meet High King Thorndyke on the castle grounds. Thorndyke extended a hand, his grip firm and confident as Franklin took it. "Your Astartes have already shown us the might of the Imperium," the High King said, his tone filled with respect. "We are honored to fight alongside the Liberty Eagles." "The honor is ours, High King," Franklin replied, his deep voice resonating with conviction. "Your knights have proven their mettle time and again. Together, we will scour this world of Nurgle's filth." Thorndyke nodded, his weathered face set in grim determination. "My knights are ready for whatever lies ahead." "What would you have us do, Primarch?" Franklin gestured toward the sprawling plains below the castle, now transformed into a bastion of defense. "The technoseers of my legion have configured the Liberty Spires to focus on the tier in the Matrium's Vale. 4 key points must be secured to contain the warp incursion. I need your knights to take position at these locations, ready to support my Astartes as we confront the forces of Nurgle." Thorndyke's brow furrowed as he considered the Primarch's strategy, his sharp mind already working through the logistics of the battle ahead. "It will be done, Primarch. My knights will hold their positions and provide whatever aid your Astartes require." Franklin's expression was one of approval as he clasped the High King's shoulder. "This day, Austeria Extremis shall be cleansed of the ruinous power's taint. The Liberty Eagles and the Knights of Austeria Extremis shall stand together in glorious battle." The preparations for war continued as the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the fortified plains. The landscape was now a maze of trenches and bastions, evidence of the Liberty Eagles' mastery over modern warfare. Massive night walkers lumbered into position, their colossal frames ready for the coming storm. Standing side by side on a ridge overlooking the plains, Franklin and Thorndyke watched the final stages of the defensive preparations. The scene was calm, but both leaders knew the tranquility was deceptive. The true storm was yet to come. "Your people have done well to fortify these positions," Franklin remarked, his sharp gaze surveying the landscape. "We've faced the horrors of Nurgle's plague for too long, Primarch," Thorndyke replied, pride in his voice. "We have learned to endure. Now, we will fight back." Franklin's face grew solemn, his tone reflecting the gravity of the situation. "The battle ahead will be fierce. Nurgle's forces will come at us with overwhelming numbers and the power of corruption. They will seek to rot our resolve from within." Thorndyke turned to meet Franklin's gaze, his eyes hard and unyielding. "Then we will meet them with unbreakable steel and iron will. The Knights of Austeria Extremis have defended our world for centuries. We will not falter now, no matter the cost." Franklin clasped the High King's forearm, a gesture of mutual respect and understanding. "Your courage is an inspiration, High King. My Astartes will be proud to fight alongside such noble warriors." Thorndyke allowed himself a rare smile, his eyes gleaming with fierce pride. "And we, Primarch, will be honored to stand beside the sons of the Emperor. Together, we shall cleanse this world." The two leaders turned back to face the plains, the looming battle on the horizon drawing nearer with every moment. The calm before the storm hung thick in the air, filled with the quiet anticipation of the coming struggle. Chapter 49, Hey There Chaos. Franklin Valorian stood atop a hill fortified with imposing defenses, his mech suit humming softly with latent power. His cape billowed dramatically in the wind, the fabric snapping like a banner of defiance against the darkening sky. The weight of the death sword at his waist was a familiar, comforting presence as his gloved hand briefly touched its hilt, feeling the pulsating energy within. Suddenly, a voice, ancient and brimming with pride, reverberated through his mind. "You have quite the knack for attracting trouble, especially from the ruinous powers," said Cain, the god of war. A chuckle escaped Franklin's lips. "What can I say? I'm a popular guy." His tone was light, teasing, as though discussing trivial matters rather than the impending onslaught of demonic forces. "Indeed," Cain mused. "First, it was Scarbrand on Cadia. Then Kairos Fateweaver in that Ildari temple. And now, Nurgle. At this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if a greater daemon of Nurgle shows up to the party. Franklin's eyes glinted with amusement as he scanned the horizon. Getting cold feet, are we, Cain? He teased. A scoff rang through his mind, laced with indignant pride. Cold feet? Preposterous. I am the god of war, not some trembling novice. Just checking, Franklin replied with a grin. Wouldn't want my divine roommate getting stage fright. There was a pause, and for a brief moment, the ancient god's voice softened, the edges of his typical arrogance blunted by something close to fondness. I must admit, you're my favorite host, Franklin. Most of my shards are gathering dust in some craft world shrine, their bearers too fearful to wield my true power. But you? You take me right into the thick of battle. It's refreshing. Franklin's grin widened. Ah, Cain, I'm touched. We make a pretty good team, don't we? His voice carried a light-hearted warmth, an odd contrast to the war-torn landscape around him. Indeed, Cain agreed, before his tone shifted to something more deliberate. Which reminds me, if you happen to come across any more of my shards, I would be most appreciative if you retrieved them. Franklin raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Oh? And what's in it for me? A deep chuckle echoed in his mind. Always the negotiator. I could bestow upon you certain boons. Franklin's eyes narrowed in playful suspicion. Wait, you mean the power you've given me so far isn't the full package? Cain's voice brimmed with amusement. Merely a taste, my friend. The blessings I've granted you thus far are but a fraction of my true might. With more shards, you could potentially wield my abilities directly. Franklin's gaze sharpened, his interest clearly piqued. So, you're saying I could go full god mode? Like in those ancient Terran video games? For a moment, there was silence before Cain responded, his voice tinged with amusement. In a manner of speaking, yes. Gather enough of my shards, and god mode wouldn't be far from the truth. Franklin grinned, his heart racing with anticipation. Now that's an offer I can't refuse. You've got yourself a deal, Cain. Their banter was interrupted as the Liberty Spire's towering constructs scattered across the battlefield began to emit a low, resonating frequency. The air grew thick with energy, and before them, the fabric of reality itself began to tear. Massive portals to the immaterium ripped open, their gaping maws nearly scraping the sky. The largest of the rifts stood directly in front of Franklin, dark and foreboding, a gateway to the endless corruption of Nurgle's realm. With a practiced motion, Franklin drew the death sword from its sheath, the blade gleaming with an otherworldly light. He took a step forward, his presence commanding, the weight of his power palpable as his mech suit hummed with the ready anticipation of battle. Looks like our chat will have to wait, old friend, he said aloud, his voice carrying over the cacophony of the battlefield. We've got some Nurgle nasties to deal with. Cain's voice echoed in his mind once more, this time filled with the thrill of combat. Then let us show them the true meaning of war, my host. In the central control room of Castle Thorndyke, Chief Librarian Vladimir Mendeleev hunched over a bank of monitors, his sharp eyes scanning the endless stream of data flowing across the screens. The intricate details of the Liberty Spires scrolled by, a symphony of numbers and arcane symbols blinking in rapid succession. His brow furrowed in concentration as he adjusted a few settings, the flicker of warp energy monitored closely by the array of advanced technology at his fingertips. After a long moment, he grunted with satisfaction, leaning forward to reach for the Voxcaster. He spoke in his deep, thickly accented voice, laced with his typical Russian stoicism. Primarch, this is Mendeleev. I have update on Liberty Spires. The reply crackled through the Vox, Franklin Valorian's deep, familiar tone coming through clearly despite the interference. Go ahead, Vladimir. What's the situation? Mendeleev paused briefly before delivering the news, his tone measured and calm, as if discussing a routine task rather than a critical operation against the forces of chaos. Is good news and bad news, Primarch. Good news, Liberty Spires are functioning at optimal capacity. Bad news, we need 1 hour before Matrium heals itself and Spires can isolate Nurgle Plague and Warp. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a low chuckle from Franklin. An hour, you say? No problem, Vova. We'll give these plague-ridden bastards a warm imperial welcome in the meantime. Mendeleev, rarely one for humor, allowed a small smile to tug at the corner of his lips. I thought you might say that. You always did enjoy challenge, Primarch. You know me too well, Vova. Franklin responded with a trace of amusement in his voice. How are things looking from your end? Mendeleff's fingers moved deftly across the console, bringing up more data. His expression remained impassive, but there was a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. All systems are green, Primarch. We have eyes on all 4 portal locations. Liberty Eagles and Night Forces are in position. We are ready for whatever Nurgle throws at us. Franklin's voice carried a tone of approval, the weight of his leadership evident even through the Vox. Excellent work, as always. Keep me updated on any changes. And Vova. Mendeleff leaned slightly forward, his hand hovering over a set of controls, his voice carrying the professional tone of a man used to commanding the unseen forces of the warp. Day, Primarch. There was a brief pause before Franklin spoke again, this time with a hint of amusement. Try not to have too much fun without me up there. A rare chuckle escaped Mendeleff's lips, a sound so seldom heard from the stoic chief librarian that it startled a nearby officer. I make no promises, Primarch, he replied, a glimmer of humor seeping into his otherwise stern voice. But I think you will have more than enough fun for both of us down there. Good hunting. Franklin's laughter echoed through the Vox. And to you, Vova. Valorian out. Mendeleff set the Voxcaster down and returned his focus to the screens, the fleeting moment of humor fading as the gravity of the situation reasserted itself. The symphony of data and readings continued to flow, but Mendeleff's mind was already calculating, planning, preparing for the next move in the battle to come. The Liberty Spires would need time, but that was a luxury they had learned to create. His faith in Franklin Valorian was absolute. The fabric of reality tore open with a sickening rip, and the foul minions of Nurgle poured forth from 4 massive portals. Their grotesque forms corrupted the very air and land of Osteria Extremis, transforming once verdant fields into festering swamps. Trees withered in seconds, and the ground decayed beneath the rod of chaos. The stench of death and decay filled the skies, but the defenders of the Imperium stood firm. Clad in their shining armor, weapons primed, they were ready to meet the horrors of the warp head-on, their resolve unshakable. The first wave of Nurgle's forces was met with a hellish firestorm from above. Liberty Eagle's gunships and bombers swooped low, releasing torrents of burning promethium that engulfed the corrupted landscape in flames. Demons shrieked and writhed in the inferno as the fire consumed them, their bloated forms bursting in the intense heat. High above, fire rained down from the skies, flames of pure annihilation that burned away chunks of the demonic horde from existence, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. The sky itself seemed to burn. On the battlefield, the chaos was absolute. Across 4 distinct fronts, the Liberty Eagles fought with unwavering determination, holding the line against the endless tide of corruption spilling from the warp. The air was thick with the stench of rot, the ground beneath their feet churning with the twisted forms of Nurgle's foul minions. At the heart of it all, towering above his warriors like a god of war, stood Franklin Valorian, a beacon of defiance amidst the storm. His voice, carried through the Vox network, cut through the noise of battle like a blade. Hold the line. For the Emperor and for Osteria Extremis. The command was clear, steady, and resolute, and its effect on the troops was immediate. Every warrior around him felt their resolve harden, their hearts steeling against the onslaught. The Liberty Eagles Astartes, clad in their massive exo-armor, formed an impenetrable wall of defiance, their disintegration rifles humming as they unleashed volley after volley into the demonic hordes. Each shot tore through Nurgle's twisted servants, the energy disintegrating flesh and rot in flashes of pure destruction. The air crackled with the relentless hum of the rifles, punctuated by the grotesque sound of demons being torn apart. Yet, even in the face of such carnage, the tide seemed unending. At the center of the battlefield, Franklin Valorian was a walking fortress of destruction. His form bristled with weapons, both arms wielding dual rotary cannons, spewing a continuous hail of bullets into the advancing enemy. From his shoulders, pods of smart missiles rained down upon the battlefield, each explosion illuminating the sky with deadly fireworks, creating shockwaves that rippled across the enemy ranks. Wherever Franklin aimed, there was no resistance, only the grotesque splashes of rotten flesh and fetid blood as Nurgle's demons were pulverized by thousands of rounds in mere seconds. Behind him, the Primarch's honor guard, his secret service, elite warriors tasked with preventing any flanking maneuvers, stood vigilant. Though the demonic forces pressed from all sides, none dared to break the iron wall formed by Franklin's honor guard. They moved with methodical precision, obliterating down anything that dared to approach from the sides, ensuring that the center remained protected. Left flank and right flank, Franklin's voice boomed over the Vox, his tone sharp as he surveyed the battlefield. Retreat slowly bait them into a kill zone. Crescent formation. Fall back into the trenches. He had seen it coming. The left and right flanks would be overrun in minutes, leaving him vulnerable at the center. The demonic horde surged forward in relentless waves, a seemingly unstoppable mass of disease and corruption. But Franklin wasn't about to let them have the advantage. His mind worked swiftly, directing his forces with the precision of a master tactician. As ordered, the Liberty Eagles on the left and right began to fall back, their retreat slow and deliberate. It was not an act of desperation, but a calculated maneuver. Step by step, they withdrew into the waiting trenches, their movements coordinated as they drew the enemy into the carefully prepared kill zones. Minutes later, as the demons mindlessly rushed forward, the trap was sprung. Franklin's forces were once again entrenched, their position fortified, their weapons ready. The demonic horde stumbled blindly into the trench traps, their rotting bodies pierced by hidden spikes and engulfed by sudden waves of flame. The sky lit up as the explosives planted within the trenches detonated, turning the battlefield into a fiery hellscape of burning demons and twisted metal. Nurgle's forces faltered, the sheer brutality of the trap halting their advance. The once unstoppable tide was now nothing more than a mass of stumbling, burning corpses, their numbers reduced by the cunning strategy and the overwhelming firepower of the Liberty Eagles. On the Eastern Front, Stephen Armstrong's voice boomed above the cacophony of battle. "Push them back, you maggots!" His forces moved with precision, executing flanking maneuvers that trapped the enemy in a deadly crossfire. Night Walkers, their massive forms towering above the battlefield, moved with surprising grace as they tore into the larger beasts of Nurgle with heavy firepower. The ground trembled with each step of the mighty war machines, their thermal cannons vaporizing the demons in their path. Armstrong himself led the charge, his power fists smashing through the grotesque forms of Nurgle's minions, sending their diseased flesh splattering across the battlefield. His aggressive tactics kept the demonic tide on the defensive, forcing them back with sheer brute force. To the west, Denzel Washington's calm, authoritative voice guided his warriors with surgical precision. "Precision and discipline, brothers." Under his command, squads of Liberty Eagles executed flawless strikes, targeting key points in the demonic forces and disrupting their cohesion. Denzel's twin hyperphase swords flashed as he wove through the battlefield, each swing cleaving through demons with effortless grace. His movements were a dance of death, every strike deliberate and deadly. Where his forces fought, the demons faltered, their ranks shattered by the methodical onslaught of Astartes' skill and discipline. On the southern front, John Ezra's strategic brilliance shone. His orders came sharp and direct. "Layered defense, maintain your positions." The Liberty Guardsmen, clad in their advanced exosuits, formed disciplined firing lines, their disintegration rifles cutting down the demons in waves. Behind them, the peasantry defense forces, equipped with lasguns, added their fire to the barrage, every shot a defiance against the corruption of Nurgle. Ezra's layered defenses were unbreakable. Whenever the demons sought to breach the line, they were met with coordinated counterattacks, pushing them back time and time again. The guardsmen fought with grim determination, their advanced technology giving them the edge against the corrupted forces of chaos. The Night Walkers of Osteria Extremis strode across the battlefield like ancient gods of war, their massive frames laying waste to the enemy. Towering above the demonic horde, their Reaper chain swords cleaved through flesh and bone, while thermal cannons unleashed devastating waves of fire. For the High King and the Primarch, came the war cry from their Vox, their noble pilots executing perfectly timed maneuvers. In one particularly harrowing moment, a great unclean one burst from the main portal, its bloated, diseased form towering over the battlefield. Without hesitation, a lance of 3 Night Walkers charged forward, their synchronized attack bringing the greater daemon low. Chain swords tore into its festering flesh, reducing it to a pile of rotting filth in a display of precision and raw firepower that would be remembered for generations. While the Astartes and Night Walkers drew much of the enemy's attention, it was the humble Liberty Guardsmen who held the line with unflinching courage. Clad in their exosuits and armed with disintegration rifles, they faced the horrors of the warp without wavering. Sergeant Maria Chen's voice crackled over the squad Vox, steady and commanding. "Steady, Guardsmen. The Emperor protects, and our aim seals the deal." Her squad moved with the fluidity of well-trained soldiers, their rifles firing in unison. Each shot from their disintegration weapons vaporized another wave of Nurgle's forces, erasing the corruption with precision. When they were pushed back, they regrouped and struck again with renewed ferocity, using their superior technology to turn the tide of battle. The battle raged on, fierce and unrelenting. The demonic forces of Nurgle seemed endless, their foul corruption seeping into every corner of the battlefield. But the defenders of Austeria Extremis stood firm. The fabric of reality tore asunder, and through the festering wound stepped Scabiathrax, the wind of Nurgle. His massive, bloated form oozed with every conceivable pestilence, each of his laboured breaths exhaling clouds of contagion. As one of Nurgle's most favoured greater demons, Scabiathrax had been tasked with a mission of utmost importance, to corrupt this world and test the resolve of the Liberty Eagle's Primarch. As the Lord of the Blighted Pit materialized fully into the material realm, he surveyed the battlefield with rheumy eyes. The scene before him was one of carnage, yet something was amiss. Where there should have been the sweet symphony of plague and decay, there was instead the acrid stench of disintegration and the roar of cleansing flame. Scabiathrax's gelatinous brow furrowed in confusion. Why do they not wilt? He gurgled, his voice a cacophony of wet, sickening sounds. Where is grandfather's blessing? The daemon's gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for signs of his patron's influence. There should have been soldiers choking on their own bodily fluids, plants withering into putrid mulch, and the very air thick with spores of 1,000 poxes. Instead, he saw imperial forces standing firm, their weapons blazing with unnatural light that seemed to erase his minions from existence. Then, he saw them. Dotted across the battlefield were figures that stood out even among the impressive imperial forces. Humans, larger than most, wielding staffs that crackled with barely contained lightning. As Scabiathrax watched, one of these figures raised their staff, and a wave of energy pulsed outward, causing a swarm of Nurglings to shrivel and die without spreading a single disease. Ah, Scabiathrax wheezed, a sound like a dying man's last breath. So that's their game. The greater daemon's pestilent mind quickly grasped the situation. These strange psychers were somehow holding back the full force of Nurgle's blessings. Their powers were creating a barrier, preventing the natural spread of disease and decay that should have been running rampant across the battlefield. A gurgling laugh bubbled up from Scabiathrax's throat, spilling out along with a fresh wave of contagion. A challenge, then. How delightful! With ponderous steps that left the ground beneath him a sucking morass of filth, Scabiathrax began to move towards the nearest of these psychers. His intention was clear, to remove these obstacles and allow Nurgle's gifts to flow freely across the planet. As he lumbered forward, Scabiathrax unleashed his full might. Waves of supernatural disease rolled off his rotting form, each one tailored to test the defenses of these unusual psychers. He watched with interest as the first wave hit an invisible barrier around one of the staff wielders, the diseases dissipating into harmless vapor. Impressive, Scabiathrax mused, his voice like the squelching of maggots in rotten meat. But let's see how long you can maintain that defense. The Lord of the Blighted Pit raised one massive, putrescent arm, summoning a swarm of plague drones to his side. With a gesture, he sent them hurtling towards the psychers, their wings buzzing with the sound of 1,000 flies. As the battle raged around him, Scabiathrax kept his focus on these unique defenders. He observed their techniques, noting how they seemed to work in concert, their powers interlinking to create a web of anti-plague energy across the battlefield. Clever, clever, he chuckled, the sound causing nearby lesser demons to quiver in delight. But not clever enough. With each step, Scabiathrax left a trail of utter corruption. The earth beneath his feet turned to bubbling ooze, and the air became thick with spores that would have laid low an entire hive city. Yet still, these psychers held firm, their staffs glowing ever brighter as they pushed back against the tide of filth. The battlefield was a cacophony of war, the air thick with the acrid smell of disintegration fire and the putrid stench of Nurgle's minions. Amidst this chaos, a squad of techno-seers stood firm, their augur staffs crackling with lightning and resonating with binary cant. These were the unsung heroes of the battle, their psychic might holding back the tide of pestilence that threatened to engulf Austeria Extremis. As Scabiathrax, the wind of Nurgle, lumbered towards them, the techno-seers braced themselves. Their drones sprang into action, projecting barriers of pure energy that shimmered in the polluted air. The greater daemon's first assault, a wave of supernatural disease, crashed against these defenses, dissipating into harmless vapor. But Scabiathrax was not deterred. With each ponderous step, he unleashed more of his foul powers. The techno-seers' barriers held, but for how long? As their augur staffs began to spark and overheat, one of them reached for his vox to call for reinforcements. Before he could utter a word, a massive figure descended from the sky, landing between the techno-seers and Scabiathrax with earth-shaking force. The Primarch, Franklin Valorian, had entered the fray. Franklin turned to the techno-seers, his perpetual smirk firmly in place. "Good work, boys," he said, his voice carrying easily over the din of battle. But I'll take it from here. Fall back and regroup, there's plenty more fight to go around. The technoseers saluted crisply, relief evident in their postures. As they began to withdraw, one of them called out, "Give him hell, Gene Father." Franklin's grin widened as he turned to face Scabiathrax. The greater daemon towered over him, a mountain of rotting flesh and supernatural disease. But Franklin stood tall, unimpressed, and unafraid. As he drew the death sword from his waist, Franklin addressed Cain mentally. "Ready to put the hurt on this fat motherfucker." Cain's response was immediate and enthusiastic. "Eviscerate and battle. Leave none alive." Franklin chuckled at the god's bloodthirst. "My thoughts exactly," he murmured. Scabiathrax regarded Franklin with rheumy eyes, his voice a gurgling wheeze that seemed to carry every disease known to man, and quite a few that weren't. The vaunted Primarch," he said. "I've been waiting for you." "Well, here I am," Franklin replied, twirling the death sword with casual expertise. "Though I gotta say, you're even uglier up close. And the smell? Woof." The greater daemon's laugh was like the sound of 1,000 maggots writhing in rotten meat. "Such bravado," Scabiathrax mused. "But even you must see the futility of resistance. Why fight the inevitable? Accept Grandfather Nurgle's blessings, Primarch. Embrace the cycle of decay and rebirth." As Scabiathrax spoke, tendrils of sickly green energy reached out towards Franklin, seeking to corrupt and infect. But they never reached him. Instead, they dissipated against an aura of intense heat that suddenly surrounded the Primarch. Franklin's eyes began to glow with inner fire, his psychic powers manifesting as waves of scorching energy. The very air around him shimmered, as if in the heart of a furnace. "Sorry, big guy," he said, his voice echoing with power. "But I'm not much for blessings. Especially not the kind that come with a side of maggots." Scabiathrax recoiled, genuinely surprised by the intensity of Franklin's power. For a moment, doubt flickered across his pustulant features. But it was quickly replaced by rage. "If you will not accept the Grandfather's blessings, Primarch," he roared, "then die." The greater daemon brandished his weapon, the infamous Blade of Decay. Where it cut the air, reality itself seemed to rot and fester. "Your corpse will serve Nurgle just as well," Scabiathrax declared. Franklin's smirk never wavered. If anything, it grew more pronounced. "Big words from a walking compost heap," he retorted. "Let's see if you can back them up." With that, both titans charged. Scabiathrax's massive bulk belied his speed, the Blade of Decay whistling through the air in a deadly arc. The fight between Primarch and Greater Demon had begun. Chapter 50, When in Doubt Send a Son. The clash of metal on corrupted flesh echoed across the battlefield as Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, found himself unexpectedly airborne. His majestic form, usually an imposing presence on any battlefield, sailed through the putrid air of the Nurgle-infested world. As he tumbled, his mind reeled not just from the physical impact, but from the sheer improbability of the situation. Within the confines of his consciousness, a conversation sparked to life. The voice of Cain, or rather the shard of the Eldar god residing within the Death Sword, rang out with a mix of disbelief and indignation. "How in the name of Asurian did you manage to get flung away like a ragdoll?" Cain's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Aren't you actively using your psyker powers? The very forces of reality bend to your will, and yet here we are, performing an impromptu acrobatic routine." Franklin, even as he righted himself mid-air, couldn't help but respond with his characteristic dry humor. "It's called physics, my dear Shard. You know, that pesky little thing that governs the universe when warp fuckery isn't involved." He landed with a thud, immediately assessing the situation. Scabiathrax, the greater demon of Nurgle, loomed before him. The creature was a mountain of rotting flesh and rusted metal, easily dwarfing even Franklin's impressive stature. "Physics?" Cain scoffed. "You're a being of transhuman perfection wielding a sword housing a shard of a god. Physics should be a minor inconvenience at best." Franklin dusted himself off, his eyes never leaving the grotesque form of Scabiathrax. "Well, our friend here is built like Gorlock. There's a slight weight disadvantage we're dealing with." "Slight?" Cain's voice dripped with sarcasm. "That's like saying the warp is a bit chaotic. The beast probably weighs as much as a small moon." As they bantered, both Franklin and Cain observed Scabiathrax with keen interest. The greater demon was nursing its backhand, where a vicious burn mark marred its pestilent flesh. Despite the seemingly one-sided exchange that had sent Franklin flying, it was clear that the Primarch had left his mark. Cain's tone shifted from sarcastic to intrigued. Well, well. It seems our little love tap left quite an impression. Care to explain how you are dealing permanent damage to a being of pure chaos? Franklin allowed himself a small smirk. That's the million-thrown question, isn't it? I was hoping you might have some insight, being the expert on all things stabby and killy. Flattery will get you everywhere, Primarch, Cain retorted. But in this case, I'm as surprised as you are. Although. The God Shard's voice trailed off thoughtfully. Although. Franklin prompted, his eyes still fixed on Scabiathrax, who seemed to be regrouping for another assault. Well, it's not entirely unprecedented, Cain mused. In my heyday, I could deal permanent death to just about anything. Demons, gods, you name it. Nothing was truly immortal before my blade. Franklin raised an eyebrow, an expression lost on the incorporeal God Shard. Impressive resume. So, you're saying we could potentially give this overgrown plague-bearer a permanent dirt nap? In theory, yes, Cain replied. But there's a slight catch. I'm not exactly at my peak performance right now, am I? Being shattered into pieces and stuffed into a sword tends to put a damper on one's godly powers. Franklin couldn't help but chuckle. Now who's understating things? You sound just like me. I must be rubbing off on you. Isha forbid, Cain groaned. Next thing you know, I'll be cracking jokes in the face of certain death and flirting with Eldar farceurs. As they bantered, Scabiathrax seemed to have recovered from the initial shock of its wound. The greater demon lumbered forward, its massive form causing the ground to quake with each step. Franklin readied himself, the crone sword humming with barely contained power. Well, peak performance or not, we seem to be making an impression. Any advice for round 2? Cain's voice took on a more serious tone. Hit it harder. Franklin blinked. That's it? That's your godly wisdom? Hit it harder. What were you expecting? A dissertation on the metaphysical nature of chaos and its vulnerabilities. Cain shot back. We're in the middle of a battle. Complexities can wait. For now, just hit the damn thing harder. Franklin couldn't argue with that logic. As Scabiathrax charged, the Primarch of Liberty braced himself, channeling every ounce of his transhuman strength and psychic might into the crone sword. Although we can't kill it permanently, any damage we inflict while it remains in the matrium will be permanent, making it easier to banish, Cain, the Eldar god of war and murder, declared, his voice echoing in Franklin's mind with grim satisfaction. The battlefield, already a hellscape of decay and corruption, somehow managed to plumb new depths of revulsion as the confrontation between Franklin Valorian and Scabiathrax, the greater daemon of Nurgle, reached a nauseating climax. The Primarch of the Liberty Eagles, a figure typically radiating confidence and good humor, found himself in a situation that tested even his legendary composure. Once again, Franklin was hurled through the air by the sheer mass of his grotesque opponent, slamming into the decaying ground with a force that would have shattered lesser beings. His mind raced, tactical calculations blending with mounting frustration. His attacks had seared Scabiathrax's pestilent flesh, leaving permanent marks that should have brought some satisfaction, knowing the damage dealt would remain. But any sense of triumph was immediately eclipsed by what followed. With a grotesque heave, Scabiathrax unleashed a torrent of vomit upon the Primarch. This was no ordinary expulsion, even by the foul standards of Nurgle's abominations. The corrosive bile hit with terrifying force, its acidic power rapidly eating away at Franklin's mech suit, its layers buckling under the onslaught of hyper-accelerated decay. Even Franklin's formidable psychic shields, which had withstood the horrors of war across countless worlds, began to falter under this most base and repugnant of assaults. Disgust flooded Franklin's senses. Not the simple revulsion of the physical act though, that was certainly overwhelming, but something deeper, more existential. In all his years of battle, all the nightmares he had faced, nothing had prepared him for the sheer indignity of this moment. The sight, the smell, the feel of the bile seeping through his armor left him shaken in a way no weapon ever had. Anger followed swiftly. Franklin Valorian, the Liberator, one of the Emperor's finest creations, brought low by this revolting creature? His mind seethed with fury. But this wasn't the cold, calculated rage of a general whose plans had gone awry. Nor was it the primal heat of a warrior in the throes of battle. This was something more, a wrath that burned hotter and brighter than anything Franklin had ever felt, so intense it threatened to consume his every thought. And then, to his utter disbelief, Scabiathrax turned, presenting its flabby posterior in a clear threat of further defilement. The grotesque creature was about to take its revolting assault to a new level. Something snapped inside Franklin. The smirk that had so often graced his face, the expression that radiated charm and confidence no matter the odds, twisted into a scowl of pure, unadulterated contempt. He had faced the worst horrors the galaxy could throw at him, stared into the abyss countless times, and this was the insult? This was what it came down to? Vomited upon, almost shat on, by a bloated monstrosity of rot? In that instant, a wild, irrational thought surged in Franklin's mind: glass the entire damn planet. The urge hit him with startling clarity. With his power, with the Liberty Eagle's overwhelming firepower at his command, he could do it. One order, one command, and the entire cursed world of Austeria Extremis could be reduced to molten slag. The idea was almost seductive in its simplicity: wipe the slate clean, burn the corruption away in a purifying firestorm. Let Scabiathrax and his foul minions rot in the ashes of a world forever lost to Nurgle's filth. The temptation to obliterate the source of his current misery gnawed at him, a twisted desire born from anger and frustration. Glass the planet, the thought repeated. No more filth, no more indignity, no more of this sickening, wretched world. But as quickly as it came, Franklin reined the thought in, forcing his mind to clear. No, he reminded himself. I'm here to save this night world. Not destroy it. He gritted his teeth, focusing on the mission at hand. The people of Austeria Extremis needed him. The knights, the warriors, his own Liberty Eagles, they were counting on him to lead them to victory. He had come here to liberate, not annihilate. Glassing the planet in a fit of rage would be the opposite of everything he stood for. In one furious motion, Franklin tore off the corroded remains of his helmet, the acidic bile having eaten away at its outer shell. The death sword, sensing its wielder's emotional state, responded in kind. The blade, already a fearsome weapon, began to glow with the intensity of a miniature sun. It was as if the sword was feeding off Franklin's rage, amplifying it and focusing it into a singular purpose: destruction. As his men watched, Franklin Valorian's perpetual smirk transformed into a scowl of such intensity that it seemed to reshape the very fabric of reality around him. The death sword in his hand blazed with the fury of a newborn star, and waves of searing heat began to roll outward from his position. Everyone, fall back! A sergeant roared, his tactical acumen kicking in even as his mind reeled from the unprecedented sight before him. All units, establish a perimeter at least 50 miles from the Primarch's position. The order was hardly necessary. Every warrior, from the most seasoned Astartes to the freshest guardsman recruit, could feel the primal urge to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the epicenter of the coming storm. As they began their strategic withdrawal, the effects of Franklin's fury became horrifyingly apparent. Nurgle's demons, creatures that had seemed all but unkillable moments before, were reduced to ash the moment they came within range of the Primarch's aura. With a roar that was equal parts battle cry and primal scream, Franklin unleashed a slash of such ferocity that it defied the laws of physics. The heat extended far beyond the arc of the blade itself, creating a wave of immolation that sent Scabiathrax hurtling backward. The sheer force of the attack didn't stop there, it continued outward, incinerating every daemon unfortunate enough to be within a 40-mile radius. As the wave of destruction expanded outward, Franklin stood at its epicenter, a figure wreathed in purifying flame. The fire wasn't just burning away the physical corruption, it seemed to be cleansing Franklin's very essence, as if trying to scour away the memory of the degradation he had just endured. In the aftermath of his cataclysmic attack, Franklin surveyed his surroundings. A 200-meter radius around him was utterly clear, the ground scoured to glass and molten lava by the intensity of his fury. The Primarch's face, usually so expressive and full of life, was now a mask of grim determination. He was done with the antics of Nurgle's minions, done with their filth, their decay, their mockery of life. Within the death sword, Cain's presence stirred. The shard of the Eldar god of war could feel the seething anger radiating from its wielder. Where before there had been playful banter, now there was only a grim appreciation for the destruction wrought. Yes, Cain's voice resonated in Franklin's mind, a mix of approval and excitement. That's the way. Channel your anger, let it fuel you. Franklin, his mech suit half corroded and his patience utterly spent, made a decision. I'm about to do something incredibly stupid, he announced, his voice a low growl, or equally brilliant. Cain's response was immediate and enthusiastic. Haha, yes. the god shard cried, reveling in the prospect of further violence. Franklin Valorian, his patience exhausted and his anger incandescent, decided it was time to end this fight in the most spectacular way possible. With a burst from the thrusters on his half-corroded mech suit, Franklin launched himself directly at Scabiathrax. The greater demon of Nurgle, still reeling from the Primarch's previous assault, barely had time to register the incoming threat before Franklin was upon him. Franklin's attack was a blur of motion, each strike of the death sword leaving trails of searing light in its wake. The Primarch's face, usually adorned with his trademark smirk, was set in a grim scowl of concentration and fury. This was no longer a battle, it was an execution. Scabiathrax, despite its massive size and eons of experience, found itself on the back foot. The greater demon swung its enormous plague-ridden blade, aiming to once again send the Primarch flying. But Franklin was ready this time. With a stance wide and solid, Franklin sidestepped the attack with preternatural grace. In one fluid motion, he parried the massive blade aside, the death sword screaming with delight as it made contact. The force of the parry left Scabiathrax off balance, an opening that Franklin exploited without hesitation. Before the greater demon could recover, Franklin struck. The death sword, glowing with the intensity of a dying star, cleaved through Scabiathrax's arm at the shoulder. The limb, still clutching its corrupted blade, fell to the ground with a thunderous impact. Scabiathrax stared at the stump of its arm in disbelief, its pestilent mind struggling to comprehend what had just happened. In all its long existence, it had never experienced pain quite like this. As the greater demon's gaze lowered to its severed limb, Franklin seized the moment. With his free hand, the Primarch drew a disintegration pistol, a weapon that under normal circumstances would be considered overkill. But these were not normal circumstances, and Franklin was done taking chances. The shot struck Scabiathrax square in the face, the energy beam eating away at the demon's features. For a moment, it seemed as if even this might not be enough, as the corrupted flesh began to regenerate almost immediately. But then something unexpected happened, the wound left by the death sword refused to heal. Cain's words echoed in Franklin's mind, the sword could indeed deal permanent damage, at least while the demon remained in the matrium. A savage grin replaced Franklin's scowl for just a moment, a glimpse of the old Franklin shining through the battle rage. Seizing the advantage, Franklin widened his stance once more. The death sword sang a song of destruction as the Primarch brought it down in one devastating arc. The blade, empowered by Franklin's fury and Cain's divine essence, cleaved Scabiathrax clean in two from head to groin. As the two halves of the greater demon began to topple, Franklin leapt back, putting distance between himself and his fallen foe. But the Primarch wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. Reaching through his dimensional pocket, Franklin produced a weapon that would have made even the most zealous Mechanicum tech priest raise an eyebrow, a Fatman launcher. This wasn't just any ordinary weapon, it was a handheld nuclear warhead launcher, a remnant of old Terra's most destructive age. As Franklin hefted the launcher onto his shoulder, a part of his mind couldn't help but appreciate the irony. Here he was, the liberator, about to unleash the ultimate expression of freedom as understood by ancient Terra, the ability to say fuck you to your enemies with a tactical nuke. With a grim chuckle, Franklin muttered under his breath, a certain ancient Terran nation could tell you all about this, if they were still around. The first warhead streaked toward the grotesque, fallen form of Scabiathrax, trailing a plume of smoke in its wake. The battlefield, already a wasteland of decay, was momentarily illuminated by a flash brighter than 1,000 suns. The nuke detonated with a deafening roar, sending a shockwave that rippled across the blighted landscape, vaporizing everything in its path. The air shook, and for a brief moment, all was silent, save for the faint hiss of dissipating energy. Franklin Valorian was many things, but at this moment, rational was not one of them. Without so much as pausing for breath, he loaded another nuke into the Fatman and fired again. And again. And yet again. Each detonation was a declaration, a statement written in atomic fire. It was Franklin Valorian saying to the universe at large, and to the forces of chaos in particular, that he had well and truly run out of patience. It was only after the 11th nuke detonated that a small voice of reason managed to penetrate the fog of Franklin's rage. "Father, stop. It's dead." The voice belonged to one of his space marines, a brave soul who had managed to approach close enough to be heard over the rolling thunder of explosions that had shaken the very foundations of the battlefield. When the dust finally settled and the radiation cleared, thanks to some handy psychic manipulation from Franklin, what remained was a sight that would have made even the most hardened Imperial commander pause. Where Scabiathrax had fallen, there was now a crater 300 miles wide, the earth scorched and glassed by the fury of atomic fire. Franklin's gaze swept over the battlefield, the crackling heat and silence a stark contrast to the chaos that had raged only moments before. He exhaled deeply, feeling the last of the rage ebb from his mind. Slowly, he nodded, acknowledging the Marine who had brought him back to his senses. The Space Marine saluted, then turned and returned to his position without a word. Franklin stood at the edge of the devastation, the Fatman launcher still smoking on his shoulder. His mech suit was in tatters, his armor scorched and pitted. But his eyes blazed with a fire that had nothing to do with the nuclear inferno he had just unleashed. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, slowly, almost reluctantly, Franklin's perpetual smirk began to return. He glanced down at the death sword, which was humming contentedly in his grip. "Well," he said, his voice hoarse from the smoke and exertion, "I think we can safely say that fat fuck won't be troubling us again." Cain's laughter rang in Franklin's mind, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy at the destruction they had wrought together. "I must say, Primarch, when you decide to end a fight, you certainly don't do things by halves." Franklin allowed himself a chuckle, feeling the battle rage begin to subside. "What can I say? When you absolutely, positively need to kill every last molecule of a greater demon in the area, accept no substitutes." From a vantage point far removed from the chaos of battle, Eldrad Ulthran, the venerable farser of craft world Ulthwi, stood in silent observation. His ancient eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, were fixed upon the figure of Franklin Valorian, Primarch of the Liberty Eagles. The scene unfolding before him was one of unparalleled destruction, a display of raw power that even the eldest of the Eldari would find difficult to ignore. Eldrad's mind, ever attuned to the ebb and flow of fate, struggled to reconcile what he was witnessing with the visions that had long guided his actions. The Franklin Valorian he saw now, a whirlwind of psychic might and martial prowess, stood in stark contrast to the figure that had appeared in his prophetic glimpses of possible futures. In those visions, Eldrad had seen a different Franklin, a gunslinger, relying more on his marksmanship and tactical acumen than on psychic abilities. That version of the Primarch had been formidable, certainly, but not the force of nature that now laid waste to the forces of Nurgle with such ease. As Franklin unleashed another devastating attack, Eldrad's gaze was drawn to the sword in the Primarch's hand. Even from this distance, the farser could sense its power, and more importantly, recognize its origin. The blade was unmistakably of Eldari design, its elegant curves and ethereal glow a stark contrast to the brutish weaponry typically wielded by the Imperium's forces. Eldrad's brow furrowed in concentration, his mind racing through millennia of lore and prophecy. He knew this weapon, or at least he should. Yet its purpose, its very reason for existence, eluded him. This gap in his knowledge was as unsettling as it was intriguing. For an Eldari artifact of such power to find its way into the hands of a human, let alone a Primarch, spoke of events set in motion long ago, their purpose obscured even to one as prescient as himself. The battle continued to unfold, and with each passing moment, the divergence from Eldrad's visions became more pronounced. In the futures he had foreseen, this moment should have marked the beginning of Franklin's downfall. The Primarch should have been overwhelmed by now, the tide of Nurgle's demons proving too much even for his considerable skills. Instead, Eldrad watched in barely concealed amazement as Franklin not only held his ground but pushed back against the forces of chaos with unprecedented effectiveness. The obliteration of a greater daemon of Nurgle, a feat that would be the crowning achievement of most warriors' careers, seemed almost routine for this version of Franklin Valorian. As the Primarch unleashed a barrage of nuclear warheads, turning a vast swath of corrupted land into a glass crater, Eldrad couldn't help but marvel at the sheer audacity of the act. It was a level of overkill that bordered on the absurd, yet it was undeniably effective. In that moment, Eldrad saw not just the tactical genius he had foreseen, but a being capable of reshaping the very fabric of reality through sheer force of will. This discrepancy between vision and reality set Eldrad's mind racing. What had changed? What unforeseen variable had been introduced to so dramatically alter the course of events? The farser's thoughts turned to the myriad threads of fate he had so carefully woven and manipulated over the centuries. Had one of his own actions, or perhaps the actions of another, inadvertently set this new future in motion? As he pondered these questions, Eldrad maintained his vigil, his forces hidden and ready to intervene should the tides of fate suddenly turn. The Eldari way was one of subtlety and manipulation from the shadows, a stark contrast to the bombastic display of power they now witnessed. Yet Eldrad knew better than most the value of adaptability, of seizing unexpected opportunities when they arose. The Franklin Valorian before him now represented both a challenge and an opportunity. This Primarch, with his Ildari blade and his reality warping powers, could be either a powerful ally or a dire threat to the Ildari's long-term plans. The original future Eldrad had foreseen had been one of carefully calculated risks and measured responses. This new reality demanded a complete re-evaluation of strategies that had been centuries in the making. The battlefield was a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. For 45 minutes, the Liberty Eagles had been pushing back against the tide of demonic forces, closing 3 of the 4 portals that spewed forth Nurgle's minions. The last portal stood defiant, a festering wound in reality that continued to vomit corruption into the material realm. Franklin Valorian stood at the forefront of this final assault. His death sword, carved through daemon flesh with terrifying efficiency. Each swing of the blade sent arcs of purifying flame through the ranks of Nurgle's forces, incinerating the unclean and leaving nothing but ash in its wake. As he fought, Franklin maintained a running dialogue with Cain, the god shard within his blade. It had become a habit of sorts, this banter in the heat of battle. But now, Franklin noticed something was amiss. Cain, usually quick with a sardonic comment or bloodthirsty encouragement, had fallen uncharacteristically silent. "Getting tired, old man?" Franklin quipped as he bisected a particularly bloated plague-bearer. "Don't tell me you are losing your taste for battle already." But Cain remained quiet, his presence in Franklin's mind muted and distant. The Primarch felt a flicker of concern. In all their time together, he had never known the war god to be so subdued. "Cain." Franklin pressed, his voice taking on a more serious tone even as he continued to lay waste to the demonic horde. "What's going on? I need you with me here." For a moment longer, there was silence. Then, finally, Cain's voice echoed in Franklin's mind, but it was distracted, almost wistful. I heard a voice, Franklin. A voice I haven't heard in millennia." Franklin raised an eyebrow, narrowly dodging a stream of corrosive bile from a daemon. "A voice? Care to elaborate, or are we playing 20 questions while I'm trying not to get turned into Nurgling chow?" Cain's presence seemed to refocus, a hint of his usual acerbic tone returning. It was Isha, the Ildari goddess of harvest, fertility and healing. She was calling out to me." Franklin paused for a fraction of a second, processing this information even as he parried a rusted blade aimed at his head. "Isha? I thought most of the Ildari pantheon was, well, indisposed these days." "No offense." "None taken," Cain replied dryly. "And you're not wrong. Isha's fate has been uncertain. When I asked where she was, I felt her presence coming from the direction of Nurgle's garden. But then she was gone, her voice fading away as quickly as it had come." Franklin was silent for a moment, his mind working through this new information even as his body continued the deadly dance of combat. "Do you think, is there any way to help her? To rescue her?" Cain's laugh was bitter. "In my current state? Fragmented, a mere shard of my former self? No, Franklin. As much as I might wish otherwise, I am not strong enough to challenge Nurgle in his own realm. Not anymore." The Primarch nodded, a grim understanding settling over him. "I'm sorry, Cain. That can't be easy, knowing she's out there and not being able to do anything about it." "Your sympathy is appreciated, but unnecessary," Cain replied, some of his usual bravado returning. "Save it for the demons you're about to send back to their pestilent master." Franklin couldn't help but smirk at that, raising his sword for another assault. "Now that's more like the bloodthirsty god I know and tolerate. Speaking of voices, though, I don't suppose you're hearing any other divine whispers? Maybe some helpful tips on how to give these fools permanent deaths?" Cain's presence in Franklin's mind seemed to sharpen, focusing once more on the battle at hand. "Afraid not. Though given that most of my pantheon is either dead, eaten by Slaanesh, or otherwise occupied, I wouldn't hold out much hope for divine intervention." "Fair enough," Franklin chuckled, cleaving through another wave of demons. "Though I have to say, for someone who claims most of the Ildari gods are gone, you seem to be keeping some interesting company. First you, now Isha making long-distance calls. Should I be expecting Segeric to pop up and start telling jokes next?" "Let's hope not," Cain grumbled. "The last thing we need right now is that insufferable Harlequin's idea of humor. Focus on the task at hand, Franklin. We may not be able to save Isha today, but we can at least send these demons back to their foul master with our compliments." Franklin nodded, his grip on the death sword tightening as he surveyed the battlefield. The last portal pulsed with malevolent energy, a constant reminder of the work yet to be done. You're right, of course. One problem at a time. Let's close this portal and worry about rescuing goddesses later. The air crackled with psychic energy as a fierce warp storm erupted, shaking the very foundations of the Liberty Spires. The skies above the battlefield twisted into impossible colors, reality itself buckling under the strain of the immaterial realm pushing against it. As if the situation wasn't dire enough, the storm had the unfortunate side effect of extending the duration of the Chaos Portal, allowing a fresh wave of demons from all four Chaos Gods to pour onto the planet's surface. Franklin stood as he incinerated demons. With a grimace that was equal parts frustration and anticipation, he muttered under his breath, "Shit. Always leave it to the Chaos Gods to make some random encounter happen. We're in the endgame now." As if on cue, Franklin's vox crackled to life. The voice of Vladimir Mendeleev cut through the background noise of battle. "My lord," Vladimir's thick Russian accent was evident, his voice tense but controlled. "We have situation." Franklin couldn't help but chuckle darkly. "You don't say, Vova. Let me guess, it has something to do with the sky trying to tear itself a new one and the sudden influx of multicolored hostile wildlife." There was a brief pause before Vladimir responded, and Franklin could almost imagine his raised eyebrow on the other end. "Your talent for understatement is unmatched, Lord Franklin. But this is precisely it. Our calculations show that Warp Storm has, how do you say, significantly extended duration of Chaos Portal." Franklin's mind raced, assessing the new variables in play. "How long are we looking at, Vova? Give me numbers." Vladimir's tone grew more serious, a low grumble of frustration underlining his words. "Is difficult to say with certainty, my lord. The warp storm is interfering with all our prognostications. However, best estimates suggest portal could remain open for 30 minutes, maybe more. Liberty Spires are working their magic, after all, regardless of what ruinous powers want." Franklin let out a slow breath, his eyes scanning the battlefield now filled with the frenzied masses of chaos demons. 30 minutes, hey? All right, let's see if we can't speed things along. Keep me updated, Vladimir. Primarch. I will monitor from here, Vladimir replied, his voice as steady as ever, despite the chaos unfolding across the planet. "But, let us hope the spires hold, and we do not have to deal with any more random encounters." Franklin smirked, even as he readied his weapons once more. "Wouldn't be a true fight without a few surprises, Vova. Stay sharp." The Vox link crackled into silence as Franklin ended his conversation with Vladimir. The Primarch barely had time to take a breath before a beast of Nurgle, all tentacles and pustulant flesh, lunged at him from the chaotic melee. With a practiced motion, Franklin brought the death sword to bear, its Ildari-crafted edge slicing through the daemon's corrupted form like a hot knife through butter. The beast's bifurcated halves fell to either side of the Primarch, instantly incinerating in the wake of the sword's psychic fire. Even in the face of this unexpected warp storm and the fresh hordes of demons it had brought, he felt confident in his ability to carve a path through the daemon hordes. The death sword hummed contentedly in his grip, Cain's bloodthirst momentarily sated. It was in this fleeting moment of triumph that everything changed. A blur of motion caught the corner of Franklin's eye, moving with a speed that defied mortal comprehension. Even with his transhuman reflexes and heightened senses, the Primarch barely had time to register the attack before it was upon him. The assailant struck with precision, their weapon finding a minute gap in Franklin's armor that no ordinary foe could have exploited. Pain, sharp and unexpected, lanced through Franklin's side. It wasn't a mortal wound, few things could truly threaten a Primarch's life, but it was enough to stagger him, to shake his usual unflappable demeanor. As Franklin whirled to face this new threat, his eyes widened in disbelief. Around him, he could hear the collective gasp of the nearby Liberty Eagles, their shock palpable even amidst the chaos of battle. The identity of the assailant was so utterly impossible, so wildly out of place on this daemon-infested battlefield, that for a moment Franklin's mind struggled to comprehend it. His senses, finely honed by decades of warfare and hardened against the horrors of the galaxy, rejected what stood before him. He hadn't expected this. He couldn't have expected this. No fucking way, the words escaped Franklin's lips before he could stop them, his usual eloquence deserting him in the face of this impossible scenario.
Thanks for listening.